See, yeah.
But you could, as a select board, if you wanted to lower this even further, is utilize that 27. But I think
It's
25
only 2.5%, right?
Right.
That's not a big buffer on a, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
it only takes one or two big storms to
Right.
really throw that off,
Yeah.
so. I don't think
Definitely seeing
that's,
those.
I don't think that's a bad surplus to have.
A huge rainstorm, which might be even more likely than.
Yeah, well-
But that's what, a storm of any kind.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was
No,
thinking snow. Yeah, yeah.
no, I mean,
The ice falling from the sky,
Right.
yeah, any number of different things.
damaging.
So that's the highway department. And I'm comfortable with the way it is.
Sounds good. All right, sewer budget.
Sewer department and water, we can discuss them together because there was a slight increase. So sewer went up $8,902, and the water budget went up $2,971.
Hang on a minute. Okay.
Right behind there, below.
That's in
I found you organized.
You
today,
did.
Melissa.
I can't help
It's at the back, right, yeah. Yep.
I know, right? I'm used to looking at them, so. So no major increases with either budget. I did not put money in for generators because I talked to a person that may have a lead on grants for generators.
Mhm.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
And we're still seeking estimates.
Okay.
We only got one before, right?
Yeah, I only have one right
I
now.
thought that was a lot,
It was like
60.
$36,000. We are looking at a
There were
mobile.
two.
There was two, that's right.
We're looking at a mobile generator, but I was told that grant money will not fund mobile generators. They have to be
That's not what we're looking
stationary.
at.
So, I know, that's what I
Funny
was-
how that changes.
Buy it and buy a trailer for it.
But we're still gonna get a price on it though, just to compare.
Yeah,
So that's my angle on the generators. Is if there's money out there, we're gonna go after the money.
sounds
Um,
good.
the state has like surplus, you know, they may have some generators.
Right.
I haven't looked into that yet.
Yeah, no, that's worth looking at.
But I will. And I'm comfortable with water and sewer at this point.
Good. If you're comfortable,
Like I said,
I feel
I've done everything I could to shave and trim. And the last thing I really wanted to do was see any of the budgets go up.
now, those are particularly sewer at this stage, but water also are ones that I would think we would really want to think about long-term reserve fund for. I mean, those are, like sewer, when you look at, something like that, you're gonna end up bonding anyway, but, when you look at what it costs to do major infrastructure projects like that, it's
And you brought that up.
massive money.
So Cynthia had the asset management plan done by Dufresne Group.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a 3-page laundry list with years when
Right.
things are gonna start going.
Depreciating, yeah.
Not depreciating, but
Well,
they
yeah,
have
no,
to be replaced.
I know.
So-
Misuses the term, but yeah.
But 2025 there's some huge improvements, upgrades that
Yeah,
we'll have to be looking at.
yeah.
Can we see that list?
Yeah.
Cool.
Hmm.
You've probably seen it already.
Yeah, it's been a while though.
Yeah. No, I don't mind sharing that with you.
Well, we also, we looked with the sewer, with the treatment plant, for example, we did a bunch of upgrades. I want to say probably 8 to 10 years ago, something like that. And it staved off doing major,
Right.
we
Right.
put, I can't even remember now, I don't know if, $160,000 in or something, but you know, that was in lieu of putting $560,000 in. And more or less what we did is took what we had and invested in increasing its efficiency so that we weren't having to look at either expanding the existing plant or changing the mechanics of it in order to accommodate. And so they put an aeration system and a couple other details. But in order to be able to essentially process the same amount with less wear and tear on the existing system.
Yeah.
So,
There's grant money out there for upgrades as well.
Yeah.
But we have to know what we're looking at
yeah.
in order to,
Upgrades like increasing capacity.
that too, yeah.
Well, which we probably, I mean, we have been benefiting over the life of the sewer system of the increased efficiency of appliances. I mean,
Right.
for example, toilets, when the sewer system went in place, virtually every one of them used 5 gallons per flush. Now they use 1.6.
Right.
So, our volume has stayed, even with a significant increase in the number of buildings in town, our volume has stayed relatively stable.
Yeah,
But then
Joe
we've
said the same
also,
thing, yeah.
we've
Yeah, I
also
thought about that.
worked to, and now, smart faucets and all sorts of things that
Yeah.
help with that, but also increasing the efficiency of the plant. But with something like the sewer system, that system itself is old. The pipes are old.
1973.
Yeah, exactly. You start looking at
July.
Older
replacing.
than me.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, and
So,
I wasn't gonna say anything, but that put some years on it. You just look at pipes that were installed in 1973, and they're only gonna go for so long, so. But,
And then you run into big problems where you're replacing.
exactly,
Right.
Yeah.
yeah.
right. But
And
those are
are-
things that we need to look at.
And timeframes, and that's
Yeah,
what that
right.
report would
Yep.
help us with.
That'd be interesting, once we
Yeah.
get through all of this.
We also did, I think at the same time, we did views of just about everything in the sewer
Scoped
system.
it?
Exactly, a good portion of it anyway, or the
Yeah.
junctions or something that they looked at it, so. Oh, so there's so many exciting things to think
I
about.
was just thinking, how interesting is it to look at pipes from the inside?
Yeah, depends on what you're into,
What's
I
in there,
guess.
right?
All right, so articles.
So the articles are here. I sent these over to Larry, but he has not responded. So I will get on him before the 29th, because these will need to be approved. So on here is the fire truck as an Australian ballot item. Now, we can leave it on there and talk about it. And then if it fails, we don't have to do anything.
What is the deal with that, talking about the Australian ballot things? If it's not a person, we can talk about it. Is that how that works?
Because Howard can,
Enlighten us.
yes.
As we learned last year, Vermont law says that every article in the warning shall be discussed publicly at town meeting, except candidates on the Australian ballot.
That's what I thought. So items by Australian ballot can and should be,
Shall be.
shall be.
Yeah.
In other words, it is not optional, and that actually means that they cannot be passed over. They can be postponed indefinitely during floor debate, but every item,
Unless there's been a discussion.
well, every item shall be discussed is what the law says.
So that would invalidate the ballot. If it wasn't discussed
Right.
on the floor, it in
Well-
theory would invalidate an Australian vote.
I'm not going to comment on that because I'm not an attorney.
Right, but the language shall would infer that, but I don't know.
Well, I will bring up the actual language here.
Because we've never done that in the past. It was always my understanding, or my misconception, that items on Australian ballot were not up for discussion on the floor.
Because you have
This is a
public
very common
hearings.
misconception, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
throughout Vermont.
Yes,
However, last year, I consulted the Office of the Secretary of State, who referred me to this. I'm quoting 17 VSA, Section 2640C1. Public discussion of ballot issues and all issues appearing in the warning other than election of candidates shall be permitted at the annual meeting, regardless of the location of the polling place.
okay. So shall be permitted. So that does, it's not a requirement to discuss, that's what if it said shall be discussed, it would be one thing, but it shall be permitted to be discussed, essentially, is what it sounds like it's saying. So yeah, no,
Well-
so we can have a conversation about this.
Well,
Yeah,
if you think about the opposite here, so somebody says, well, the discussion shall be permitted, but we've decided not to do it. You can't do that because it says shall be permitted. In other words, it must go to the floor.
I would disagree with you,
Mhm.
but if
Unless
anybody
somebody
wants to
wants
bring,
to.
exactly, if
Yeah,
somebody
exactly.
wants to talk about it, then it shall be permitted.
So the opportunity to
But-
discuss it is presented, that has to
Exactly.
be there, but it doesn't
Exactly.
require anyone discussing it.
Yeah.
I mean, we could bring it up and say, hey, anybody want to talk about it? And everybody says no,
Well,
then we don't talk about it, but.
well, of course, bear in mind there that you are for a warrant for a warning article. You're going to need a main motion. Someone's going to have to move it. This is-
Right, I can't, but we don't move, I don't think we move Australian ballots, do we? Or do we do them as a bunch in the
Oh,
beginning?
no, okay, well, two things here. The first one is, I should have clarified, I switched from Vermont statutes to Robert's rules.
Oh,
Robert's
right.
rules stipulates that the only way to get anything on the floor is
Is
for
to
there
have
to be a motion.
Right, yes.
Now, in the case of,
Which we are not good at abiding by. I mean, we
Yes.
often have discussion previous to a motion.
Mhm.
Then, I mean, I'm always very careful to, once we have a motion and a second, to reopen discussion, but we often discuss it before
Yeah.
before a motion is on the table, which it shouldn't be.
yes, no, because this is clear. No, I have quoted state law to you. If discussion shall be permitted, now, of course, you're right. If nobody wants to talk about it,
Right,
of course you are correct.
right.
What's the likelihood of that happening, you know?
In funding,
Yeah.
almost nothing.
I would say at any Vermont town meeting, unless it is something completely innocuous, and in that
Yes.
case, it probably wouldn't even be on the warrant.
Yeah, no, and of course, as you well know, it's so surprising what, even when it's permitted, doesn't get discussed when you assume it's going to, and the things that are permitted and you think they're gonna go right through.
Well, this is what
We
makes it
spend a lot of
so
time on it.
interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Because in town,
Psychology.
people tend to assume that the voters at town meeting are some sort of board of directors, but we are not. We are the government.
Yeah. Yeah. All right,
So I left it on there
good. Well,
because they can vote to have us pursue a bond
right,
or not,
right.
so.
Uh,
Tom kind of wanted it to be
so-
on the floor, but you can't with a bond.
Well, but as we're just talking about.
Not the vote, though. The vote can't be from the floor.
Right,
Right,
which is
right.
good, it shouldn't be.
Right.
I mean, in my opinion, it shouldn't be, you know.
Well,
the-
it can't be
the-
with a bond.
Right,
when you're-
well, and that's good.
Yeah.
And I don't think it should be when you're talking, A, about that much money, and B, the number of people that show
Yeah,
up to
yeah,
town meeting.
that's not enough
That should be an
representation of
Australian
that kind
ballot.
of decision.
So, and we should, what are the public meeting requirements related to a bond?
So we have to post it like we did with the gravel pit.
But that would be, we would get this approval first and then do the
Yes.
public meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so in the lineup to town meeting, there will be discussion about that because people will be
Correct.
confused about the fact that,
Right,
you know, a lot of people will assume that this means that we're essentially saying you want to buy a truck or don't want to buy a truck. And then there's no more public discussion about it if they say yes, but that's not what we're saying. We're saying
Right.
this,
Can it be
Yeah.
worded different?
well, it's worded the same way, as the gravel pit, so.
Could you read out the draft article, please?
shall general obligation bonds, this is Article 3, shall general obligation bonds or notes of the town of Putney in the amount not to exceed $550,000, bearing interest at a rate not to exceed 3% for a term not to exceed 15 years, be issued for the purpose of financing a new 2021 fire apparatus for the Putney Fire Department. So this is really just voting on the bond, it's not voting on the truck. That's interesting, that's sort of a different twist on it,
I
but,
don't know if that
Well, you
is
know,
pick up on.
Speaking just as a grassroots citizen, Mr. Chairman, the interesting question there is, voters are being asked to vote to borrow money,
right,
which presumably means money is going to be borrowed. So the obvious question is, for what?
well, it says for the purpose of financing a new 2021 fire apparatus.
Then isn't it saying that we're going to buy a fire truck?
It isn't.
Well, if we're going to borrow the money, and there's two possibilities. We spend it on a truck or we put it in the bank.
Yeah, yes, well, I don't think we could put it in the bank, because that would be, what do they
Right.
call that?
So I'm wondering, and once
Yes.
again,
I don't
I'm simply
understand the
speaking
language.
as a concerned private citizen.
Yeah.
I'm wondering,
Right, this
aren't
is
you really obliged to have a second article, as we did last year, saying, you know,
approved purchase of the truck.
Yeah.
I don't know, check that with council.
I will check that with
Yeah.
Larry, I
Yeah.
asked him
Good.
to
Yeah.
review
Smart.
these and,
Mm-hmm.
approve.
Yeah, I don't know.
First time I read it too, I thought it was about the truck, and then I read it, I said, oh no, it's just about approving
It's just
borrowing
about
money.
buying money.
Well, why would we
Borrowing.
borrow money unless we had, you would think it would open up a lot of discussion about what we're borrowing it about, hopefully.
you know,
Well, I mean, which is implied in here,
Yeah.
but it's not
Right.
public, but it.
Right, exactly.
I think you could get a little more detail, but
you know, like last year, we were told, okay, we have a deal to go halves on the gravel pit.
Right, exactly.
And we're gonna need some money.
So we're borrowing money
Yeah.
because we have a deal.
Yeah.
Here, we don't, yeah.
The deal and the pit, the pit already picked out.
Yeah, exactly.
All of that.
You know, it's the
So-
same with Dummerston, you know.
Article
Right, yeah.
8 is buying the
See if
dump
the
truck.
town will look out first. It's, yeah, the difference, I mean, you know, this could be,
We're still
Article
borrowing.
3 could read like this if
Right.
we weren't bonding it.
Right,
Now,
Right.
the other thing I would wonder if we're doing this is if we're gonna borrow, why wouldn't we go to the bond bank for that 190 too? At half the interest rate.
we could, I mean, you'd have to go through the same process.
That's what I don't know,
Yeah.
is, I mean, if we're already doing it once, we could warn them both for the same, you know, we wouldn't have to duplicate. Again, question for Larry maybe,
Right,
you know?
I would change the word financing to purchasing.
we'll have
I
Larry
think that would
look at it.
clarify it a little bit too.
Yeah, Larry, yeah. Well, no, except we're
Don't we
not
have-
far,
Don't we
well,
have
But
to
for the
ask the
purpose of
people in the
purchasing
town if
one,
they
we
wanna
would.
spend that kind of money on a fire truck before we ask if we borrow money for it?
Yeah.
I mean,
It
don't
does
we have to
feel
do
really
that? I mean, or
wishy-washy.
don't we have to do that? I mean, I don't
Well,
really
thought
know,
that
I'm
that's
new
what that
here.
was saying.
It, yeah, it's in a kind of convoluted way.
Larry,
I'll talk to
Yeah.
Larry.
yeah, you know, I'm not sure.
Article 3, can Tom have a fire truck, yes or no?
Right, and then, if, well, and one article No, not with an Australian, not with an Australian ballot. I was gonna say, I think you can base one
Hang on a
article
minute.
on approval of another article, but not if it's by Australian ballot, because you don't have the results before you have the other.
Didn't we do that though?
But not, again, not for an Australian ballot, it can't be. Contingent upon approval of an Australian ballot
Yeah.
might be,
I
yeah.
thought we.
That might be right, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's in here twice. So there's the gravel pit.
One is buying the pit and one is financing it.
But it's all in one article.
That's not that. Right.
It's right on the bottom there.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We had
Right.
a discussion about entering into an agreement, into an interlocal
Right,
agreement
right.
contingent upon the
Yeah.
approval of this.
Right.
4 hours of sleep.
Bonding.
I barely remember my name, but I
Right.
somehow remembered that.
It's surprising what pops up, right?
All right,
That should
so
be one of the sentences.
I'll run that by Larry and get his
God.
blessing
Yeah.
and bring it back to you on the 29th.
Sounds good.
The only other thing I want to remind you, we were talking about
Lister,
appointing the listers.
right.
Now, Larry explained to me, listers are appointed by state statute. Now, this from the LCT eliminates, the town can eliminate the lister's office,
Right, and then have an appraiser
an assessor.
or an
Yeah.
assessor, right.
And then appoint an assessor. And that's not what we're trying to do.
Right, and we
We're not-
can't do the other one.
Right, we
Yeah.
cannot do it by
Right,
state
so it's,
statute.
so I don't think we want to do that. If you have listers, they have to be elected.
Okay,
But
Yeah.
you can eliminate the lister's office and hire a professional assessor. I mean, we could have, we could have an
Then
employee
you can appoint the
that's their
assessor.
sole job, right, then
Right.
that would be an appointee of the
Yeah,
select board.
right.
But it changes the nature of the, well, it sort of changes the nature, then they're not
It
listers
does.
anymore, it's an
Right.
assessor, and I
Right.
don't know well enough the difference between the two to know exactly how that changes it. But essentially, it would probably take a 3-person office and turn it into a 1-person office,
Correct.
maybe with an assistant.
Full-time.
Right, exactly.
And how would that cost us, and have other towns done that, and do they like it?
I'm
What are the
sure some
benefits
towns
and-
like,
Right,
exactly,
Right.
so
Right.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
we should go there for the
No,
time being.
I agree with you. I
Okay.
would not put it,
It's, yeah.
Is that little side note going under town manager's report?
what side note?
That, it's not on here.
Well, it's part of this discussion here.
Okay.
For warnings, yeah, because we
Yeah.
were talking about
Yep.
maybe doing that.
Yep.
as a warning.
And I don't think there's anything
All right,
other out of sort. Oh, the gravel pit blasting reserve fund.
right.
So I did add.
Why do we need an article for that? Why can't we just have that in the highway
Because we,
fund?
in order to do a reserve fund,
That has to be approved?
yeah,
Does
it needs to
Oh,
be
okay.
voted on. The other thing too is we wanna make sure that $18,000 a year goes into that reserve fund.
Right,
And in the 5th year, when we go to blast,
we spend it,
we
right.
spend it. Dummerston is doing the same thing, and we agreed too that we would set that money aside,
Right.
so. And
So you could,
Dummerston,
you could, the other way to do it would be every 5th year vote to approve.
90,000.
Exactly.
That's
which
a-
would
that's
be-
a hard
That's a
hit.
big risk,
Yeah.
yeah.
So Dummerston also is creating the reserve fund in their town for blasting specifically.
Right.
All right.
All right. You got a town manager's report, or
I don't think so.
we've been through it?
Yeah, I think we,
You got assistant manager's report?
Nope.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to address a query to the town manager, if I may.
Sorry.
I'd like to address a query to the town manager, if I might, in your of a town manager's report. I'm wondering, I know that you attended the initial meeting up in Newfane of the Wyndham
did.
Regional Commission, beginning to look at spending that $60,000 grant on beginning to organize a communication union district in Windham County.
Yes.
I'm wondering if you'd like to say something about that, not just for the benefit of the board, but also for the benefit of the people who are
Yes, certainly.
seeing this on TV.
Thanks for reminding me. I did attend the meeting last week, and there was a big crowd there.
I'm not surprised, yeah.
Wyndham Regional Commission spearheaded it. EC Fiber was there. There was another gentleman there from a different company. So there's $60,000 grant to look at Wyndham County to see if towns would be consider doing a communication union district, which means they're looking to lay fiber optics in town. Now, Putney does have some fiber optics,
Right.
but it's the last mile, like your house, David. It was an interesting meeting. It was a kickoff meeting, and some towns are asking their select board to do a resolution showing intent to work with Wyndham Regional Commission, just to work with them. Because Wyndham Regional cannot work with municipalities unless there's a resolution to do so.
Even if they're represented by them? I mean,
Yes, yep, yep.
so
So
do
I
we
will,
need to, so we would, but that's just a select board resolution?
correct,
That's not,
yeah.
okay,
And it does not bind you either
right,
to creating or joining that district.
right, it would,
Yeah.
It's just
basically,
exploratory.
Yeah, it's exploratory, and it's, interest driven to see,
Yeah.
what the needs are in Putney. So February 6th is the next meeting. They're gonna roll out a survey for everyone, and we gotta get that survey out to people. And this is like fast paced. This grant ends like in August. So we have opportunity to get survey out to everyone, and I think it's worth going through the process to see
Sounds
where
like it.
this goes. EC Fiber did say that, so it cost about $30,000 per mile to run the fiber optics. So there's still questions. Deerfield Valley, the Wilmington Dover area,
yeah,
they have created a
district.
district.
What's the advantage of creating a district?
The cost is lower, but I'm still not convinced about that, because if it's 30,000 a mile and you have a 2-mile driveway from the town highway to your house,
Would not be the responsibility of taxpayers, should not be the responsibility of taxpayers.
no, but that last mile, if it's gonna cost $60,000 to run that fiber optics from the town highway up to the house.
To the end of the
That would be,
Right.
that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, my feeling would be, we should be, and I have no idea what the details are, but, I would be interested in getting fiber optics to the base of that driveway.
Right,
And then if somebody
it's the homeowners.
chose to have a 2-mile long driveway,
Yeah, but the whole thing is, if they're saying anyone can connect, you can connect, but if you have a 2-mile drive, I mean, you're not gonna connect,
well, that's a
So,
choice you made. I
you
mean,
know? But the thing is, they're trying to capture the underserved.
right.
How long does it take to put this kind of infrastructure in?
They didn't really get into the details of that, so it's all preliminary right now.
Okay.
It would,
Gathering
it
information.
would depend highly on whether, I mean, like, for example, on Holland Hill, it all went underground,
And that's the other
And
thing,
that
is
took
it
months. if
It
I
took a
remember
long
correctly.
time, but,
overhead or under?
right, exactly.
Yeah.
And there's pros and cons to both. It's more
Mhm.
expensive installation,
Right.
but less expensive maintenance
Yeah.
and so
Yeah.
on, so.
How do they make it less expensive, just because you join a group? And if all the profitable sites have already got fiber optics, then how are they selling this? I mean,
It's all new to me, and
Yeah.
I was there an hour and a half. So,
Curious too, and I am really like overwhelmingly undereducated on this, but I've heard a little bit about the possibility of all of this coming from satellite in the not too far future.
That's what Elon, that's what
Yeah.
SpaceX is working on.
So it kind of scares me, the idea of our town putting a bunch of money into something that may become obsolete.
Right.
I mean, maybe that's a pipe dream too. Elon Musk has had more than one, so.
Well,
But he's also
satellites are
been
going
very
up.
successful in.
Satellites are going
Yeah.
up
Yeah.
constantly. So.
Yeah, so
Mr. Chairman.
I've been following this, Mr. Chairman, and after the meeting, the town manager told me what she's told you, which is why I suggested that she tell you, because it's really interesting. You know, she did a good job over there, as always. To ballpark it a little bit, in Windham County, there are 1,377 miles of traveled, of state and traveled town roads. $30,000 a mile, that's $41 million to fiber optic everywhere. Now that's simply one possibility, because satellites are a possibility also, but at the moment, you can't order that. It's simply not available.
Right.
On the other hand, fiber optic, you can have a company come in and run the fiber optics, whether they run it in a trench or put it on the poles. And 5G wireless is also, you can buy it off the shelf right now and put it in. So I'm just mentioning that as a ballpark figure. Now, the advantage of the Communications Union District, of course, is they can together order, they can together finance the project. You know, as a communications union district, like a fire district, for example, or a water district, can bond,
Right.
and so they can finance it together and run it together. And the idea there is to have universal service, because if you prorate the cost of serving the people who live way out over everybody,
Right.
it's not so bad.
Right.
Right.
Now, to go to that level, at the current the latest population estimates for Windham County, that's just under $41 million is, I believe, 996, something like that, dollars per resident. So that ballparks it for you.
And depending on how far you go, I mean, we could do the same pretty easily in Putney. I mean, we have 62 miles, 63 miles of road, something like that.
This is talking about just doing the roads, nothing from the road.
Right.
It's just the roads.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, you
So
can't.
there's individuals, people who would pay a lot to get hooked up to that, and there'd be other people who are 20 feet from the pole.
You know, people who choose to live way out in the woods
Exactly.
have chosen to live
That's
way out in
exactly,
the woods.
and so many times I've said that, about so many things.
So, you know, basically, that's the choice they made, and it had implications, as all choices in life do. Now,
I
also-
would argue that just a little bit. Not everybody chooses where they live. So sometimes our income
Yes,
and our
but-
circumstances lead us to living in a certain place and kind of trap us there.
There's,
You are quite right. However, if one chooses to have a 2-mile driveway, one can afford a 2-mile driveway.
unless one's grandparents
Right.
settled the property 100 years ago and
Sure.
you got it, et cetera, and now that's where you live. You know, I mean, we certainly have instances of that. But most of them are not 2-mile driveways, but they're still prohibited. So doing that same math that you just brought up, it comes up with I come up with $700 a person
Right.
in Putney. So, you know, it comes up to basically 1.9 million divided by 2,700, so
Yeah.
we're 700,
So you-
roughly $700
So
a
the point
person.
is, you know, these are not astronomical figures.
No, especially when you're looking at a bond.
Yes.
You know, I mean, $700 per person spread out over X number of years, 10,
Yes.
15 years is not that bad, but.
And that, to my mind, is the most important thing we've already learned from this project is people have been saying, oh, we can't do this because it will cost too much. No, it won't.
Right, it depends on how you structure it.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, it is entirely feasible both technologically and financially. And we're talking a public service which now really is as essential as town highways, as we said at your last meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Wyndham Regional wants to first roll out the feasibility study, and then the second thing is the business plan.
Okay.
So,
Do you need a resolution from us? How quickly do we need to?
I can do one up for next week.
Yeah, why don't you make sure you have the proper wording?
Yeah, and there is
I'm
special
sure they're
wording.
I'm sure
They
they're
had it in
issuing
the-
something.
Yeah, they had it in the PowerPoint
Yeah.
presentation. And that meeting was on BCTV,
Okay,
so anyone can go to Wyndham Regional
Yeah,
Commission
good.
and pull it off of there or watch BCTV.
Good.
So,
speaking of, this is along the same lines, it's not on BCTV, but I had been speaking with Karen about whether our zoning in town was sufficient to prevent businesses that we might prefer not to have in town.
I was just listening to the Dollar General thing on VPR.
That's what I was
That's-
gonna bring
yeah.
up. They did on whatever it's called, not morning edition, but,
It was the question.
yeah,
that they do
for today, that
yeah.
they do noon. So but now it's a pod, you can get it, maybe not as a podcast, but you can bring it up on
Okay.
VPR, but it was very interesting.
Yeah.
About, I mean, the main takeaway nugget for me was that the town plan, it needs to be, because that Act 250 judgment stuff will be based on that, and then zoning. But we cannot discriminate
Right.
based on, we can't say we don't want XYZ store in our town because we don't like XYZ. But if our zoning ordinances and our town plan are very clear about our town's intentions, it can limit the likelihood of something like that. So, and I'm sure Pip has been
I
thinking
asked
about that,
Pip
but we should,
the question regarding
Yeah.
the zoning. So as long as the applicant meets the criteria,
then they can't turn them down, because otherwise
Can't.
it's discrimination.
Correct.
Exactly.
so the town plan is probably where we need to start.
Yes,
And then roll into the
Yeah.
zoning.
yeah.
By the way, did you see in the comments who the new tenant is at Basketville?
I heard about that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm now not sure I can say the name correctly. It's that group. They're partly in the Brooks House. They do online education, and it is Oak something.
Oak Meadows.
Oak Meadows, yes. They're going to Basketville.
Really?
Yes.
Great. That's
So
exciting.
says today's comments.
Excellent. Huh.
Nice,
Good. Good space.
all right.
All right, now we're really moving along. Okay, so warrants.
Thank you, Howard.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Howard. I move to accept and execute the warrants upon completion of review.
And I second that.
Been moved and seconded to accept and execute the warrants. Is there any further discussion? If no, then all in favor?
I
Aye. Aye.
payroll warrant dated January 17th.
Our first bi-weekly payroll.
Yeah,
Oh, good.
in the amount of $16,134.32.
Makes it more, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Not surprisingly.
thank you. Sorry. Grab this from you, but can't have it yet.
Where are you going?
Walking away. I need water too.
Warrants, huh?
I'm out of here.
This is how we roll now.
We're almost done, people. Keep it
This is-
together.
This has been
Okay.
crazy.
I know, I gotta put that back in there.
Oh, is that?
Oh, it was purposeful, okay.
I know what I'm doing, Josh.
I just,
Sometimes.
At least when it comes to that.
oh,
Gosh, I'm so tired.
I know, like,
Oh. Can you do a commercial break for this?
gee.
Thank you.
Direct from our sponsors.
Am I waiting for David?
Karen, I have the best sponsor, don't we? We know what we have for sponsors. I'll have to tell you about that.
If you
Shall I
just-
wait?
If you just say a break, I'll turn it off.
Oh, no, we're fine. Well, I don't know.
All right.
I'm fine. We can go ahead.
All right. Accounts payable dated January 5th through January 17th in the amount of $234,663.19. There's an invoice in here to Fire Tech and Safety for $143,200, and that would be
For the exhaust.
no, for the breathing apparatus.
Oh, okay. So will be reimbursed.
$136,100. Yeah.
We already have,
Wow.
Yep, so it's in the bank.
good.
So,
Nice.
And do we have all the apparatus?
yes,
Good.
so 20 sets.
Wow.
I meant to tell him, and I think I've said it to him before, but I want to reiterate it, that whoever's doing for social media is doing a really good job of getting
Sorry.
Yeah. new
those
stuff.
stories out there.
Those
It's, they're
four
making the
sodas.
fire department, not that, the fire department's always been interesting, but they're bringing that interest
Right.
into the community, and that's lovely.
Good.
Yes,
I think that's important too.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Yes, so
Hopefully,
the
getting
Scott
them some
packs.
volunteers. Okay.
I know, fingers crossed on that.
I told my mom that you mentioned her wreath. She was very, very touched. She was.
Yeah, I was touched when I saw it. And I was like,
So I think you were out when Karen was saying that big one, 143,000, that's for all the new Scott packs that they got.
Okay.
And we've already received grant money for that, so
Gotcha. Oh, was that part of the big
that big.
package
Yes.
that Tom?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep,
184,000.
exactly. Nice, so nice.
Yeah.
I don't care.
That's okay.
I have no shame.
But
Put my
Cold.
hat back on. Yes, I'm cold.
Did you make the hat, Mike?
What's that?
Did you make the hat?
No,
Oh,
no. I don't have enough time to do, like, I wish, but, and I don't have the talent either, so, neither, but maybe someday.
I watched my mom my whole life watch Jeopardy and
Josh, I
answer
don't
the
think we
questions
need
while she was
executive
moving.
session.
I was like,
you don't think so?
No, you brought it up and I think I'm good right now.
Okay. Sounds good.
We talked about it
okay.
in open session, so,
Good. That's what we like to do.
yeah, I'll just keep you posted.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Any other business?
The only thing I want to state is next week on the 29th. So my expectation is that we approve all the budgets that were in front of you tonight. I will have the articles drafted from Larry, so we can approve them. Because the 29th is the deadline. Because on February 2nd, we have to post the warning for town meeting,
Right.
okay?
And we have to send the report to the printers.
Yes, and the report needs to go to the printers. The report is actually, I'd say it's 3/4 of the way, well, probably further than that. We'll be printing out a draft this weekend and looking at it. We have a couple people that stated they would proofread it, so
Mhm.
they're gonna get a copy.
Great.
But it's close to being complete.
Good. Sounds good.
So please look over everything that you have in your packets tonight.
Okay.
And if you have any questions, bring them next week.
Okay.
Okay.
I just pulled up real quick. The Equity and Inclusion Committee has been meeting every month. Unfortunately, I had to miss the last 2 months. I do plan on going in this coming month, but so far they have reviewed open meeting policy and procedure. They have planned a system for reviewing the personnel policy. They have asked if they could copy it into a Word doc in order to work on it internally. And so they chose that, and they will present their recommendations in a one-pager at future select board meetings. And I think they understand that they can't work on a Word doc all at once outside of meeting. But I will clarify
that's
that.
good
I'm
point.
sure John did, but I will make sure that that's clarified. They adopted their own rules of procedure. They have 2 co-chairs and a clerk instead of a chair and a vice chair.
And who are they? Are they identified, the 2 co-chairs?
It's Angela Burkfield and Lisa Munoz.
Oh, great.
Yeah. And then the clerk is Jamie. They have removed any mention of executive session from that document. They're using gender neutral pronouns. They clarified comment period rules for the public. What else is going on? They decided how they're going to send information out. And they wanted to present to us in January, but they're still kind of norming and forming, so they're not quite there yet. But
Sounds good.
yeah,
No, and I actually wanted to comment. I had a couple events in my life over the last couple of weeks. One was a funeral of a close family friend who was a strong promoter of all sorts of equity inclusion down in New York. And also then just leading up to Martin Luther King Day. Those things and other things have reminded me how important this work is, and I'm grateful that you pushed it. I still have my concerns about committee function, et cetera, and what the town's role in it. But I think I've been clear, but I want to make totally clear that I'm fully aware of how important this work is for all of us to be doing. And if we can have clear function within a town committee, we all need to be doing it, so it's good.
I think we have a really excellent group of people too.
Yeah.
It's an exceptionally diverse group of people, which is
Great.
really exciting. And
Yeah.
many of them are educated in this work.
Yeah,
So
which is really important. Because
Yes.
that's been one of my concerns was, you end up with the wrong group of people
Yep.
and it can go pretty badly pretty quickly.
I feel like there's really good balance to it. We have people that are highly educated in this work, and then we also have somebody like Jonathan who's really educated in
A different aspect,
Yes,
but yeah.
how to do the work within the municipal bounds. So, I think it's a good combination, and I will be there at the next meeting, and I'll report back. So.
Good. Sounds good. All right. If there's no other business, then, and we don't need an executive session, then motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second that.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
committee discussion if that makes you happy. So the recording is on. We have several areas of the budget adjustment that we've been digging into a little bit, so would love to open it up to committee discussion. Jim, do you have some thoughts?
I didn't say I wanted to talk.
But you always go first.
Interesting enough, I just saw the F&M commissioner in the hallway, and he said, I'm headed to appropriations to talk about the judicial transfer for. I said, well, you go in and tell him. You can't. You're waiting for House Gov Ops to come up with a recommendation.
Finance and management.
So I don't know that he's going to say those words, but that was my advice to him. No, I think you went through that laundry list. Most of it's pretty much that we would agree with, except for that area, whether we make a recommendation. And the other area is whether or not we want to entertain what Mike Smith, Secretary Smith, asked for yesterday. Is there anything else that are loose?
Well, there's 4 issues.
Okay.
5 issues that are flagged that we need to make a decision on.
Okay.
And are you supposed to introduce the bill because somebody just came in looking for you?
Oh, yes, I am. Sorry. I said my piece.
All right.
Ron was.
Ron, okay, good.
Is
Thank
that
you.
your balloon bill?
I did that last week.
Okay. Lisa, anyone else have burning thoughts or concerns or statements they want to make about the budget adjustment conversation?
Who's looking at?
I'll get out of your way.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
A number of years ago, and I'd have to check and see how many, I believe the workman's comp section for state employees was privatized. So an outside company takes care of this. And I guess I would like to know how much involvement they had, what the oversight is into their accounting principles. Or at least to issue some kind of statement from this committee saying that even if companies or sections of state government are outsourced, there is still a responsibility for overseeing their accounting principles.
I would say it's really concerning to me that there was such a wide swing from surplus to deficit, and I don't feel like we've seen a full accounting of exactly where that came from. Somewhat ambiguous references to administrative costs not being accounted for doesn't really explain it.
Well, that's the hook for me. That's a lot of administrative cost time over the course of 3 years.
Yeah.
In addition to the reduction, kind of irresponsible to set the rates of the whole thing is just unbelievable.
So let's push pause on this issue because Representative Chena miraculously appeared moments after we asked him to come and join us. So we were just launching into a different discussion, and we thought it might take a few minutes for you to get here. But we are glad that you're here, and we're doing just a 15-minute on each of the bills that is on our wall. And I understand that you're the prime sponsor of 464.
Yeah. So I prepared a little presentation. It should be about 7 minutes. So I don't know if anyone wants to time me, but I'll It's 150 for the record, so I will begin. So this is Brian Chena. Oh, it's 151. Sorry, 151 for the record. This is Brian Chena, State Representative from Burlington. I'm here today to talk about H464, an act relating to law enforcement training on appropriate use of force, de-escalation tactics, and cross-cultural awareness. So the purpose of H464, and this language is in the bill, it's to require the collection and distribution of data regarding the use of force used in a traffic stop. It requires the Criminal Justice Training Council to develop a model policy regarding the use of force, de-escalation, and cross-cultural awareness, and for law enforcement agencies to adopt a policy containing each component of the model policy. And it requires the Criminal Justice Training Council to report to the Executive Director of Racial Equity regarding trainings on the model policy and race-based data collection. So the rationale for this bill, that use of force along with race data collection, existing fair and impartial policing policy, and training, implicit bias and otherwise, is another aspect of a broader discussion of appropriate civilian oversight of law enforcement. This bill will ensure more robust oversight, enable us the ability to manage our progress, and provide a consistent approach to use of force statewide. Oversight and consistency are critical, particularly in police practices of use of force, and accurate, complete, and consistent data are required to ensure fair government for all. So the context of this is that right now, use of force data is not currently collected across all state law enforcement agencies. During traffic stops, a host of other data is collected, but we're not documenting the use of force consistently across all law enforcement agencies. Burlington, which I'll use an example of being a representative from Burlington, knowing that there's wide disparity around the state in these practices. Burlington has reported on use of force data twice in the last 3 years. The City Council of Burlington passed a resolution that the police department has to collect use of force data annually. Collection of this data will provide insight into the magnitude of the problem and will allow us to measure our progress on the statewide level as well as on. So in other words, it's not enough that one municipality does it, because we need to be measuring the fairness across the whole state. And a model policy and training will provide consistent expectations for use of force practices across all state law enforcement agencies. So quickly, we're at 2 minutes, we're doing good. Definition of use of force. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but this is a screenshot of Burlington Police Department. You can see that they have a sentence at the top, the amount of effort required by police to compel compliance by an unwilling subject, and they get that from the International Association of Chiefs of Police. There's a citation at the bottom of the screen there. It's just to give you an idea of what we're talking about when we say use of force. When we talk about training around escalation versus de-escalation, I wonder if this will work. Watch me screw the whole thing up. Ooh, it does.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can see here that escalation, is when tensions rise and you go from no force, using commands, to maybe touching, having hands on. Less lethal would be like electronic weapons, spraying people, and then deadly force is shooting, or beating someone until they die. Whether it's not that it's intentional, but that happens. Physical conflict leads to death, and I'll give you some examples. But the point of this is that what we're proposing is to train officers more in this piece. The more skills you have in de-escalation, the less likely you are to go up that pyramid in a situation. And then we have cross-cultural awareness. So cross-cultural awareness builds a greater understanding of cultural differences, including but not limited to race, color, ethnicity, national origin, religion, sex, sexual preferences, gender identity, disabilities, age, socioeconomic class, and veteran status. These are a lot of protected classes, but the point is that people who have different experiences, there's subcultures in our culture, and if we don't understand those differences, sometimes we misunderstand people or we can't communicate well with people, and that escalates conflict. And to give our law enforcement officers more skills in this area, especially as they're dealing with more of a diverse population, that this training would improve decision-making through increased awareness of bias and prejudice. It strengthens communication skills and emotional intelligence, and it increases the ability of an officer to build trust with others and have empathy. And so these 3 pieces of training would be giving law enforcement officers more skills to prevent some of the problems we've been seeing. So 2 minutes to do this. So this is just some numbers. We're not going to dig into this here, but perhaps you would take some testimony to dig into this. This is from the Burlington's 2016 report out. That's how the data looked. That's how it looked in 2019. So you can see there's an inconsistency in reporting from one agency. This we pulled from the census website, and there's links if people want to explore either of those sources. But what you see, just as an example, let's look at this. This is race from 2012 to 2018, where this is just 1 year, so there's a disparity in how they're reporting it. But if you look, black, all use of force incidents, 20.9%, but the general population estimated 2019, 5.3%, almost 4 times higher rate of use of force of police against black people. Just one example of a disparity based on general population. White alone, 85%. And white was 72%. So do you see it's not equal to the percentage in population in terms of use of force? We could dig into that another time with other witnesses who are experts in this area, but I just want to give you some numbers. Here's some qualitative examples. We had 15 minutes, right? So I guess I don't have to do it in 7.
You don't need to do it in 7.
Okay, all right. Because I can take an extra minute. But here's some qualitative data. So we had 3 high-profile use of force deaths in Vermont. These are Burlington examples from Burlington. We had Wayne Brunette, a person struggling with mental illness, shot by the police while holding a long-handled shovel on his parents' lawn in 2013. And the city of Burlington ended up paying a $230,000 settlement to his estate in 2019 after to make amends for what happened. Phil Brennan, a person in mental health crisis, was shot by the police while wielding a knife in his apartment in 2016. His death led to the formation of the Mental Health Crisis Response Commission here in Vermont. Douglas Kilburn, a person living with disabilities, was punched in the head by a police officer in the emergency room parking lot of University of Vermont Medical Center, and he died 2 days later. His death was ruled a homicide. And so these are just some examples of how there were incidents with law enforcement involving use of force that led to death. In some of these cases, the law enforcement officers resigned. This is not only is this bad for the general public that people die because of our use of force policy, but it's not good for the workers either. And we could dig into this more if you wish, but I bet we could find some examples of workers who have trauma because of the interactions as well. Use of force injuries. So there are 3 lawsuits pending against the Burlington Police Department right now, all from in the last year or so, with allegations of excessive use of force. All of the plaintiffs are African American. And there's body cam footage out there if you want to see what these incidents look like. You can find them on YouTube. The lawsuit alleges that the city failed to adequately discipline, train, or otherwise direct or supervise police officers concerning the rights of citizens and victims, thereby causing police, including defendants. This is all from an article, so this is public record. I was quoting it, so, and the article's down here. So I'm not trying to make this about the individuals. I'm just giving you a quote, so I'm not going to read their names. That it include defendants who were police officers to engage in the unlawful conduct described above. The lawsuit also alleges that despite the department's written policies, the police administration allowed a pattern of behavior to form within the ranks of the police department which encourages the unlawful use of force against minorities. And a response to the newspaper article by the assistant deputy chief of police, a person who had committed a crime and who was known to be a person who has been involved in many crimes in our city, fled from police, was pursued, tried to evade, and was unsuccessful in doing so and ended up being apprehended. That's good police work. So I think what this shows you is that our policy has shaped a culture that's leading to a problem. And so if we want to change this, it's not about holding individuals accountable. We need to change the system that's generating the problem. And so just some closing thoughts. Police have a challenging job, and it's getting worse for them. And they're going to have to deal with increasingly complex and stressful scenarios. They're currently being trained to use force. They're currently being trained to use it in a certain way. At a neighborhood planning assembly meeting last week, one of my constituents asked a police lieutenant, "Why do you shoot to kill?" And the police officer said, "We don't shoot to kill. We shoot to control the situation." And the room gasped, like, "What? Like, how's that?" So just putting it out there, that's not an individual saying that. That's training, that's policy, that's shaping these responses we get. And so it's not good for anyone. And so by changing policy, We can change training. That will change the skills our workers have, and then that'll ultimately change our practices, and then that changes culture. And then ultimately that culture change hopefully will make things better for everyone. In addition to that, data must be collected, reviewed, and shared in a meaningful, transparent way to increase accountability of the government to the people who we represent. There should be some standards about how that's done. And the state government must diligently review data to make informed decisions that take better care of our law enforcement workforce and the general public who they protect and serve. So I'm hoping you'd be interested in taking up some testimony on this bill. We do have about 4 minutes left for questions. I just want to put this screen up. I see some of these people might be in the room right now. I don't know if you know you're on this slide, but we have some recommended witnesses from different stakeholders who might be affected. You can see law enforcement in terms of the Attorney General, public safety, the state police, the Burlington Police Department. We have the Racial Equity Director, the Human Rights Commission, ACLU, as well as activists and advocates. And I also think it would be good, maybe public hearings or some way to engage the public. Family members of people killed, people hurt by the police, advocates. And something I didn't put here because we have administration, but actually maybe the police union and the workers. I didn't put it up there, but as I'm going through the presentation, I'm recognizing that maybe we should have put the police union, not just their management. Because workers, if workers have input into this and understand it better, I think we'll have buy-in, and they know best the job. So I think there's a place for them, an important place for them at the table in helping us provide them with the skills they need to do the best possible job for Vermont. So last but not least, we have questions, and I have Abenaki here and Nadod Mawaganol. This is just a demonstration of cross-cultural awareness. I figured let's put the final slide, make it bilingual, English and the indigenous language of Vermont. So that being said, do we have any Nadod Mawaganol? I'm still learning.
I have a question because I couldn't quite read your list because I'm not wearing my glasses. But
this one?
Yes. Do you have recommendations on people who could represent the community of folks who are in mental health crisis? Since the examples that you gave were, and I think the examples that many of us can think of in our own communities are people who are in mental health crisis.
I would suggest that we ask the members of the Mental Health Crisis Commission if they can. I don't know if it's a conflict for them to be reviewing cases and talking with us, but I would ask Vermont Psychiatric Survivors, NAMI, the National Association of Mental Illness. That's for family of people with mental illness. We could also ask designated agencies if perhaps they had a way to ask clients, or if they wanted to weigh in. I do think that there's disability rights organizations. There's the we have so many government groups that sometimes I can't remember the name, but it's like a council, a disability rights council. I might be getting the names wrong, but I think those are some groups you can go to get the perspective of people who struggle with mental illness. Another thing I didn't mention it in my presentation, but people living with homelessness, we might want to go to some of the housing organizations too and see if maybe they can get some people living with homelessness to talk about their experience. As you heard today on the floor, when the person gave the devotional, he mentioned wanting to be able to sleep without fear of violence, and that's violence not just from other people who are homeless or people drunk walking by. It's also police violence, honestly, sometimes. So that's some more examples. I don't know if you were taking notes, if anyone was taking notes, but
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Questions, committee?
So you want there to be training through the Criminal Justice Training Council?
We want them to have a model policy of what training looks like, and then requiring every agency to adopt policy that meets those requirements. I think how the mechanics of it work, I would suggest we bring them in and share with them the concern and see what they suggest, because it may fit into some of their existing work. Like it might be an extension of existing work that we're asked that they do with police.
They already do offer training in this area.
Yeah. So it might be just enhancement of the training that they're doing and taking it further. Like I think this is where, you know, it's good to have witnesses come in and testify what the pros and cons are, because then it can make the idea better. So.
Questions? Al?
I think this kind of policy change is important and critical, but how do we hold these agencies accountable to live it out?
Well, in this bill, it talks about two processes to help that would help keep the agencies accountable. That collecting data is a way of keeping people accountable, because if we have data collection and reporting, then the public is seeing it, elected officials are seeing it, and workers and people in the agency have something to measure progress by. But right now that's inconsistent throughout the state in this area, even though there's other areas where my understanding is there is greater consistency of that. The other piece of accountability built into here is the number 3, which is we have a new executive director of racial equity who's looking at how systemic racism and looking at disparities in our criminal justice and schools, you know, in our systems of government. And so there would be a report to her regarding the trainings and the data collection. So we'd have someone in government also checking on that. I will say the Racial Justice Alliance, who I'm working with on this bill and a few others, has created their own data sharing page that I can, if you all haven't gotten it already from them, we can send it to the committee. They created, it's like a data dashboard that they created to demonstrate what the state should do. Like they took state data and made a dashboard. It's not everything we're looking for, but it's an example. That's another way that there could be accountability, is perhaps with the data collection is a way to make it available to the public in an interface and in a way that's meaningful and that's like people could click on things and it's like easy to access. And the reason I think that creates greater accountability is that public awareness makes a difference. And then we as elected officials are accountable, and the people can hold us accountable if things aren't getting better. I mean, it's elected officials who appoint people often into certain positions who then hire people. And so I don't know if that's covers some of it, of what you were saying, like in addition to training. So.
Other questions, committee? Perfect. Well, thank you for your very thorough bill walkthrough. That's you did more homework than many folks who introduce bills and bring them.
Well, and I tried to keep it to 15. I think we went a little over, but
no, you can't control how many questions we ask.
Yeah, you can ask more if you want. I'm not. This is a lot more engaging than sitting in an auditorium. Well,
did you give that to our committee assistant?
Yes,
so
it's
you
posted.
Put it up? Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually accessing it through. I'm accessing it through. See, I clicked on it
our
there.
committee page.
Yeah,
that's wonderful. So we can go and look at those links if we want to.
Yeah, and so can I see there's a camera. I don't know if that's Orca, but I mean, the part of that too is that the general public, if people want to review, they can go read the articles, look at these data sites, see what's out there, and be educated about what's going on. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Do you always have donuts?
I think we should, don't you?
I'm going to do a short form universal donut access bill. Okay, you're welcome. I'm resisting.
A member from Barrytown was gracious to be the sponsor of this morning's donuts.
Thanks for having me. I'm going to run back to my committee.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Nothing to do.
6:34.
What's that me?
It's you.
Okay. Oh.
So folks, we're gonna do a quick walkthrough of H634, State Ethics Commission, and then we need to switch gears again to go back to our budget adjustment memo. And before you get started, John, I'm gonna need to scoot out to have a conversation with down in the speaker's office. So if I'm not here, I will let you go ahead and navigate the budget adjustment memo.
Okay.
I trust these guys will
put all of their best efforts into it.
This is your chance.
Okay. For the record, I'm Representative John Gannon from Wilmington, and I'm here to talk to you about H634, which is a bill I'm co-sponsoring with a member from
It's a great bill.
Chittenden. I was asked to introduce this bill by the State Ethics Commission's Executive Director, Larry Novins. A lot of the bill is basically cleanup of some things, but there are two real substantive changes, which I'll go over in detail. But one is to actually have the State Ethics Commission propose an enforceable state code of ethics, which would then go to the General Assembly for final approval. So there'd be a two-step process. State Ethics Commission would create, we would have to approve, then it would be enforceable. So that's one of the big changes, and the other change more is changing the sunset. The State Ethics Commission is going to sunset it at the end of this fiscal year, and so that's moving it up, adding another year so that it continues in place for another year. So those are two big substantive changes. So now I'll go through each change that's in the bill. The first change is with respect to financial disclosures of executive officers in the state government. It's changing their financial disclosures from a biannual process to an annual process. So every year, instead of every other year, they would be required to file financial disclosures. They would also, with respect to that disclosure, have to certify that the information on the pages is true to the best of their knowledge, information, and belief. So that would be in addition to what they have to do. Many of the disclosure documents we all fill out require you to sign a statement very similar to that. And so those are changes. It would also require commission members to annually file financial disclosure. So that's the Ethics Commission would have to do that. And then there is a minor change to who appoints members to the State Ethics Commission. One of the members was appointed by the Vermont Human Resources Association. That entity really doesn't exist, and it should be the Society of Human Resources Management, or SHRM. SHRM is actually a national organization with state councils. So the Vermont State Council would appoint one of the members to the State Ethics Commission instead of the Vermont Human Resources Association. So I think that's a fairly straightforward one. It also changes that if you're an elected judicial officer, you should not serve on the State Ethics Commission. For a little bit of history with respect to that, the former chair of the State Ethics Commission became an assistant judge while she was still, I believe, serving on the Ethics Commission, so I think that's why that change was made. They want to change the term from 3 to 5 years for State Ethics Commission members. Let's see. Okay, it gives them authority to employ people if so, but obviously that's a budgeting issue. And there's no there's no appropriation request in this bill. Procedures for handling complaints, I don't think. Okay, so here is the start of the thing. The Department of Human Resources does not have a code of ethics. It has certain sections of its personnel manual that refer to ethics issues. So what this is proposing to do is just clarify that the Department of Human Resources does have some ethical things, but they're in their personnel policy and procedure manual. And it is my understanding that those procedures are not necessarily enforceable. So this changes advisory opinions. As I think we all know, there were some challenges with respect to advisory opinions, or at least the first advisory opinion that was issued by the Ethics Council. this changes the language that says that the person who is subject to the provisions of this chapter may request it. So it can't be an entity that is not subject to the provisions of this chapter. So it'd have to be a state employee, a state officer, or a member of the legislature or judiciary who is subject to the State Ethics Commission. So it can't be per, for example, that can ask for an advisory opinion.
Nor a candidate.
Nor a candidate. They can ask for, written requests for opinions. New change, the executive director can seek comment from persons interested in the subject of an advisory opinion under consideration. This is to sort of bring in, if they need an expert with respect to an issue, that they can talk to those people. And so here is the big change. On or before November 15, 2020, the State Ethics Commission shall submit to the House and Senate Committees on GovOps a proposed state code of ethics for the General Assembly to consider enacting into law. So this is the most significant change in the bill. So right now, there is no enforceable state code of ethics. Having recently done a training on ethics, we in the House and Senate don't have a lot of ethics rules. So I think it's important as a state that we actually have an enforceable state code of ethics in order, if somebody violates it, there's some action that can be taken. It's also a way to educate people about what is ethical conduct and what is not. I mean, we don't want to trap people, but right now, without an enforceable state code of ethics or even House or Senate rules that really deal with a lot of different ethics issues, people don't know what's necessarily ethical. They more have to go by their own moral compass in the state right now. And so I think this is an important step to help guide people to know what is ethical and what's not.
Jim, did you want to jump in with the?
Yeah, no, my understanding is a number of states have this currently.
Yes.
I don't know the number. But this section of the bill is just pushing the question. We're going to have to come back and talk about it next year. So nothing changes until next year if we and others decide to move that forward, or we like what the recommendation is, or want to tweak the recommendation from the ethics director. This is my understanding. Is that correct?
With respect to code of conduct? Yeah. No, we could tweak it. That's the whole purpose of bringing it to the General Assembly,
Right.
is the General Assembly gets to take a look at it.
Rob?
Couple questions, Mike.
Sure.
Sir. Why the change in the disclosure as far as from biannual to annual, but what's the motivation behind that?
I just think to have more current disclosure with respect to a person's financial circumstances, and when things do change on a basis. I think many other states and the federal government require annual disclosure, so to be more consistent with what other states and the federal government does.
And then how about the change of term from the 3 to 5 years? Why that?
That's a good question. Let's see. Oh, so they were concerned about people leaving the commission and stagger terms and just making sure.
5 members.
Yeah, they had more institutional knowledge there. So I think that's the reason for that change. Does that make sense?
Yes.
When it got established, were the terms set up as staggered to begin?
Yeah, they are staggered.
Right.
But we have 5 members, so 5-year term would ensure that there's some institutional knowledge always on the board.
Okay, thank you.
And finally, there's one other thing is the sunset provision. This section was to be repealed on June 30th of 2020, this year, so it extends it out to July 1st of 2021. We give the Ethics Commission another year of life. But they would have to come back here again next year to see how they're doing. Obviously, okay, so what's not in the bill? Okay, we created an enforceable code of, state code of ethics. There still isn't a true enforcement mechanism for that. Except, with respect to like the House and Senate, we do have, ethics panels that can enforce rules against members of the legislature. There's still not really an enforcement mechanism for state employees, especially statewide officers, such as the governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, and the state treasurer. Those complaints, if somebody files an ethics complaint against them, they go to the Department of Human Resources. And as I understand from the executive director of the Ethics Council, go nowhere. I mean, that's an issue that's not touched on in this, but, I think, we've just started down the road with respect to standing up an ethics commission. I think having an enforceable code of conduct is a way to start training people about what is and what is not good ethical behavior. And I think that's an important step to take before we start aggressively enforcing it, in my opinion.
Jim?
So, Representative Gannon, if we were to adopt this bill, especially putting into motion adopting a code of ethics next year, could one argue that this is removing a little bit of the fig leaf that some have been quoted in the press lately?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Questions for John? We'll have plenty of opportunity to ask more questions. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job, Representative.
I'm sorry I did not have a PowerPoint.
We were just talking about you.
It was all good, though.
Okay, we're on the record. So I think we just want to go through the outstanding issues that we had in the Budget Adjustment Act. And I think that the first one we had relates to the Workers' Compensation Fund and the State Liability Fund. So we started talking about that. Marcia started talking about that. She has concerns about the contractor that is, now doing the workers' comp.
And the oversight of the contract.
Right.
Definitely not.
Jim?
I don't know how we would know that. I want to think that F&M is, if they're noticing a trend of increased expenses, then, are there more injuries, or do we have a workplace safety issue, or are the admin fees too high? I mean, I don't know that we're in a position to ask that, but I guess I just look at this, there's a deficit in that fund. We ought to try to put the money back in and be honest with our accounting, and that's what it sounds like they're asking for. If you think there should be a one-liner to say, give us some more information, sometime about the trend of the fund in terms of costs or administrative charges, we can do that.
Well, the weird thing to me is that in monkeying with the rates, they effectively back-funded the departments more than the original appropriation. So there's two things that are sort of weird. One, they're not watching a cookie cabinet. And two, money that we effectively didn't appropriate to go someplace went someplace. And apparently that got spent. So this is, I don't remember what they said about how far in debt they were now.
$4 to $5 million.
So we're talking $20 million here over the course of 3 years, which is inconsequential in terms of budget, but in terms of public policy, it seems weird.
Well, he was loose on that. It might have been 5 years. I don't think he had all the...
Yeah, he said 4 to 5.
He said 4 to 5.
He did.
But whatever. It's an unhealthy trend. Obviously, we're not budgeting enough up front.
Apparently, they're not managing the finances.
Well, it may be.
Well, but you could have just a few claims that could make that swing the other way.
Specifically said uptick was because they reduced the rates, and when they did so, they didn't take into consideration the administrative fees associated with it.
Right. No, that's the testimony. I mean, you're right, Bob. There's two causes for it. So, I mean, all right, so let's just do a consensus. Are we okay with the appropriations? I mean, I think they're, personally, I think they're necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a deficit, you know. So, but now I guess, what if any guidance do we want to provide to appropriations around this issue? I mean, I, for one, am concerned that because they're using a surplus this year, if we run into a recession next year or the year after, that we'll be unable to fund the deficits in workers' comp and state liability. And so that's my concern, because and I guess I'm concerned about their plan going forward. Do you run into a deficit issue?
I have no idea what they provide appropriations each year when they go through like next year's budget. But would it be appropriate here to add a sentence to ask them to, I don't know if it's us or if it's approach or if it's Commerce, whoever looks at the details on workers' comp expenses, but give us some background. Maybe there's no increase in workers' comp each year and they're just not budgeting on it.
Well, it sort of just jumps to my mind that, you know, this is a self-funded sort of pool of money, similar to the health plan. And sometimes, regularly, it used to be what they would do with the health plan was declare a premium holiday, which saved the employees 20%, but saved the administration 80%,
Sure.
whatever. So it's not like this is an isolated instance and it's something that happens this way. It's sort of, maybe the thing to look at is that from a management standpoint, we say you can't put anything in a deficit situation, and there's a reasonable customary amount that you should keep in a fund that provides for that type of self-funding sort of mechanism.
Seems to me when this whole thing transpired, underneath the Schumer administration, my dad, there was some language in there, I thought, that you had to look back and there had to be a certain level of savings for it to continue.
That's correct.
Right? So I do find it a little odd that somebody is going to be
farming it out, or
well, in the context of farming it out, that there had to be a justification, there had to be a significant, I forget what the savings was, 20%, or it seems like there was some number associated, but somebody should be looking at this, I thought, every year to verify that it's doing what it was intended to do. And I do agree, it does seem a little odd to have that much of a hole. Especially if we're talking about administrative costs not being allocated.
And we would have, can I add on to that? We would have to sign a new contract with them, which I think is that every 2 years? 2-year contracts for services like that? And then at that point, the performance is supposed to, there are performance measures in the contract, and they are supposed to be looked at.
I don't know what the review cycle is on that. You have to save, was it 3 or 5% or something?
Yeah, it seems like it was actually higher.
I think Rob's right, I think it's higher.
Yeah, it's at least 10 or more.
But the point is, how often it gets reviewed, I don't remember.
Well, I mean, Adam did testify that they are now reviewing on a monthly basis, which I think was not the case prior.
Yeah, I really don't think that it's the fund manager responsible for making the payments. This is administration. doing something that they shouldn't have done. And he basically said that I'm responsible for it. But we're in a hole, got Phil.
So are those costs just attributed to administration, or it just seems?
No, they're also, they reduce the premiums too.
Oh, that's right.
So there's two causes.
Yes.
They weren't accounting for the administrative costs, and they reduced the premiums when they had a surplus. Now, the concern is, how did they get such a large deficit? Because it doesn't appear they were looking at what was happening to these two funds. So I guess we could encourage the administration to continue on a month-to-month basis monitoring these two funds.
Does anybody know, John, are all agencies across state government bill the same percentage of payroll, or does transportation get a higher one because more engine?
That's a very good question. We didn't hear testimony on that. And I think, in talking to Marcia, there's some accounting issues here that we may want to look into as a committee rather than in dealing with this in the Budget Adjustment Act about what really happened here and exactly are these funds distributed evenly from agency to agency, or can F&M decide, we're going to help AHS out more because their budget's really tight this year. I don't, at least some of the testimony we heard from the judiciary was, no, and even from Adam yesterday, he said that they can decide who they're going to help.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that's agreed. I mean, but they're managing their budget, so I sort of understand it. So I think, we can talk to Sarah about whether we want to take more testimony outside of the Budget Adjustment Act with respect to this issue.
Tom was just here. Wouldn't that be Human Personnel Office that might oversee some of that?
Yeah, but what guidance are we going to provide to appropriations as part of the budget adjustment?
Maybe it's too complicated, and if we want to...
And we need to get this done today.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'd be happy to look into this more, outside of budget adjustment. So do you have enough, Betsy Ann?
Yeah, it's not requiring a report back, but you're just encouraging the administration to continue to monitor it monthly as they have been doing now that they have realized that there's an issue.
Right.
Yeah, got it.
All right. So the next issue that I have flagged is the 27/53 reserve. And as Adam Greshams testified this morning, what they're trying to do this year is prepay this for next fiscal year. Does anybody have concerns with that? No.
What reserve is this?
It's when you have an extra pay period.
Oh,
so when you
okay.
have 53 weeks instead of 52 weeks.
Got it. Fine.
Sorry. Is everybody fine with that one now? Okay. Marcia. Sorry.
I am fine with it. It's necessary, but rather than having it come in at budget adjustment, wouldn't it have been better to pre-plan for it in the first place?
Yeah, I think what happened is that when they did their mid-year review, they found out they had more money, and so they decided to take care of it this year as a prepayment for next year.
Okay.
So it's not going to be in the budget next year.
Okay, I like that idea.
Which is going to our next issue with respect to the Secretary of State's office, the $450,000 is the testimony we heard from Adam Gresham was that was the same reason they did the 450. The only thing that's a little puzzling there is that the Secretary of State's office did not request it. But I think it's a budget issue of just prepaying.
Right.
Does anybody have any concerns about that?
And that was for the elections, right?
It's for printing ballots and other election costs, as I understand it.
Because it's a one-time expense, it's not every year, although it's every other year. The danger when you prepay stuff is you've made next year's budget a little easier to make, but the base of the budget is really higher than what you're showing on paper. That's the danger. And I'm all for prepaying and staying out of debt. It's a danger because you're fooling yourself. You go back the following year, if these weren't one-time expenses, and you say, geez, so we're already a couple $1 million in a hole. It's the argument that was used on education of using one-time money to keep education rates whole, that next year you don't have that one-time money. It's the same argument. I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just saying we should be sensitive to it, although I do want to repay. Better to prepay than spend it on something frivolous.
So we're okay with that.
And in your memo, do you want to make reference that you're okay with it? Do you want to provide commentary on your understanding that these are prepayments?
Listen to our tape if you want the commentary. That's what you tell them.
No, I think that'd be a good idea for both the 27/53 reserve and the Secretary of State's money. So we understand that they're prepayments.
Okay, so you would make note of that. Okay.
So that brings us to, okay, the transportation fund issue, which I explained, is just is the amount that they put here is actually a reduction of about $300,000, and that is, according to Maida Townsend, it's what they need for the pay act. The original amount was higher than they needed. Does anybody have any concerns about that? So that brings us to our last issue. Well, two. We have two more issues. One is and I skipped it, I apologize. Where is it? The retirement issue with the judiciary.
Do we have a final number on that? Is it 0 or?
Well, no. According to Adam Gresham's calculations, that in FY20 they'll actually run a surplus.
53,000.
53,000.
What is that? I actually forget what the court administrator said. Is that based upon them leaving a judge position and the associated staffing that goes with it vacant?
Not what Adam Gresham presented us. It was purely doing the calculation for judiciary the way they do it for the rest of the state government, and doing what they did.
Yeah, but they have a vacancy now. And so he did it based on payroll.
Right, and there is a vacancy rate that they take into account.
Okay. Then, fine. I think it's 0. He thinks there's going to be a surplus that's going to cover the entire requested amount.
That vacancy in the court just happened. So if he was looking at actual payrolls, it's just recently that judge was elevated to the Supreme Court, like within the last month. So probably hasn't even shown up in the payroll. His first day was last week in the Supreme Court, the state of the state, or last week was his first week.
Marcia? Oh. So we're okay with leaving that issue alone?
Let the record show that the member from Chittenden passionately tried to get more money for the judiciary and failed.
Do we want to explain why we're leaving that alone?
That might be a good idea.
Okay, we can do that. I think we can do that from Adam Gresham's memo that he provided us this morning. Is that okay, Betsy?
Yes.
All right.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know when she did.
So
she stayed on to the end of the year. I don't know.
So our final issue is the Agency of Human Services and their request to change the language to allow for multiple deputy secretaries in AHS. Right now, they can only have one deputy secretary. Currently, they actually have none. But Mike Smith was to allow 2, which is similar to the Agency of Education and the and agriculture. Marcia.
Does anyone know how many divisions there are within the Agency of Education or Ag? AHS has, I believe, 6.
Yeah.
So each one of those has a commissioner that heads that division.
A lot of them got 3
And
deputies.
deputies under those commissioners. So I'm wondering, in Ag, are there, how many commissioners are there in Ag? And how many commissioners are there in education?
Well, Bob, I don't have a problem with what he's proposing, but I have a problem with the depth of some of the, like, social services. They've got a couple melded together. They've got 3 deputy commissioners. People complain in that agency that nobody hears what people are saying at the tops. But the whole organizational structure bothers me, but 2 commissioners doesn't.
2 deputies.
Yeah.
My only point, Matt.
No, go ahead.
My only point would be that as you change titles, such as in this instance, you also change the pay rate. And I realize how large the Agency of Human Services is, but you've got a lot of people at the top, a lot of commissioners, a lot of deputies. I think I want to hear a little bit more about what the organizational structure would look like after having appointed 2 deputy secretaries.
We did a diagram of how it was split up the various subunits of the Agency of Human Services. Like on one side was going to be health, mental health, and what was the third? It was all the healthcare related ones. Oh, Health Connect.
Yeah.
Health Connect, health and mental health would be under one deputy secretary, and then everything else would be under another deputy secretary. Yes.
Yes, 2 questions. First is more of a comment. I think I would prefer to go this way with 2 deputy secretaries than what others in the building have suggested from time to time, and that is break it up into several agencies, and then you'll have even more cost because you'll have multiple secretaries and secretary offices, and so that would be one concern of going. But the other thing is, and maybe this is more of a question, he wasn't asking for any money. Does that mean no money the rest of this fiscal year, or is this going to cause them to Marcia's point, an additional appropriation when they do the budget next year? And that would be the question I would have. It's easy to sign off on another deputy secretary. You just move, people around in your shop and don't come back to us and ask for any money this year. But if they build a budget for next year, wow, we've got another office. I think that's just the question.
Well, it's a concern we might want to put in the memo, just
assuming that, I don't know, does this cause an increase in appropriation if everything was flat next year because of the addition of a new title?
Just to confirm, the language that was proposed, it's not a specifically 2 deputies. That's the proposal, but the language that's proposed is may appoint such number of deputy secretaries as the secretary deems necessary. That is the same language that AOE has, but just to confirm, it's not only 2 deputy secretaries.
Okay, it can be any number of secretaries.
Yes.
I would put a little bit of bumper guard on that, and 2 is clearly what he described to us.
Yeah.
And I don't think I would want to add language such that you get a .6 for his.
I agree with that. I think we should be clear with that. Because you're right, he could, with the approval of the-
And it may not be him. It may be somewhere down the road, and all of a sudden we've got,
Oh, yeah.
need a new office building.
Well, all your commissioners could also become deputy secretaries if you wanted to.
And then they have a commissioner under them. Yeah. You're right.
JP?
Just review this very carefully. Secretary Smith has recommended no changes whatsoever to his current staffing chart. And some of them do include a commissioner and 3 deputy commissioners, and there's quite a few deputies. And so they're in my opinion, it might be a little top heavy, but anyway, he hasn't made no changes with his proposal except to add the 1 deputy secretary. But I'm thinking that the language that he can add as many as he wants might not be real good. Maybe a limit on it, my personal opinion. Yeah, I don't have a real problem with him adding another, because he's got some major issues in that agency that I think he's working on hard. And from what I know, and he's probably a good man to tackle these issues.
So does everybody agree we should suggest a word change to limit it to 2 deputy secretaries?
Yeah, right.
And then can we put in...
Consistent with the testimony we heard from Mike Smith, the Secretary of HS?
Yes, sir.
That was his plan?
Sounds very good.
Should we ask the question or make the assumption that this does not have any budgetary implications now? Or
Yes, we should definitely say it's our assumption that this does not have any budgetary impact this year. We don't know about next year.
Can we ask that question? I mean, I think a folks should know what they're committing to.
Well, I think we can raise the concern. We don't know what the budgetary impact will be next year. We leave it at that.
I'm not sure if they could get someone hired for this budget year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty high position.
Excuse me, I believe the secretary testified that that's another reason he wants to try to get this moving, because it takes a while to hire a qualified person for it. And he, again, probably a good man to try to tackle some of the issues, but he needs to help. So he wants to do it sooner than later, which I know he said this would allow him to do it with the budget adjustment.
Is everybody okay with this?
Yes.
The other issue, I'm just going to put Rob on the spot just briefly, is overtime pay for state police. You said it on appropriations testimony, and I believe you're fine with their explanation of their overtime.
I was. It's a twofold. One, it's for officers, and then also the dispatch centers. And as we know, they've had a hard time filling the slots, and that they're authorized for 325. I don't know, I think they're at like 288, and they've got some members that we called up for deployment. So it's unfortunately very legitimate.
I just lost 4 in our district, Massachusetts.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
More pay?
Yeah, they said they start almost $100,000.
All right, so the last issue that's not in this memo at all, which we took testimony from the state auditor, Doug Hopper, yesterday on, and I think we've resolved that we're fine with the position, but we may just want to put in the memo, given that it's nowhere in the memo that we were told to look into that. It is just say that we're fine with the state auditor hiring an additional auditor for
Funded through
the tip payments and a reduction in software costs by bringing some software in-house. Is that okay with everybody? Yeah. Okay, good. Are there any issues that I failed to raise? I think everything else that was highlighted for us we've dealt with earlier. That's the end of
That hits everything that I had marked that you needed to address or you wanted to address.
Yes, Marcia.
Do you receive copies? That or is that?
No, we get a single sole copy for the entire committee.
Okay.
Paper. Yeah, and they do not send electronically.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a matter of answering. It looks like education has one deputy secretary, but several division directors under that person.
Division directors, which are a couple of pay grades down from a commissioner or a deputy commissioner.
From their website.
Oh, and another, may I, another piece of information? Companies that we have outsourced to are supposed to save the government, the state government, at least 10%. I thought it was more than that, actually.
Did you find, I've been looking for that legislation, and I can't.
I asked someone in the know.
Okay,
What was that?
so Betsy,
Yes,
you have everything?
Yes, and I can put this together. Is the committee going to stay to take a vote, or so that it should be from the whole committee, or should I just have it be from the chair and vice chair to the chair and vice chair of that committee? Or what is your plan?
Okay, so the memo received from Approbes came from the chair to our chair.
Okay. Do you want to draft it as a memo back from chair to that chair?
Yeah, maybe add me just
Yes.
that I
You're going to?
dealt with this.
Okay, sounds good. I will do that. I will go down and do that now. And
But I'll stick around.
sounds good. And just to confirm, so there were a few other more minor things, like reversions back to the general fund when there's a surplus. Do you want the memo to at least acknowledge that you looked at those, or is it just really not necessary to address those in the memo?
I think you could put in that we looked at everything that was highlighted in the memo.
That sounds good.
And here are our concerns.
Okay, that sounds great. All right, terrific. I'll be back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
In yet another devastating exposure of the lying of Donald Trump, former National Security Advisor John Bolton is now confirming the entire Trump-Ukraine extortion, military aid, Biden smear story in his book. And Trump is now even more panicked about preventing John Bolton from testifying publicly. I already told you last week they were panicking. They are very much now panicking. We really need to understand the scope and the seriousness of this story because it is almost beyond belief. We are operating in a universe where if you said to someone living 5 years ago and following politics, this is what will be going on in 2020, no one would believe it. As a screenplay, it would be too far-fetched. The latest is that John Bolton says in the manuscript for his upcoming book, as yet unpublished, that Donald Trump straight up told him personally. Remember, Republicans say they want firsthand witnesses. They don't want hearsay or hearsay, as we've heard some of them say. Bolton was told by Trump, withhold the military aid to Ukraine until they publicly smear Joe Biden. I specifically said last week, what John Bolton needs to do is go public with what's in the book. Check out what I said when I looked When last week it looked like Republicans were going to try to obstruct Bolton from testifying or make him testify behind closed doors. This is what I said last week. I hope that John Bolton just goes public. Bolton has a book that will be published sometime this year before the election. Even if it's just to sell books, I want Bolton to go public with what he knows. If he's worried that he might sell more books by keeping the bombshell revelations only in the book, I think he'll sell way more books by becoming the guy who goes public rather than the guy teasing bombshells you've got to buy the book to see. People will reward him for going public by going out and buying the book, even if they never read it. I hope we see him do it. He's not a good guy, but he may be useful to us in this particular case if he is to simply go public with what he knows and what he saw. That was last week. And Bolton is doing exactly this, if you believe that he was to some degree involved in orchestrating the leak of this. Of course, Bolton's lawyer says we gave the manuscript to the White House and then it leaked. We, of course, have no way of knowing whether that was part of the plan or whether it was someone acting at the White House unilaterally to leak this. We don't know. But going public over the weekend with the bombshell revelations at every opportunity, Donald Trump and the people around him have come up with every even remotely possible hypothetical defense for the crucial claim. And the crucial claim, of course, is Trump knew what he was doing. He deliberately withheld aid to push Ukraine to smear Biden publicly by announcing investigations into him. They've said this was really Donald Trump trying to clean up the corruption in Ukraine. That was Trump's concern, Ukraine corruption. Trump wasn't aware of the timing of the aid. The aid was ultimately released, and so it couldn't have been a requirement to smear Biden, since Ukraine never ended up smearing Biden and they eventually got the aid. Well, that falls apart, given what we know about when they knew they were now suspected of doing exactly this. They had no choice ultimately but to release that aid. And on and on and on. And of course, we can look at each of those claims individually, and we have, and we've refuted every one of them. But this is John Bolton coming in with a storyline that start to finish refutes all of it, right? We've been focused on, when Trump says the aid was ultimately released, that doesn't really exculpate them because of this and because of that. Bolton just comes in and says, now, I was told withhold the aid until they announce that they're smearing Biden. So understand the insanity of the upcoming situation that we find ourselves in. In a normal situation without an impeachment trial going on, if a former national security advisor made these claims, it would immediately trigger, in a pre-Trump era, hearings where John Bolton would testify under oath about this. Okay? And alone, this might cause a president to be impeached. We just so happen to have a Senate impeachment trial going on right now, where there is already a discussion of having John Bolton testify. Republicans plan to argue, likely Tuesday or Wednesday. Trump's lawyers are in the middle of their 24 hours to present their defense of Trump in the Senate impeachment trial. After that's done, senators will argue and debate which witnesses will testify, who gets a subpoena, which ones will happen behind closed doors or in public. They are going to try to, number one, keep John Bolton out of this altogether, which, given what John Bolton is alleging, would be absolutely ludicrous. If they can't keep Bolton out altogether, they will either try to push it behind closed doors or try to trade Bolton testifying for pulling in Joe Biden, maybe even Hunter Biden. They're looking at whether they want to have the Bidens involved, which, of course, they should not be. And the dishonesty from the Trump White House is exposed here as well. Again, how did this leak? Well, Bolton's lawyer says we sent a draft of the book to the White House for review back in December. Somehow it was leaked since then. That may be true. It may have been a coordinated leak. Doesn't matter. But what we know is the White House had a copy of the manuscript since December. And yet throughout January, they continued to lie about what John Bolton knew and whether John Bolton did or didn't need to testify. And they continued to tell a story that they knew John Bolton debunked in his upcoming book, that Trump did nothing wrong, that there was nothing connected between the aid and Ukraine's smears of Joe Biden. There are all sorts of other outrageous allegations in the book as well, which aren't making headlines and we'll get to. So, for example, one is, according to Bolton, Rudy Giuliani admitted that he wanted Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch removed because Bolton believes that Giuliani realized Yovanovitch was obstructing Giuliani's cronies from doing corrupt things in Ukraine. Consider the projection there, right? The whole idea was Trump and Giuliani, they wanted Yovanovitch out because she wasn't doing enough to fight corruption in Ukraine. It actually appears, according to what John Bolton alleges in his book, that Rudy Giuliani wanted Yovanovitch out because she was interfering in the corrupt acts of friends and henchmen of Rudy Giuliani. I mean, just imagine the backwards nature of what is going on here. People working for Rudy or with Rudy were the corrupt ones. Immediate questions. Will Bolton testify? Will Bolton testify in public? Will we know about that in the next couple of days? And the question coming on the tail end of this, of course, is this going to affect whether Donald Trump gets convicted in the Senate? I still say probably not. I believe that Republican senators will not care. We will be lucky to get 4 Republican senators to vote to force Bolton to testify. But I still don't see any path to a conviction for Donald Trump in the Senate. If you disagree, I want to hear from you. Let me know. I said this last week. Nobody got in touch saying they see a path to conviction for Donald Trump. If you see one, get in touch. I hate that I have to do this next story, but I have to do it because there's so much riding on this next election. Joe Rogan recently said very nice things about Bernie Sanders and that he'd likely vote for Bernie Sanders. Some people are calling it an endorsement, others are not. Whether it is or isn't an endorsement or just praise, a portion of the left has gone absolutely crazy in the really toxic, self-destructive, circular firing squad way that I have been begging and pleading the left not to do since day one of the 2020 Democratic race. Now, it's important to understand there are 2 sides to this. There are people who are sort of in the Bernie camp who are furious about Bernie accepting / not rejecting the nice words from Joe Rogan. There are also centrist opportunists who are using this to fuel unrest within the left. And I'm going to talk about both of them. But first, let's look at a sort of condensed version of what Joe Rogan said. This was assembled by the Bernie Sanders campaign. This is part of the anger that Bernie would use what Joe Rogan said and use it as campaign video, as campaign material. Let's take a look at it. Who are you going to vote for in the primary?
I think I'll probably vote for Bernie. Him as a human being, when I was hanging out with him, and
Yeah.
I believe in him. I like him a lot. What Bernie stands for is a guy who, well, look, you could dig up dirt on every single human being that's ever existed if you catch them in their worst moment and you magnify those moments and you cut out everything else and you only display those worst moments. That said, you can't find very many with Bernie. He's been insanely consistent his entire life. He's basically been saying the same thing, been for the same thing his whole life. And that in and of itself is a very powerful structure to operate from.
And there are people on the left, including Bernie supporters, who are saying this is disgusting. Joe Rogan is horrible. He's transphobic. He's sexist. He's homophobic. He's racist, misogynistic, throwing everything out there. And Bernie should reject the endorsement, if it was even an endorsement. Again, Joe says he's going to vote for Bernie. Not everybody should vote for Bernie. He's not saying I'm endorsing Bernie. He's saying I think I'll probably vote Bernie. That doesn't even really matter here. What are we doing? Why are we this stupid? There are 2 camps here, okay? There are the people who genuinely support the Bernie politics and are furious about Joe Rogan because they don't like Joe Rogan. They don't want Joe Rogan's help in getting Bernie elected. Then there are people who don't actually support Bernie Sanders, and they're fabricating the anger to try to hurt Bernie. Concern trolling. Oh, if someone as transphobic and sexist as Joe Rogan is supporting Bernie, that should really get us to be concerned about Bernie Sanders, right? Those types of people. I want to focus on the people actually mad at Bernie for embracing rather than rejecting the endorsement first. Joe Rogan is one of the biggest podcasts in the world. You combine the YouTube audience, about 7.25 million subscribers on one channel, about 3.5 million on the other channel. That's 10 million YouTube subscribers. You combine that with one of the largest audio podcasts in the world. Joe Rogan is saying to his audience, especially, by the way, if you believe Joe Rogan's audience is to the right of Bernie Sanders and to your right, like if you're a leftist and you see Joe and his audience as to your right, Joe Rogan is saying to his audience, hey, I'm probably voting for Bernie Sanders, arguably the leftmost person here. Wouldn't you be happy about that as a leftist? Joe Rogan could single-handedly be handing primary wins to Bernie Sanders with his endorsement or praise of Bernie. In some of these states where it's Bernie Biden by a few points within the margin of error, and they're both going to end up with a similar number of delegates because of proportional apportionment. Why wouldn't you want Joe Rogan to possibly flip states in Bernie's favor? That's how big and influential Joe Rogan's platform is. So if you like Bernie and you want Bernie to win, and you're publicly denouncing Joe Rogan and saying you don't want the endorsement, what's wrong with you? Joe actually makes the argument in analyzing Bernie that we should make about Joe Rogan. If you look at, 10 years or more of Joe Rogan doing this type of media, I know he's been around longer, but where you're kind of hearing Joe Rogan's thoughts, you can compile stuff that most progressives wouldn't be comfortable with in terms of comments about women, trans people, others. I've always seen Joe Rogan be willing to talk about this stuff. He had me on his program, and I told him when I thought he was doing things on his show that weren't necessarily useful in terms of how he platforms or interviews, and we just had a conversation, and it was perfectly fine. But so then what? Like, if Bernie wins the nomination without rejecting Joe's endorsement and eventually Bernie is president, you're going to be upset because it happened with the help of Joe Rogan? If Joe Rogan convinces people in his audience, imagine that there's a whole bunch of transphobes in Joe Rogan's audience that hear Joe say, I think I'm voting Bernie, and they say, you know what? I'm also going to vote for Bernie. Okay, hopefully after voting for Bernie, their views on transgender people would be revised in the direction that we would agree with. Like, what's the downside to that? Why are you mad? This is the height of missing the forest for the trees. And unfortunately, some major groups are making this worse. And this is an example now of the other group. The left-wing group MoveOn.org, which some call a progressive group, some call a centrist establishment Democratic group, they are now calling for Bernie to renounce the so-called endorsement of Joe Rogan, where they tweeted, quote, it's one thing for Joe Rogan to endorse a candidate. It's another for Bernie Sanders' campaign to produce a video bolstering the endorsement of someone known for promoting transphobia, homophobia, Islamophobia, racism, and misogyny. We urge Senator Sanders and his campaign to apologize and stop elevating this endorsement. We stand in solidarity with folks hurt by this. This is the exact self-destructive nonsense that will lead to 4 more years of Donald Trump. And again, a lot of these concerns are not genuine concerns. People aren't genuinely concerned. They're using this to try to hurt Bernie. People who support Biden or Buttigieg or Warren, establishment candidates or simply other candidates, they are dishonestly and in bad faith pretending like this is a huge thing that upsets them about Bernie in order to just foment anger and division at Bernie. They just don't want Bernie Sanders to win. I don't know that I have much more to say to them other than it's working because they are firing up actual Bernie supporters and getting them to say things that make no sense. This is the worst of the left, okay? Being angry about praise from someone with one of the largest platforms in favor of your candidate, and it's absolutely and totally horrible. Now, let's do the full thing, though. Let's deal with the things Joe Rogan has said. There are clips that have been circulating of Joe Rogan saying things that sound to be racist years ago, or Joe Rogan having, insensitive or unenlightened takes on trans issues. Okay, so what do we gain by attacking Bernie over this? Clearly, Rogan agrees with Bernie on enough that he says, I'm probably voting for him. Shouldn't we say, Joe, that's great. We love that you recognize that your values and Bernie's are aligned on a lot of issues. It's good for the country. Come on over. And by the way, hopefully, as you get into this and follow Bernie's campaign, your views will evolve where we don't agree. Isn't that the actual progressive and smart and logical thing and correct thing to do? This slice of the left is not something that I'm a part of. It's small, but it's loud. And we need to make sure that they don't join forces unwittingly with the astroturfers who are actually doing this to support centrist candidates and hurt Bernie, because this will all damage our opportunity to defeat Donald Trump in November. Let's not fall for it. And I hope people in my audience will join me in not participating in it. Next Sunday is my birthday. We have a huge membership special planned for my birthday. Actually, this membership special is so outrageous. The AG of New York said, David, I'm worried that this might be too good of a deal. We may have to indict in New York State if you run this deal. And I said, you know what? I don't care. We're giving the deal on my birthday. If you want to be notified about this membership special on my birthday, just get on our newsletter, okay? Go to davidpakman.com. There's a spot in the upper right of the website to type in your email. On February 2nd, you'll be notified about this special, and it'll be a beautiful thing.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Athena Melonis and Aldo Bello. Athena and Aldo, thanks so much for your support. I also want to say thanks to David White. David White is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. David's been a member. It's incredible, but it's been almost 5 years. David, thank you so much. Join these great people. Become a member today at joinpakman.com. The coupon code, if you would like one, discounts are available. I say take it if you like it. This is 2020 will save you 40% off of the cost of your membership. This is an incredible story that broke this weekend, where leaked audio and video of a private dinner with Donald Trump has exposed that Donald Trump said that U.S. Ambassador to the Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, should be taken out, as well as admitting that he is afraid of Bernie Sanders electorally. These are both huge stories. We're going to deal with them one by one. Now, even the recording is a big story. The recording is from a dinner that included Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman. Those are the indicted henchmen of Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, who Trump claimed not to know. And here we have audio and video of a 2-hour dinner where they had intimate conversation, and it's explosive. This is, first of all, huge, because Trump has insisted time and again, he doesn't know the guy. He doesn't know Lev Parnas. This is secondly huge because all along we were led to believe that Donald Trump wasn't involved in trying to get Ambassador Yovanovitch out of the way. That was ultimately admitted to by Rudy Giuliani. He was trying to get Marie Yovanovitch out of the way. Trump had no idea he wasn't involved. He wasn't calling for it. And now here is audio of Donald Trump clearly knowing exactly who she is, that she needs to be taken out. And then thirdly, this is huge because every other day we have some kind of release related to Lev Parnas that further incriminates and involves Donald Trump and the people around him in the exact mobster-like behavior that we have suspected he was engaging in as president of the United States. And it again tells us Lev Parnas must testify in the Senate impeachment trial. Let's get right to the audio. Take a look.
You take over. The biggest problem there, I think, where we need to start is we got to get rid of the ambassador. She's still left over from the Clinton administration.
Where the ambassador were Ukraine?
Yeah, and she's basically walking around telling everybody, wait, he's going to get impeached. Just wait. I mean,
Really?
it's incredible. It's
She'll be gone tomorrow.
What's
her name?
I don't remember the name.
So one of the things that will be, now that we have a Secretary of State that's been sworn in.
Get rid of her.
Hooray. One of the first
Okay,
things
get her out
that
tomorrow.
will,
I don't care. Get her out tomorrow. Take her out, okay?
Excellent.
Do it.
Make a note.
Excellent.
Yeah, congratulations. I think it'll be great.
There it is. I mean, this is dead to rights. Trump knows who Yovanovitch is and is calling for her removal. There's a transcript of the recording. Donald Trump's exact words appear to be, quote, "Get rid of her, get her out tomorrow. I don't care. Get her out tomorrow. Take her out, okay? Do it. So this is a conversation Trump is having with Lev Parnas, who he claims not to know. He claims not to know Lev Parnas. And as I said, he previously has said, you know, I'm in pictures with 1 million people. Just because there's a picture of me with Lev Parnas doesn't mean I know the guy. And then we see, well, it's not just with you. There's pictures of Parnas with Ivanka and Don Jr. and Eric Trump and Kellyanne Conway and Pam Bondi and Jared Kushner and Mike Pence. There's pictures with everybody. And here we have audio and video of Donald Trump having a dinner with Lev Parnas, specifically talking about the ambassador. This has to be repeated. Trump claims he doesn't know Lev Parnas and that he wasn't trying to take out Marie Yovanovitch. Here is a recording of Trump telling Lev Parnas at a private dinner to take out Marie Yovanovitch, and speaking to other people in the room as well, not necessarily telling Lev to do it, but reacting to what Lev says by saying that it should be done. So let's prepare for the reactions that we expect from the right. These are the ones we've heard and are going to continue to hear. Number one, the release of the recording was illegal, wrong, unethical, mean, or really the problem here, the fact that this even leaked. This is a distraction. This is a political football. Both sides use it. When someone likes the content of a leak, they focus on the content. When they don't like the content of a leak, they say, oh, how did we find this out? This was illegal. The recording's illegal. This never should have been leaked. That's just a political football. Number two, they will say, listen, Trump gets to decide who is the ambassador. And he's deciding in the recording, saying, I want to remove an ambassador. The way policy should be done by presidents is not at dinners with henchmen like Lev Parnas, right, who work for Trump's personal lawyer and who had the ambassador under physical surveillance. Presidents get to decide ambassadors. There's no doubt about it. They should do it in proper venues. They should not do it in front of people like Lev Parnas and using phrases like take her out, unless you run your administration like the mob, which is exactly what Donald Trump does. Number three, they will say, oh, come on, Lev Parnas is an indicted crook, and we shouldn't listen to anything Lev Parnas says. What happened to innocent until proven guilty? All those people on the right who love to say innocent until proven guilty. Lev Parnas shouldn't be believed, and his recordings shouldn't be believed because he's been indicted. Indictments are simply allegations, right? But even more seriously, they worked for Rudy, Fruman and Parnas did. Trump hired Rudy. It's not exactly inspiring confidence in Trump's ability to hire the best people. And once again, you see the hyper-normalization. A few days ago, Trump insisted he didn't know Lev Parnas. We now have a 2-hour recording of them talking at a private dinner, and the reaction is sort of a muted, yeah, Trump's a liar, you know, but anyway, I still support him because he's doing the right stuff. This has to be part of impeachment. Parnas must testify. That is soon going to be debated by the Senate in the impeachment trial, maybe as soon as tomorrow or Wednesday. Let's now move on to the Bernie story that relates to the leaked audio, which is just as fascinating. There is a second huge story from the leaked audio recording of this dinner that Donald Trump had with Lev Parnas, who he claims not to know, as well as Igor Fruman, both Rudy Giuliani henchmen who have since been indicted. Donald Trump's comments in the recording confirm that Donald Trump is scared of Bernie Sanders. Now, this is very interesting because a couple of weeks ago, I got a live call during our audience call segment from a viewer who said, hey, David, have you noticed that Trump doesn't really criticize Bernie much? He goes after Biden, he goes after Warren, but he went after Hillary and still goes after Hillary, but he doesn't really go after Bernie Sanders very much. And it's basically true. Trump calls him Crazy Bernie. He's nicknamed him, but he doesn't really go hard against Bernie. And we suspected it could be that Donald Trump actually is sort of scared of Bernie. He thinks Bernie could actually do well against him. In the recording, Donald Trump actually admits this. In the audio I'm about to play for you, Donald Trump admits that if Hillary had chosen Bernie as her running mate in 2016, instead of milquetoast Tim Kaine, that it would have been tougher for Trump, that Bernie, as Trump sees it, Bernie is similar on trade. He has a similar message. People are getting screwed on trade, that Bernie would have been a tougher opponent. And this is part of a long recording that was leaked. This part hasn't been getting as much attention. It really should. Let's take a listen to it.
As great as he was, half my motivation in working was not let her do it.
100%.
Right. Yeah.
And that's why I think a big part of our
vice president would have been tougher.
Yeah, Kane was what I couldn't.
But I
that
think
was
Bernie,
close.
because all those people that hated her so much who voted for me, I got 20% of Bernie vote. People don't realize that because of trade, because he's a big trade guy. He basically says we're getting screwed on trade, and he's right. I'm worse than he is, and we can do something about it. I don't know if he could have, but had she picked Bernie Sanders, it would have been tougher. It was the only one I didn't want her to pick. Now then,
It's right there. We've suspected this for a long time, and there is Donald Trump saying it. Now, Trump is wrong on facts all the time. Trump may have been scared of Bernie for no reason. Like, what I mean is, just because Trump believes Bernie would have been the toughest to run against as VP doesn't mean Bernie would have been the toughest to run against as VP. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. That's not actually what we're debating here. But this is terrific fodder for Bernie Sanders to now run on and even include in ads. Trump said he's afraid of Bernie Sanders. And case in point, as an example of just because Trump thinks something doesn't mean it's true, in that audio I played for you, Trump says, I got 20% of Bernie voters. That's not true. It was half that. Trump was off by half. 1 out of 10 Bernie supporters ultimately voted for Trump, not 2 out of 10. And that's roughly in line with the percentage of other party switches in the past. Hillary supporters in 2008 that ultimately voted for John McCain, for example, instead of Barack Obama. Still shocking to me. I don't agree with it. And Trump doesn't even remotely seem like a reasonable substitute to Bernie, unless you're trying to burn it all down because your candidate lost. But 1 out of 10 Bernie supporters did ultimately vote for Trump in 2016. Regardless, this is a gift if you are Bernie Sanders. This is something that should be repeated by campaign surrogates, used in campaign ads, and made a huge deal of by Bernie Sanders. Any reasonable person would also say, well, Trump also seems to be afraid of Biden. He extorted Ukraine to smear Biden, and he didn't do that for other possible opponents. That's certainly true, but this helps Bernie's image significantly. So let's now give it a few days. We'll see if this is used by the Sanders campaign, whether it moves the needle in any way. I actually don't know how many people are following the entire leaked audio story. There was surprisingly less coverage of it than I imagined there would be. There was other news over the weekend, including the tragic death of Kobe Bryant, without passing any value judgments. It took a lot of media coverage, hours, and this leaked audio thing, particularly the Bernie Trump part, did not get a lot of attention. But this tape, as I said earlier, must be made part of the impeachment trial evidence. It will put it in front of more people. And Bernie Sanders should also be using this to bolster his own campaign. We'll continue covering this on Instagram. Make sure you are following us on Instagram at David Pakman Show. While you're there, follow me on Instagram at david.pakman as well.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
There was a sort of meeting of the minds on television a few days ago. I don't know how the universe was able to tolerate the joining of purveyors of such big ideas with big brains. But Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, showed up on none other than Fox and Friends. And the video is simply stunning. Rudy Giuliani was so unhinged in this video in the middle of the impeachment trial of Donald Trump that the Fox and Friends people kept trying to end the interview and interrupt Rudy, but Rudy would not allow it. It became an embarrassment for everybody involved. Rudy, the day before the interview, said he had all this compelling evidence to provide, that the real story here is Joe Biden tried to pull the Obama administration and Hillary into something or other, George Soros, all this crazy stuff, everything other than Trump extorted Ukraine to smear Biden. Let's start just with some of Rudy beginning not to make sense. You'll see the totally biased audience is still clapping right now. Eventually, they're going to completely glaze over. You'll see the looks on the faces of the hosts starting to realize that Rudy Giuliani may not be playing with a full deck. Check out the shots of the crowd as well if you're watching. This is just the beginning.
I'm going to present over the next 2 to 3 weeks shocking crimes at the highest levels of both governments, while the Senate is listening to a totally phony group of stories about non-impeachable offenses. It's like trying somebody for not a crime. It's a total waste of money. It's a complete show on the part of the Democrats.
Right.
And they should be sued for conspiracy to defraud the United States, and they should pay for that hearing.
But Mr. Mayor, do you...
The Democratic National Committee should pay for that television advertising. And you talk about interfering in the 2020 election. You know, I started investigating Biden 2 years ago when he was thinking about running for president. I never thought he would run.
So Rudy keeps getting more and more conspiratorial, and things start to get really weird. And even Rudy starts to lose his train of thought in the middle of these weird things that he's saying. And the hosts are starting to get uncomfortable and shifting in their seats and realizing that Rudy's making no sense. And we've got to be polite because it's Trump's lawyer. But this is really going sideways.
In the middle of the corruption presentation, one gentleman said to me, well, you know about the Biden bribe. I said, what are you talking about? He said, well, Biden got paid off. And he went to Poroshenko. He forced the prosecutor out. Not only did he get his son out, but he got Burisma out. So one of the things we're going to reveal, we always ask, why did this happen? Mm-hmm. Why would a crooked Ukrainian oligarch whose company is about to be taken away from him, who's sitting in Switzerland with $5 billion he stole, all this is just fact. His name is Mykola Zlochevsky. This is all true, what I just said. He hires the son of the vice president, who just got thrown out of the Navy for failing a drug test, had been in and out of rehab most of his life.
So this continues for a while, and I won't play it all, but eventually the hosts start to more successfully interrupt. Here's another portion of it, and then you'll see the hosts get involved. None of it is making sense. You'll see Brian Kilmeade try to stop Rudy, but you can't stop Rudy. You can only hope to contain him.
And then right after that is when Biden says, get rid of Shokin. And Shokin will testify to that, and I will show you a document that in September of last year, Shokin was taken to the hospital with mercury poisoning.
All right, so let me just get a word in. I know you.
And you know that this happens. You know this happens in Ukraine and Russia.
Right. So,
the
Mr.
method
Mayor,
of choice is poisoning.
So let's just say that everything you say proves 100% true.
It is 100% true.
Would you also say that the way you approached it, in the short term, which we're in the middle of, has made things worse for the president?
No, I would say the way I approach it is for the benefit of the American people.
Notice the audience is completely out by now. They don't even know what Rudy's talking about. At first, they sort of understood Rudy was saying things that sounded good to them, and they were clapping and cheering, and they would cut to the audience. The audience has gone completely silent now because they have no clue what Rudy's talking about. Here, Steve Doocy tries to jump in. Rudy just won't let him. And Rudy then loses his train of thought again. Steve Doocy tries to interrupt 2 more times. Brian Kilmeade tries. Doocy tries again, and they just can't. And even Ainsley Earhart is trying to interrupt.
He is not prosecuted. Right. He is sitting there fat and happy with his company. And then we got another bribe. You don't think the president of the Ukraine shared in that $5 billion that the crook kept?
Rudy.
The bribe to the president of the Ukraine the amount of money, I can't be absolutely sure of. Let's say it's well in excess of $10 million.
You know, the entire crowd has
Now, that shouldn't be revealed from a lawyer who finds out about this? Am I going to cover it up the way the Democrats and the media cover it up? Absolutely not. I prosecuted too many corruption cases to sit by and watch my country sold out by a vice president who did it 2 other times at least in China.
So how does this end?
Can you imagine? No one has any idea what Rudy is talking about. They have no clue. Here's Ducey again, just relentlessly trying to put an end to this insanity.
They're coming after me.
Rudy,
they want to kill me.
When are you going to present
in terms of reputation?
Pardon the interruption.
Shokin, they're trying to really kill.
Rudy, when are you going to present the evidence? Because you tell a compelling story. People want the proof.
Today at noon.
So here it starts to seem like it's going a little bit better, and Rudy is kind of calming down. But then it turns back around, and Giuliani's talking about George Soros, and then the hosts really don't know what hit them. They start to look dazed. You can kind of jump back into this anywhere, and it would make no sense no matter where you started the video. But let's look at another segment.
That's when they moved the ambassador out, and they never bothered to investigate the allegations that she interfered in 4 investigations, that she was campaigning for Hillary Clinton during the 2016 election.
The ambassador.
The ambassador. That one of the cases she had dropped was on George Soros' company, Antac.
I didn't hear any of this yesterday.
Antac was gathering dirty information on Trump.
So this is about Leshevsky and Poroshenko and Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and Obama and Hillary and George Soros. But definitely none of this is actually about Donald Trump. The next moment is one of my favorites. Rudy's cadence starts to suggest he's winding down. And you can see Steve Ducey spots the window of opportunity opening where he might be able to take control back of this nonsense. But then Rudy just gets going again, and the hosts all look dejected.
You think it's just Biden who was cashing in the Ukraine? And then every time you hear the word Biden was Obama's point man, there's something that follows. The Biden family makes millions of dollars. They got an investment in a $1.5 billion housing program in Iraq when Biden was named appointment.
I've been on the wrong end of interviews like this before, where you simply cannot get the guest under control. This is 13 minutes in total. Rudy is going on about everything from there are 2 bribes, well, actually, no, there are 3 bribes, to this is about George Soros, to this is about Iraq. And the hosts can't get it under control. And the audience has been gone after minute number 2. Notice the first 2 minutes, the audience was cheering the propaganda. They have no clue what's going on. They've stopped listening. It's dead silent in there. And then here's the last series of attempts. And Steve Ducey has to half jokingly say, you have to stop talking now, by saying, I'm sure you could go until noon, Rudy. And Ainsley Earhart laughs like it's all fun and games. But the 3 of them look like they're, I don't know how many of you have seen the movie Airplane from 1984. Hilarious movie. There's a scene in Airplane where the main character, Ted Stryker, is sitting on an airplane and he starts telling these endless stories to the woman traveling next to him. And every time they cut to the woman, she looks sicker and sicker to her stomach. And ultimately, she actually hangs herself in the movie. It's a joke. And Ted Stryker is just continuing to tell the story. The hosts look like that woman, and Rudy will not stop. Here, Ducey finally manages to end it.
And they look at him and say, what, are you kidding?
Right.
Your son's got a no-show job for millions of dollars. You're in the pocket of Zlochevsky, and you're telling us not to be corrupt. You know how that hurts the United States of America?
I have a feeling you could go clear till noon when your podcast starts. Rudy, give it up for Rudy Giuliani. We're going to be watching. We're going to be watching.
That's the real case.
A lot of headlines out of that.
That's only the tip of the iceberg. There are other people involved. There's a lot more money involved. There was a pattern of corruption there.
And even in ending it, Steve Ducey still can't stop Rudy Giuliani from getting a little bit more in there. That podcast Rudy is hosting, where he's going to give you all of this evidence, that podcast really sounds like a fun listen, right? Does anybody agree with me? Fox News, desperate to control Rudy, trying and failing for 13 minutes. This should actually be Exhibit A for journalism classes in how not to allow the guest to take control of the interview. And unfortunately, this happens to everyone. We've had people on this show where I lose control of the guest. And we've had situations where it ends up going 40 minutes and we end up just having to remove an entire part of it and say, we'll put that online, and only using a fraction of it for the broadcast show because of time constraints. It's happened to me. You almost start to feel bad for the three hosts of Fox News because it's happening to them, until you remember that they are the hosts of Fox and Friends and active participants in being purveyors of endless, dangerous pro-Trump propaganda. Then I don't feel quite so bad for them. But an incredible, unhinged, off-the-rails appearance by Rudy Giuliani. Quick break. We'll be back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships in Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Something absolutely sickening happened, and Republican senators are mostly providing cover to Donald Trump over it, which is that Donald Trump claimed that U.S. military members who have suffered traumatic brain injuries and concussions have headaches that he doesn't consider to be very serious. Donald Trump previously insisted that no one was hurt when Iran launched missile attacks on bases in Iraq that housed U.S. troops back on January 8th. We covered that extensively when it happened. This is not true. 34 troops have been diagnosed with either concussions or traumatic brain injuries after those attacks. Donald Trump insisted nobody was hurt. We were first told, well, 11 people were pulled out for concussions or brain injuries. That number has since climbed to 34 military service members suffering traumatic brain injuries or concussions. And Donald Trump is just downplaying the reports of the injuries as headaches and that nothing is very serious. And there are some members of the military that are absolutely furious, while there are others, as well as many Republican senators, who are saying, no, I mean, Donald Trump is fine in what he's saying. Here's Donald Trump being asked about this at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, a few days ago.
Repeatedly to Americans that after Iran retaliated for the Soleimani strike, no Americans were injured. We now know at least 11 U.S. servicemen were airlifted from Iraq. Can you explain the discrepancy?
No, I heard that they had headaches and a couple of other things, but I would say, and I can report, it is not very serious.
So you don't consider potential traumatic brain injuries serious?
They told me about it numerous days later. You'd have to ask Department of Defense. No, I don't consider them very serious injuries relative to other injuries that I've seen. I've seen what Iran has done with their roadside bombs to our troops. I've seen people with no legs and with no arms. I've seen people that were horribly, horribly injured in that area, that war. In fact, many cases those bombs put there by Soleimani, who's no longer with us. I consider them to be really bad injuries. No, I do not consider that to be bad injuries, no.
Donald Bone Spurs Trump calls traumatic brain injuries headaches and just doesn't see them as a serious thing. Now, you know, the fallacy of you can always come up with something worse. Like, okay, you could have a traumatic brain injury and lose a leg. All right, well, yeah, that would be worse. We can imagine something worse. But the completely lackadaisical nature of Donald Trump brushing this off as not serious, as traumatic brain injuries can be completely debilitating. They can be completely disabling for someone. They can lead to suicide. Trump wouldn't know about it, of course, someone who figured out how to avoid military service in Vietnam. And by the way, I don't fault him for it. If I were at risk of being drafted to that insanely pointless and misguided war, I also would have tried to get out of serving in it. But I wouldn't be going around downplaying traumatic brain injuries as not very serious because somebody else had a more serious injury at some other time. Does anybody in my audience remember the George W. Bush days, where if you even suggested anything but endless unflinching support for not just the troops, but at the time it was, if you didn't support the mission in Iraq, you were called an anti-American traitor by these right-wingers. What happened to that? This guy does not care about the men and women who serve. The Soleimani assassination was politically convenient to Trump. He thinks. I mean, it may be, it may not be. He may be right. We don't know. The follow-up effects aren't a concern. The injuries caused aren't a concern, period. It's a world of Donald Trump. And in that world, traumatic brain injuries or headaches, soldiers who aren't captured and held as POWs, he doesn't prefer. Remember, he said about John McCain, he prefers war heroes who don't get captured. PTSD happens because some soldiers just aren't strong enough, as Donald Trump has previously said. But his bone spurs were serious and valid as a reason to skip the war altogether that many other people his age simply didn't have a choice about, weren't able to appeal to a wealthy doctor willing to write a note to get Donald Trump out of serving in Vietnam. Another aspect of this is that Donald Trump also, in addition to not caring about the troops, doesn't understand brain injuries. I mean, we could say even if he understood them, he still wouldn't care. But Donald Trump knows nothing about brain injuries and how they can manifest, causing depression leading to suicide, making it so someone simply cannot work or live a normal life. This guy knows nothing. And you have to be really careful about anybody who hangs their hat on I support the troops. Back during the Iraq days, supporting the troops meant supporting the war in Iraq. Now, as a progressive who cares about people, to me, supporting the troops means you don't send the troops in to fight political battles for your personal benefit, or in George W. Bush's case, because his dad wasn't able to get it done, or whatever the case may be. You make sure that they have health care and workforce reintegration when they come home. Now support the troops under Trump. I don't even know what it means to support the troops under Trump. I think it means support whatever it is Donald Trump wants to do with the troops for his political gain. I don't even know if that phrase has meaning in 2020 under Donald Trump, but disgusting, and even more disgusting that there are Republicans who are defending what Donald Trump said. I said late last week that I believe the Democratic primary race is down to two candidates. Those candidates are Bernard Sanders and Joseph Biden. The numbers show you that we now have Joe Biden polling 28.7 in an average of recent polls. Bernie right there polling 24.3 in an average of recent polls. Far back in third place is Elizabeth Warren at 15. So I don't really think anybody else has a shot at the nomination here. I don't think Buttigieg has a shot at the nomination. I don't believe Andrew Yang has a shot. I don't think Klobuchar has a shot. I don't think Tulsi has a shot. I don't think Steyer has a shot. And I don't really think Michael Bloomberg has a shot either. But I actually can put together a path to the nomination for Bloomberg that I simply can't for the other people that I listed. So let's talk about Michael Bloomberg a little bit here. Bloomberg has accelerated to fourth place. Okay, he entered this race very late. He spent an insane, ungodly amount of money to buy his way into fourth place, averaging almost 8% now. Okay, Pete Buttigieg has been campaigning who the hell knows how long at this point, and he's going nowhere. He's just been stuck. And Michael Bloomberg has almost caught up to Pete Buttigieg already. And I see a path for Michael Bloomberg. Now, I want to be clear. I know there will be people who are furious. They're going to misunderstand me. I'm not supporting Michael Bloomberg. I'm not voting for Michael Bloomberg in the primary. I don't think that Michael Bloomberg winning the primary is likely, but I've identified a path where I do think Bloomberg's shot is being underestimated by the polling that we see, and I think that he will end up doing better than a lot of people predict. This is merely because he's pouring money in. Like, that's all this is. He's just buying his way in. And he's being strategic about where he pours that money in. The way that the polls are going between Bernie and Biden, Bernie Sanders may well win a number of those early primary states. That'll deflate Joe Biden's campaign. Let's take a look at some of the polling. When we look at Iowa now, Bernie has taken the lead quite decisively. When we look at New Hampshire, the second state to vote, Bernie is also ahead there. Biden is fighting more for second place with Pete than for first place. Then you will have in Nevada either a split between Bernie and Biden, or one or the other will win a little bit, but it'll be close, so they'll get a similar number of delegates. And then the fourth primary in South Carolina will almost certainly go to Biden by a bigger margin. Biden's been way ahead in South Carolina for a while. So imagine that after the first four primaries, we have a graphic up on the screen with the first four primaries, the number of delegates in each state. Remember, as long as you get 15%, you get a share of the delegates based on current polling. So if Bernie wins the first three or the first two, and it's sort of a split in Nevada, and then Biden wins, in any case, if you look at an average of recent polling, you could have some Bernie wins with a bigger win by Biden in South Carolina. And you could end up with, for example, 39 delegates to Biden and 31 to Bernie, or something close to that. Now, after each primary, Bloomberg will concentrate his spending more and more on the March 3rd Super Tuesday states. The idea, of course, getting to the 15% threshold in some key states, including California. That looks tough. Bloomberg's only polling 6 in California, but there's a bunch of states on Super Tuesday. And if Bloomberg, based on how effective it's been to spread his money around so far, if Bloomberg concentrates another 100 million, or who knows how much, 200 million, 300 million in those Super Tuesday states, we could get to Super Tuesday and Bloomberg pulls a bunch of delegates. He could be in actually a reasonable third place position if he keeps climbing in the polls merely at the rate he's been climbing so far. If Biden and Bernie keep trading off, if Biden looks increasingly tired and slow, you could see a case made by the establishment on March 4th that Bloomberg seems as viable as Biden, Bloomberg has more momentum than Biden, and Bloomberg has way more cash than Biden. You could see the establishment get behind Michael Bloomberg, and then it's anybody's question what happens next. Now, all the caveats, I'm not rooting for this scenario. I don't believe this is the most likely scenario. I don't believe this is a good scenario for the country. This is just that I think Michael Bloomberg is more viable than those who say any day now Yang will start winning all the primaries, or people who say Buttigieg, who has been even for 4 months, any day now he's going to come and take leads and win some primaries, or Tulsi any second, you'll see she'll win Iowa and New Hampshire, and then it's off to the races. No, Bloomberg has been steadily rising in proportion to the amount of money that he pours in. If he concentrates the money in Super Tuesday states, he could come out of Super Tuesday with some delegates, some momentum, and possibly move the establishment behind him and away from Biden. Again, meant to deny Bernie Sanders the nomination. Let me know what you think. It's a possible path. Not saying it's likely. It's possible. It's more likely that Bloomberg is the nominee than Buttigieg or Yang or Tulsi are the nominees. Let me put it that way. We have a voicemail number. That number is 2192-DAVID-P. No hate today. Just 2 heartwarming, wholesome messages of support.
I wasn't. I'm just calling because I want to tell you to keep up the good work. I watch your show, and you're one of the few people that I think actually reports honestly. So keep it up by all means.
All right. And another wholesome message.
Hey, just wanted to tell you to keep giving us the independent media and streaming it for us so we can know the truth and the whole world can see it. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. You guys know how much hate we get in the voicemail. So just two completely wholesome callers today. No trolling, no anti-Semitism, no homophobia, no use of a variety of 4-letter words, no grammar mistakes. It's a beautiful thing. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We will talk about the tragic death of Kobe Bryant, and we will contextualize it as well. Plus much more. That's really a huge story over the last 24 hours. We will talk about other things. Become a member to get instant access to the bonus show at joinpacman.com and by becoming a $5 a month or greater member at patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Get the show on the road. With a call to order, I have a few changes to the agenda. Where I've included the warrants, but Finance Committee only meets every other time to review the warrants, so we can strike that whole section 6 right out of the agenda. Yes, Sean.
I actually reviewed the warrants that we had gone over in the Finance Committee and did include all except approval warrants of January 13th. So we already have, because I made notes, I had questions, and I made notes for December 31st, January 2nd, January 6th, and also the payroll of the 3rd. So it was only the warrants that were dated the 13th that we haven't gone over at the Finance Committee level.
So we were out of sync in finance with what?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, and at first I thought we hadn't approved any of those warrants, but I went back to my notes and I had then observed that we had already had all the questions at the finance committee level, all those warrants and payrolls.
So then we could approve all of them except for January 13th, and since it's warned, we might as well go forth and do that. So we are just striking, strike my strike. Instead, just strike the warrants of January 13th. Thank you, Sean, for checking on that. We're also striking the 2 student matter executive sessions, but there will be an executive session for evaluation of a public employee under 11. And under 8A, I want to add approval of the warning and scheduling of the budget information session. That can all go under 8A, annual meeting. And with that, I would head to the clerk's report and entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes of January 9th.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ann. Any discussion? I just had one small tweaky thing, is it's, you had written Gale Associates as G-A-I-L, but it's G-A-L-E, like a big wind, not like a girl's name. So just, sometimes people are searching for things in documents. So. Any other changes? All those in favor of approving the minutes of January 9th, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions?
I'm going to abstain. I wasn't here.
The ayes do have it. The ayes do have it. Moving right along. Recognition of visitors. Hello, visitors. As you know, in practice, we will, before voting on anything, we'll take input from the public. We like to have the board discuss something first and get informed, and then ask for public comment. If there's something on the agenda that you would like to comment on, we reserve the end of the agenda. That is item 10. Before you make a comment, please state your name and wait to be recognized by the chair, and then state your name before speaking. Moving on to communications. I really had no communications except for a few lawyer things going back and forth with Barb. Did anybody else have communications to share with the board? Woo. Quiet, please. Excellent, then we can move on to committee reports. And I know finance hasn't met, but Sean, do you have anything to report?
No, we will meet again on February 5th before the regular WSCSD board at 5 o'clock.
And personnel.
We just met this evening and we came up with a mission statement. Manage and review personnel matters, review and approve 1% requests, oversee supervisory union negotiations, and that's it.
Sounds good. Mission statements? Yes. So we'll go over that. We all have time until 8B to review that and think if we want to tweak that, but we could maybe approve mission statements for all our committees tonight. That would make me very, very happy. Thank you, Personnel Committee. Policy and amendment has not met, and probably I'm ready to start going on that again now that the budget season is sort of behind us, or not behind us, but the preparation and budget review session and the heavy board work is done. PPE committee. Emily's not joining us tonight. David, do you have an update for PPE?
We are meeting next Wednesday. The extra meetings kind of through our typical pattern of meetings into turmoil, so we're going to realign and get back to our regular work next Wednesday.
Right, yeah, the
But
problem
it'll
with,
be a little later than we had planned, because Carrie just keeps packing the SU.
that SU chair is a taskmaster, yes.
We did have the field stakeholder committee, which was a part of that subcommittee, I believe. And that was on the 15th. That was a public meeting.
Right, it's not a committee that the board members sign to it, so they're really, and there's no chair of that group, so I'm not sure how to, I mean.
Yeah, I was just sort of saying it
Yeah.
because it happened. Yeah.
Maybe we could have a PPE, since it is a public meeting, maybe the PPE committee members have volunteered for the SU board, which has been a much busier board than we originally thought, but maybe we could ask one of those.
I attended that meeting as a member of the public.
Do you want to report out on it?
No, I think probably it will be better to report out, or, you know, when more information comes to light, I think it would be probably more appropriate.
Emily was there and took minutes.
Oh, that's right.
So there is a record of it.
Okay.
I don't know, was she there today?
No. Oh, no.
There were no minutes today?
There's minutes that we took. Really just followed the agenda that Gail set and gave them some feedback along the way. But I don't have formal minutes ready yet.
Oops.
Right. Oops. Yep. Should have thought about that Emily situation and said that she wasn't available for that either.
I guess I could make one comment. I was, at the previous regular meeting, I had made the comment that I was a little disappointed the way the subcommittee was chosen and that I wanted to participate. And it, as far as I'm concerned, it came to fruition at that meeting, what I had predicted. So it was not the most seamless exchange. That's all I'll say.
Okay, fair enough. So sorry for jumping around. Climate Crisis Task Force.
We'll be meeting with them next 2 weeks. We're just finalizing a date.
Okay. And Communications Council.
We met just after the last meeting and worked on some drafts, one of which I sent out to everyone earlier tonight. That went out to the Commons a week and a half ago, and I believe has gone out to other media sources, but I'm not 100% certain on that.
Thank you. I think that was a really good representation and sort of indicated the kind of time commitment for the meetings. I hope nobody takes from that that it's only 2 to 4 hours a week, but when you read it carefully, you start to realize, oh, you have to prep for meetings and things like that. So I think it was a really good description of what the position requires, and I think, you know, somewhere between 5 and 10 hours for regular board members seems like the right amount, and a certain amount of personal time flexibility. Does that?
Yeah, and one of the goals was to make it as realistic a description as we could. We didn't want people to be misled about what, you know, the amount of time that would probably require.
Well, I commend you for,
Yeah,
I commend you for being, yeah.
The question for Tim too. Did the other one, the notes on the leadership councils, did that get finished with, did you and Emily finish drafting that?
No.
No? So that's still up. Okay.
Yeah, that needs to be done.
Did you have a question, Sean?
I have difficulty hearing, especially in this room. So if David talks to you,
yeah.
You know, it's totally lost on me. But that does, David did bring up something else. It would be, I was sort of assuming there'd be a little place for leadership council reporting, and I don't see it on the agenda. So.
I assume that's what
But I
the
thought
council reports is.
you had mentioned it in an email, I believe, Christina.
Council reports, that's leadership council reports and possible appointments.
This one I got off the
The
website
very last
today.
item under there.
Oh.
Under committee reports.
It's under committee reports, sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And possible appointments.
Okay. Perfect.
Sean, what I said was that the Communications Council worked really hard to make one of the goals was to make sure that we were realistic about the time commitment that being on the board would mean. So that's why it had specific hours.
So thank you for doing that, Communications Council. I appreciate that. Good writing. Diversity and equity.
Meets Monday at 4:30.
Thank you. And the WSESU board continues to meet extensively over the superintendent hiring process. We are scheduled to meet next Wednesday. The survey results, I believe, close tonight. So I hope if you have not taken the survey, unfortunately, all those of you at home in BCTV land, it'll be too late by the time this airs, but if you're here and you haven't filled it out, please go home and fill out the survey. We'd like to hear from as many stakeholders from as many areas in the district as possible. Yes, Sean?
I did go on Monday, January 13th, to that superintendent forum, and it was Ann Beekman, myself, Krista from Guilford, and Robin Morgan. So there were 4 members of the public and 3 facilitators. So I think it was a little bit of a slowdown for them. They had 50 chairs set up and 4 people showed up. So I think it was a little bit of a rough start for them.
Yeah.
You know, I tried to.
Sorry?
I tried to give them encouragement. You know, and we had a very good discussion, but it was a 4-person discussion instead of a 50-person discussion.
I don't think that was the vision, so.
Yeah.
We have not had long lead times on these things either, I will say, so a lot of things have been done in our effort to try to get it out and do what everybody's been asking and recommending. So we had good attendance from teachers and superintendents. Hopefully the surveys that are done that can be done in the comfort of somebody's home will get some more parental responses. David, did you want to?
Apparently we've had pretty high participation in the survey. A lot of community sites, the Prouty Center, Facebook sites, and town sites were really active. Some of the schools, unfortunately, were tardy I guess, in getting notice out to parents and students, especially the high school, which it improved toward the end, I guess, over the last few days. But we may have wound up excluding a lot of the young people that this whole process is going to most affect. So that's unfortunate.
Moving on to council reports. Do we have any appointments last?
Yes, we do.
Why don't we do that first?
Okay. So from Green Street, we have Sharon Carlton Newton, Andrea Frost, Maureen Gallagher, Abby Healy, Deb Schiller, Rebecca Stamulus, thank you, and Bryn Tucker.
Do I have a motion to approve the slate as listed by Lyle Holiday?
So moved.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Ann, for the second.
And for Academy School, we have Robin Morgan, Valerie Racine, Carrie, I'm going to butcher this one, Carrie Slasa, Nina Wilson, Zephyr Ethier, and Rich Levy.
So let's vote on that first slate, and I should have waited to do both slates. So
I'm
let's
sorry.
vote on that first slate, and then I'll take a motion on the second slate. So all those in favor of the slate for Green Street School, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I would entertain a motion to approve the slate as listed by Lyle Holiday for Academy School?
Academy
School.
So moved.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Jade. Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. All those in favor of the motion to approve the slate as listed by Lyle Holiday, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And thank you to all of those who were willing to step up and do this work. It's really fun to see them get started. And so to that end, Sean wants to share, I'm sure.
Yeah, I went to the 4th Leadership Council meeting that they had at the Guilford School on the 17th of January. And it was, once again, a well-attended meeting. A lot of input from all kinds of, teachers and community members. And the principal, John Gagnon, was there and gave a comprehensive reported, vision. So I once again was extremely impressed and glad to be there. I have been saying to them that it isn't always going to be me. So I've done 3 out of the 4, and they would welcome any other directors. And it's usually Friday at 1 o'clock. That's the time that they've set up. I think it's first and second Friday.
First and third Friday?
First and third Friday, right.
Because there are 5 Fridays in January, we do have a meeting coming up January 31st. You're all welcome.
I'd be happy to keep going. I sort of thought right from the get-go that we were going to spread it around among all the directors.
So we had gone back and forth on this before these were set up, as we were and we had left the language pretty loose about attendance, and we weren't sure we were going to get the extra 2 seats, so we might have had 10 leadership councils and 8 directors, which was going to be tricky. One of the things we thought about was assigning 2 directors, and 1 director would be assigned specifically to a leadership council, and then you'd move towards other ones so you could sort of get cross-fertilization. But how about I put that on for the next agenda? Because we've been kind of piecing and patching it together as these councils have come to fruition. But maybe it's time to really think of a vision, because there's a lot to be said for having comfort between the person who's attending the meetings and what happened. Coming into a movie halfway through is not always helpful, but it's also good to be familiar with the struggles and the challenges at each school and what they envision as opportunities. But asking us all to do another meeting is also not going to be really popular with this crowd. So that's where I thought we left the conversation in the summer.
Right. One of the things that I said, that I would go to the second meeting of the month. But sometimes, as John just mentioned, there are 3 meetings in a month. That is quite a few meetings.
Yeah.
And I gave a pretty good report of the happens of the WSESD. And they'd probably be happy to hear how somebody else feels about the WSESD.
Well, I'm sure you portrayed us in the best light possible, Sean, so I'm sure I can do on that. Anybody else have any reports from any leadership councils they've attended?
But he tried but was unable to achieve quorum. So there was a conversation, but there was not a meeting, and consequently should not be reported here.
Well done, well done. I went to the Dummerston Leadership Council meeting, gosh, I think that was last week. So this was their second meeting. I couldn't stay because I had an SU meeting for the entire thing, but they were really working on coming up with priorities, and Julianne led the group in kind of a activity that a lot of the teachers have used to kind of prioritize and look at what they would like for opportunities at the school so they could set their future agendas and prioritize their needs as a school. So it was well attended. It's a good group of people, so I was excited to see that up and running. And we look forward. So no other leadership councils have met as yet. Excellent. Jamie.
Liz and I are co-chairs of Jamie Comtois, Putney Central School, and Liz and I are co-chairs of the Leadership Council at Putney Central, and it's just really exciting. I don't know what reports have come to this body yet, but we have a full slate of teachers and community members who now have had 3 meetings, and so I just wanted to say that we're looking at things around aftercare meals and problem solving that. We're looking at things, we're looking at having conversations about how to set goals and our expectations. So I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to report to this body, and wanted to know what the expectations are for how chairs can report to this body. Should we be doing submitted reports? What form of communication should we start
That's an excellent question, and I think Sean wants to weigh in on that.
Yeah, what Guilford Group did is they have a clerk, so it actually happens to be the 5th grade teacher. And so she writes up minutes, and then Barb posts all the minutes under WSASU under Leadership Council. So the minutes are there. So I think that would be, that would suffice in terms of education for everybody on what is transpiring at every one of the schools. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be reported out to the WSESD board.
I think one of the questions we have documented that, Ruby is our clerk, and we do have minutes that we're posting and sending. One question I have is, there was discussion that leadership councils would be a way to share the will of that school with the body as questions came up. And so I just am curious about any mechanism. We have had discussions about what should we be voting on and sending our voice to the body. And so that was something that came up at the first or second meeting. So we don't have to take that time now, but it's a question that came up for us, and I'm just curious about that.
So I'm going to say that since I've penciled in that we're going to have a discussion about leadership attendance and who from the board is going to attend the meetings, that we should probably throw this whole reporting and how the board stays apprised, because information is going to start flowing. Like, there hasn't been that much coming up because they've just been getting started, but I think the idea is that needs for schools will come through administration and leadership councils, and it's a good way to marry the administration to the community in a way that this board has a little bit more challenge doing. So I think that's part of would be better done as a more full discussion, and I'm thinking our next meeting might be a good time for doing that. I see heads nodding, so I'm going to go with that if that works for you.
Could I add just one thing?
Yeah.
We did set up on WSCSU website a leadership council tab all of its own. So when you go to the homepage, it's right there.
That is excellent.
And it'll have a drop-down menu with any time a leadership council gets established, we'll add that to the list, and you can just click on the school, and whatever is sent to us, we'll post there. It was Liz's idea.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Liz, for the idea. Thank you, Lyle, for the execution. And we did the appointment. So moving on to any other committees I have forgotten. Excellent. Moving on to finances. I would entertain a motion to approve the warrants of December 31st in the amount of $152,174.39, from January 2nd in the amount of $287,158.96, the warrants of January 6th in the amount of $85,898.56, and the payroll of January 30th in the amount of $1,267,966.42.
So moved.
Thank you, Ann.
I second it.
Thank you, Thomas. Any discussion? All those in favor of the warrants as listed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we are on to the administrative update.
Okay, I have two letters of retirement. One person's retired and then came back part-time and is now retiring fully. So, dear Lyle, this is my official notification to you that my last day of work at Wyndham Southeast School District will be at the end of my 2019-2020 contract. I then plan to fully retire after 45 years of service. I'm excited about my impending retirement, but wanted to take this moment to thank you for all the opportunities that I have experienced working in this district. I've genuinely enjoyed my employment as elementary art teacher and will miss my students and co-workers when my retirement day comes. Feel free to contact me if you need additional information. Kathy Crafts Allen, and Kathy is an art teacher here at Oak Grove. And the other one I have this evening, dear Lyle, please accept this letter as notice of my intent to retire at the end of this school year, pursuant to the separation benefit agreement in our contract. I've had a wonderful career working with students in our district and am so grateful to the Guilford community and fellow colleagues for giving me the opportunity to grow and develop as a classroom teacher. I'm also thankful for the support of mentors like John Gagnon, Larry Alper, Amelia Stone, and yourself who have supported and encouraged me along the way. I want to restate my desire to continue to work in the district on a part-time basis, however I can be of service. And that's from Jen Kramer, and as you can see, a teacher in Guilford.
I entertain a motion to approve the retirements as listed by Leonard. To accept with regret.
I can make that motion. That we accept the retirement of Kathy Allen. What's her?
Kathy Kraus Allen.
Kraus Allen, thank you. And Jen Kramer from Guilford on both those individuals, extreme regret.
Thank you, Sean. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Thank you, David. All those in favor of accepting the resignations as, which I can't write, as Sean, with please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Each year we create an organizational chart. This is the most updated that has all of us as one district. It has the SU and it has Vernon. It's just for your information. It lists either principals or program directors, finance, technology, etc. So I'll let you look at that, and if you have any questions, you can send those my way. I'm also giving you what's pretty close to the final draft of the 2021 calendar. I think I sent it up there. So again,
Closest we ever get.
there's that for you to look at. David had asked for a report out on restorative practices, so I wanted to do just a quick update. I just want to make sure that the board knows that I had contacted and been in touch with all the principals so that they know that Mike Sostak, who oversees the restorative practices program at BAMS and BUHS, is available to work with students or staff. Steve and I had talked about it. More than once, he has reaffirmed that he will release Mike if a school wishes to have him. We can stipend Mike if he needs to take time after his work hours through diversity equity, because this is actually an equity issue. What we can't do at this point is pull Mike from his position, because that would mean hiring someone to take his place, and I don't believe that at this point our budget would be, that would be best for our budget. Not having this, a restorative practice coordinator doesn't mean we're not focusing on restorative practices. Pretty much all schools have some sort of either training or work going on with restorative practices. And all of our schools are working with trauma-informed practices, building classroom communities. Principals are here. I don't know if any of you want to speak to that. You know, Putney last year spent pretty much the whole year really looking at restorative practice. Mark, both when he was at Vernon and now at Green Street, have done that. This year at the high school and BAMS, we've had people coming in looking at trauma-informed, which we feel is a step toward working toward restorative practices. So, anything?
Yeah, I think, you know, for the high school, we've really begun to embrace the idea that trauma-informed practices and restorative practices overlap, and that if we're going to create truly trauma-informed and trauma-transformed school environments, we need to put in the time, we need to put in the energy on very focused, directive community building within all of our classrooms. And that has been one of our goals this year, and it's going to be one of our goals next year, to kind of spend more energy in that direction. Next semester, we have some teachers who are going to be piloting for us, using community building practices in their classroom explicitly with an eye towards creating a trauma-informed environment. It's a process that, when I spoke to the teachers about it, the biggest requirement they have right now is time. Because it's not a practice where you just do it and call it done. It's a process where a teacher and groups of teachers need to sit together and really have structured reflection time to think about what they're doing, what's working, what's not working, so they can come back and do it. So if there's any one item that we need at the high school, it is time to kind of do that work. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
I think Mark and Herb.
Chris.
Sure. Yeah, at Green Street we have a very strong restorative justice team, going on 6 years now. We've put a ton of resources and time and PD into trauma-informed practices, especially over the last 3 years specifically. And we are exploring, continuing to explore, more opportunities in developing restorative practices. Just yesterday at our staff meeting, we did some PD around restorative circles. So every classroom teacher within the next month and a half will have conducted a restorative circle with their classes. And we're looking at turning that into a normal practice, a routine that we use for a morning meeting. So significant amount of time and energy has been put into restorative practices. It's been really great work, and it's really helped move our school forward in a more forward-thinking way.
Yeah, so at Putney, we're in our second year with restorative practices. We try to think of it as part of our whole school, whole child approach to social emotional learning. Traditional thinking around restorative practices focuses oftentimes on the restorative aspect of it. In other words, something has happened and now we need to make it whole again. What we're learning is that it's most effective when we focus on what Steve mentioned, actually, that they're trying to do and work on at the high school, is about relationship building. Teachers getting to know kids well, and vice versa, so that when and if the inevitable conflicts arise, they have the toolkit to help the kids resolve conflict without it getting too out of hand. And so far it's been great. We've worked with Mel Motel going back to last year with the teams. It's been part of our professional learning community work once a month. And we have a 2-hour optional workshop on the PD day on the 27th for teachers and staff. Anybody who wants to attend can do it. And we'll follow up with another similar training on a Friday afternoon when we have winter sports. So everybody will get that 2-hour training. So that's pretty much where we're at right now. We see it as a logical extension of the PBIS work that we've been doing for 11 years now at Putney Central. So it fits in. It's all of a piece. The mindfulness work, it's all important work, and we're trying to do what we can in order to make sure that all of the kids have somebody in the building that they can turn to when they need to.
And there's a concert tonight at Academy School, but Kelly and John, if they were here, and I think you heard them report out at their school about the ongoing work that they have. They spent last year really researching what other elementaries are doing across the state. You may remember we had actually, as an SD, applied for a grant, which we didn't get, but the Academy folks went ahead and did their training. So this year they are implementing that.
So if what you said, Lyle, is that Mike is available, he'll be released if the school wishes to have him, but it can't pull him from his current position. How will that work? He's in in-school suspension. It's not a scheduled program.
So what would happen would be a principal would say, I could really use your help running a circle. The principal would let Mike know, Mike would let Steve know, and Steve would be able to cover that for a couple of hours. It would be different if every day at let's say at lunchtime, Mike is now released from the in-school suspension to do restorative practice. That would mean hiring someone that would be in there permanently. It's a little different from just, we can cover that for a couple of hours.
How much would that cost to hire someone for that in that position? It's not a professional staff position.
It would be classified.
How much is it?
Half-time, yeah.
A budget? It'd be 20,000.
With plus benefits?
Including benefits. Yeah, including would be full-time is about 40,000.
40,000
for a parent.
That doesn't seem unreasonable to me. I think, and again, I'm not an expert in this area. I don't know anywhere near what you all know about this process, but the things that I've learned and I've heard consistently from everybody I've talked to is that we're in a situation where we are intervening relatively effectively on a growing problem, and that what's needed is that needs to be replaced by prevention. And that requires a conscious systemic approach to changing the culture so that every student has experience in circles all through their school career from pre-kindergarten on, that they all share the same language, that they are familiar with the same practices, so that by the time they get to the high school, the amount of intervention that's necessary won't be necessary. And I think if we don't invest in that, if we don't free somebody up to actually do the coordination that the people that are involved in it, whose names you mentioned, all said or all agree is needed to move the process forward. I think if it's not a coordinated, conscious effort, it's going to, it'll be haphazard here and there, and we won't see the necessary change that we need to see if we're going to be able to change the culture in a manner that controls that has a better effect on the behavior problems that we're having right now. You got Christine's comment.
I agree with a lot of what you said, David, and I think I can just speak for Green Street, but we're improving our capacity at the building level. So it's becoming a cultural thing that we're all doing. So I feel like I don't really need that level of extra support because we're building it within our team and people are owning it. And that's been a very powerful experience.
And again, at the high school, and I'm glad we're having this discussion because it's important work and it's work that we really have to do. At the high school, we've got a group of teachers that have taken now two or more courses on trauma-informed practices, and from that have done that work with restorative circles and community building. And so, as Mark said, we have the capacity. We have a group of teachers that are ready to do this work and ready to share this work. That's why we're doing a pilot this spring, so we can share that work. I guess if there's one resource I needed, if we had extra funds, I guess I would want to use it to somehow create structural changes in our school day so we could have that time to do the work. So the teachers could have some reflective time, some time to do some purposeful work in that area.
Schools that are PBIS schools, and a lot of our schools are, there's tremendous resources that PBIS puts out there that are free. And we've been accessing that throughout the last 2 years as well.
So I guess I'm curious because it seems like if we have somebody that's great, and I've heard from, Steve, you have Mike in your wheelhouse, and Mark doesn't feel like he needs that level of assistance, but it's a good question. Is there some way that this time, 2 hours of this time, could be used with a support staff person managing an hour or two so that this resource could be spread among the district? Would that be a good use of relatively small amount of funds in our current budget?
It would mean hiring a new person. Because this would be a new position, I would have to check with the union, but it also may mean opening up that position to advertising and accepting other people who may be interested in applying for that job. We can't automatically put a person into a position. We've been told that by the union.
So we would have to advertise a half-time position
for the restorative practices coordinator.
I was envisioning the position, and maybe I I'm losing it. I was envisioning it as like an assistant, like a paraprofessional position for the coordinator who would be there to cover the lunch, cover an hour and a half a day that would allow Mike time to work with other.
It seems like a small thing, but right now, Mike's title is not WSESD Restorative Practices Coordinator.
Oh, okay.
He works, he's a WSESD employee, but he works at the high school with the understanding from Steve that he will release him when other schools request him. So to release him permanently at a certain hour of the day, we would definitely need to hire someone to be in his space, and of course we're on TV, so we're not flying under the radar, but we're going to try to fly under the radar, I guess, for the rest of the year using Mike in that position. If it were to continue, we would absolutely have to open that up.
I think it was the thought that Mike would not have the lunch duty. He would be available during lunchtime because he seems to value the lunch duty as some of his best contact with students, so that would probably be a net loss.
Right, and I guess, if I think about how a part-time employee, it would be tough because we would have a person, like we might have an elementary school that wants Mike in the afternoon, and then another person might want him in the morning, and so we wouldn't do set times. We'd have to figure out a way to have that Paris schedule be flexible and coordinated with Mike's. That would be tough to schedule. I guess if we're going to do that, I would almost say, and Lyle's not going to hear me say this, if we're going to do that, then I would almost say we should bite the bullet and hire a person to take over Mike's planning room duties at the high school, and because we'd restructure that and then release Mike to do the work district-wide. Yep.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to add that Mike also works a lot with the middle school students with more restorative justice, often conflict between students, and often using a high school panel to facilitate the conversations. He sometimes handles them himself, but often he'll bring in a panel of students, so I don't know how that will kind of fold into it all, but it's like, it's a different approach, the restorative practice versus restorative justice, but he serves multiple roles.
Well, unfortunately, all our principals aren't here, so I can't get a feeling for if this is a need that all the principals feel would be important. So to add to the budget when we don't have that as an identified need and things seem to be okay in a really tight budget year, I'm not inclined to make that motion. If there's some creative way to do it with part-time, I always like to think creatively of how we could stretch something or move something around or do something. Yes, David?
I don't think it's fair to say that things seem to be okay. I mean, we continue to add behavior staff and human services staff, and we continue to add to the numbers about out-of-district placements that we face. And the way we're dealing with the impact of low income, of poverty on our families is really expensive. And this is a way that is much more holistic, it's much more engaged with the community, and much more likely to make a long-term difference. And I understand it's not an easy thing to do. It's not like buy a curriculum and put it in place and give everybody the training. And I know that different schools are doing things differently, and they really value the different cultures. But the thing that's consistent across these cultures is the impact of poverty on these kids. And we can predict their test scores based on their demographics. We don't have to look at the tests. You can tell ahead of time what their test scores can be, simply by where they come from. That indicates that we're not really making enough impact And this seems like a way, maybe getting Mike Zostak around at the other schools isn't the way to do it, and I understand John Sessions was really good about helping me understand that it really has to be organic, it has to really grow from within, it has to be done the way you're doing it, Mark. But at the same time, it has to go faster. It has to be more intentional. I mean, we wouldn't put any program in these schools. You people wouldn't put any programs in these schools if you hadn't really thought through really carefully what the structure was going to be, what the anticipated, unanticipated consequences. You would put it all together, including how much the staff costs and how much time they spend in each place. But this is something that, I mean, I don't want to sound sort of hopeless about it, but this has really been an intractable problem forever. I mean, I'm not sure where somebody said the poor will always be with us, but it seems like that's true. But the impact of on kids in our community is really pretty obvious, and what we're doing isn't enough. It's incredible. It's an incredible amount of work. People are just working themselves to the bone. We've heard from the administrators about the impact of these, the trauma and effect on them and on the staff. And this seems like the only really effective way to improve the situation. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm perfectly willing to be proven wrong, but hiring more behaviorists and sending kids off to district placements doesn't seem to be getting it done.
Well, they're not silos.
Yeah.
These people work together in our schools, and that's really important.
Yeah.
From counseling to restorative practices to ABA responses, they're not siloed people. And when we think of social emotional learning, all those folks need to be working together. So we're building those resources in our schools. The key is systematically, how do we become more effective and how we work together. And that's what we're working on.
Yeah. Steve is working with this. Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to let Lyle.
Yeah, sorry.
Because I agree with a lot of what you said, but I do want to make sure that people know that implementing restorative practices is going to take time, and it'll be time before it has an impact, and we are still going to see those out-of-district placements, and we're still going to see the need for, excuse me, the social workers. But as Mark just said, they need to all be working together.
And that's what I was hoping Mike's function would be to coordinate those efforts. I mean, that was the description. That was what they said they were looking for. So that's kind of what I had in mind. I'm not sure where it's gone off track, but that was the
Well,
thought.
I guess I think I would love to hear what the board could do to support, like, I was like, oh, so you want a longer school day? Is that what you were asking for, Steve, when you were asking for time to do this structure? But I didn't throw that out there on camera because I thought you'd kill me, but.
Well, I can tell you what I like.
Okay.
What I really like is a late entry, initially once a month and then maybe more frequently. A late entry where students come to school and we start classes at 10:15. And during that morning time, our teachers do the work of restorative practices. They do the work of trauma-informed instruction. We take the time, like right now, faculty meeting's a half hour at the end of the day. So, I mean, what I would look to do is to, in other schools have done it, I would look to have us do a late entry. I mean, ideally be once a week, and I know that's a dream, but I can dream. But I would say that we would do a late entry and we would use that time to have structured conversations with teachers, to do the PD, to have the conversations about what's working, what is best practice, how do we establish a tier 1 whole school approach to building community in every one of our classrooms, and how do we make sure that it's happening in a biology class consistently with how it's happening in an English class. Because for the high school, that's the big challenge. We have 65 professional staff. And so that's, the resource we need is time. And, right now, CVU, Mount Mansfield, South Burlington, those high schools are all doing this model.
I guess that's a much larger discussion that we would need to talk about, but I don't think it's impacting this budget that we're talking about now particularly. It may impact the the way professional development has been, days have been sorted out here for teachers, it may change that. I do have a concern because I know in my town there's children that don't go to school when there's a half day because the parents have to go to work and they can't get to the bus, it's too far. So that's something I've consistently heard, that these half days are challenging to people when they are not on a convenient bus route and they don't want their kids walking down a road that's hard to get to. So I think we need to really think about that does school become less accessible to kids who's have single parent households and that parent has to work, which there's a lot of those. So that is my real on the ground concern. That happens in the outlying towns a lot more, that we make sure we're covered for that. So I'd like us to think about that for all of us, and I'm happy to entertain that discussion. Yes, David.
Are you, Steve was talking about high school students. Is that true for high school students, that it's harder if there were a bus that came at whatever the time the second bus run would come on that one day, we'll start with a month. Is that an issue for, obviously for elementary kids, that's not going to work. But would that be the same issue?
I know of one family that it was definitely a high school person, high school student, that it's like 2-mile walk to the bus, and they didn't want their kid walking on the road. It wasn't a safe road to walk on. So.
Well, as is often the case, if we don't try to do something, or at least create the ability in this budget for something like what Steve just described to happen, then it's 2 years. And as they said, it takes a long time for these things to happen, and the longer our budget cycles put us behind a year for everything. So I'm really,
but I don't think you're
like
asking for additional training, you're asking for time. And time is money, but not in this case, right?
Well, it was a high school only, time would be money, in that we would have to find out from the bus company what it would cost to run the bus runs later for use, for high school, middle school, career center.
and probably provide some monitoring for students that had to come on the first bus.
Right. Well, there wouldn't be a first bus. So we do an elementary run, and then we do the high school run later. So, and I can find out, I can ask.
Yes, Sean.
If what I heard correctly from the administrators that have spoken is that it's something that's happening within the schools, all the staff members are getting involved, and there's a lot of value to that, as opposed to integrating another person with a different idea, which may be very valuable, but it's the fact that everybody is sort of recognizing the problem up front and center, and it's becoming a focal point, and I think that has a lot of value.
That's what I've been trying. That's what I've been trying to convey.
That's what I heard you say. So I think that attitude or that knowledge is, I have a lot of respect for it. The other thing is that we've been going over and over budgets, and the night that we are considering approving the budget is that the best time to be thinking about another big, maybe not big, but another budgetary expense. I would rather have it developed, more carefully and with all input from all administrators.
I think I have a much better idea of what it would look like and what the plan would be. I would like a more well thought out process of what, systematically, how would it work?
I wanted to add that each of us, I think all of us have our own leadership teams within our building, principal and teachers who join a leadership team. And those teams often kind of help develop our action plans and kind of plan our professional development. And really, I'm sure Mark has used that model, or I assume he's used that model to help develop this. And so it's important for each of us to work with those teams to look at what we're doing with trauma-informed practices, to build it in-house, to build the capacity and the common shared understanding that this is the direction we need to go. At BAMS, we've done a lot with trauma-informed work, or a fair amount. Staff have identified that's a need. I want to see resources to be able to bring in like a Mel Motel or a Joelle Van Lent, who we've worked with. They're experts in this area. These are their careers. And to bring them in and maybe have a day where they just come in and work with teachers in the classroom. It doesn't have to be a PD day. It can be a regular school day where they come in and work with teachers who are starting to do some of this. So from my perspective, I'd like to have more time to really look at it as a school and talk as an SU as well around the direction we're going here and have resources available. But I'm not personally necessarily feeling like it has to be a person. It's a resource that I hope we would have, whether it's time or.
So Frank, do we have to approve the budget tonight?
It would be helpful to do that, but no, you don't have to. One discussion that I've had with Lyle and Barb about, if the board wanted to have the document available for town meeting, we'd really need to approve it tonight. But there's no legal obligation. The thinking is when citizens are all together at town meeting, it'd be great to have that. And even tonight, it's not a guarantee we can make that deadline. Generally, town offices like documents like today or tomorrow is usually the latest in the month to be ready. So it's possible if we approve tonight, but there's no legal requirement to do that.
Because part of my thinking is, I think that the board shares the passion that the administrators we've heard from have for this program and want to find a way to support you and would be interested in putting some money into the budget. It's very hard to put some money into the budget when we don't know what it is, and we'd like to get the budget out in time for town meeting day, but cannot do that. And so I don't quite know how we could proceed. I take Sean's point. I don't like doing this last minute, but I think it's something that I saw a lot of head nodding when I said, what do you want? And they were very clear there is something they really would like to do that is more helpful than what the board was starting to envision for this. So
I feel like we have a way forward for this year in that there are only a couple schools that haven't really embarked on it. We could pay Mike to do some after-school work with those schools. We could ask Mike to put together something that would be an implementation plan for the schools that haven't yet started. The schools that have started are well into it. So I think adding another person into that mix right now, that would, there'd need to be a lot of work with the principals and the people at the school overseeing the restorative practices. But for the schools that haven't jumped in yet, I feel like there is a place. And by Steve letting Mike be released for certain times.
So would it make sense to have the board consider some sort of dollar amount that would allow for some extra time of Mike's and some of Mel Motel's time to work with schools, and perhaps even a couple of late start days with buses, so some amount that could be used however administration sees fit to help this program along? Since we can't get a cost on what, there's no way we're going to work that out and then what would be the thing.
Suggestion first, what Mark and Sean said about being careful and really considering taking time to do it and do it really well is absolutely correct. I mean, I have no question. I just have also no patience. But I think that we do have a way forward right now. I very much would like to see if the administrators could find some time in the next week or two to just come up with some sort of a ballpark figure. And it may be you can move some professional development funds around, but they're pretty much planned and done more than a year ahead of time. So it may need to be new funding, but I would really appreciate if you would put some effort into that and start thinking about how to make this happen the way you described it and the way Sean described it. It's really carefully thought out and implemented. And worst comes to worst, we could hand the budgets out at town meeting to people. You know, we just give them to them. They wouldn't be in the booklets, but they could see it on time.
That'd be a really large printing expense, though, like in addition
Yeah,
to.
well, we'd be doing it either way. Well, unless the town paid for the printing.
Question. Paul Smith, Cricket Coordinator. I thought I heard that for the interim, some of the voted on last year diversity funds could be used to provide the stipend for the work that Mike does for the remainder of this year, and possibly into, I was sort of assuming, possibly into next year. So it's not as if there isn't budget money available for that sort of work. Am I correct?
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well, you know, so if we coordinate the work at the SU level as well, because remember the SU board added $162,000 for related work, and then the SD added $100,000. So there's $262,000. Most of it is new money. Some of it's not new money because the high school had a portion of that already in its budget and it got moved. But generally there's, you know, you're aware that 200,000 of new money to this system, that those resources, I've met with Michaela, had some discussions with Lyle about where the direction of those resources are going in the FY 20 and 21 plan, and it's, you know, clearly there's some, I think well-defined objectives, but it appears to me that there's a fair amount of, flexibility in the way in which those get implemented. So I think that.
So the things we've committed to have not used up those monies, and there's monies in that. Thank you, Frank. It's like Christmas.
Be careful not to spend it twice. It is directed.
Oh, I'm very careful not to spend anything twice, and the fact that I'm wanting to up a budget shows that I'm still feverish or something. But I'm excited to find out that there's money available, and that makes logical sense to me that it would come from that. So we look forward to working with administration and hearing how that money is supporting your programming. Thank you, Paul, for pointing that out.
So I have one more thing under administrative.
Thank you for all the information and the support. Appreciate that.
Thanks for being passionate about the topic.
So we had determined at the June annual meeting that we would be sending informational postcards announcing this year's upcoming annual meeting on March 17. We have sort of a mock-up of what those postcards would look like. If you want to add to the postcard the dates of the public information meetings, we'll need those dates tonight. So I don't know if that's later on the.
I had that in my ad of scheduling the budget. That was one of my ads after I got this from Barb. So, which is actually our next item. So we can just right into that, which is scheduling our budget information session, which must happen between March 7th and 16th. And that way, when that postcard goes home, people can attend the informational session that we will have to do before the actual annual meeting. So, any thoughts between the 7th? Well, the 7th and the 8th are probably not good because that's the weekend. And the 15th and 16th are also the weekend, so that leaves us between the 9th and the 14th. For administration, is there any night that works better for you? Because I won't do it unless I can phone a friend.
March 11th. So Wednesday, we're kind of used to Wednesdays.
Sounds good to me.
Excuse me, but that is the same night, I believe, as the Brattleboro Municipal Informational Session for their representative town meeting. Would be a conflict there, I think.
Is the representative meeting on the 21st?
Yes, and the informational meeting is 10 days earlier.
So the 10th.
Thank you.
The 10th is
10th, Tuesday? Does that work for you guys?
I could do that.
6 o'clock? March 10th, 6 o'clock?
And where is this going to be?
That's my next question.
Seeing as we have Steve here, should we do it at the multi-purpose room? The sound in the multi-purpose room is not good.
No, yes, I've noticed. Yeah.
The one in the middle school is better, isn't it?
Do you feel like
We're
it's
the
better?
best.
You're the best?
I'm just kidding.
Apparently, they're the best.
Was the band's multi-purpose room the location that was just decided? I mean, acoustics are really helpful.
I don't see anything in our calendar that would prevent it.
So, I would entertain a motion that we schedule a budget information session for March 10th at 6 o'clock at the BAM's multi-purpose room. Thank you, Tim. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, David. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. We have our budget information session scheduled. Barb, can get those postcards to the printer.
And where is the annual meeting?
At the high school.
I assume it's at the high school.
It's where it was last year.
In the gym.
In the gym. Yeah. But we had good miking for that. I think
Yes,
it was.
we all have mics and things.
If that was okay.
And we will get mic runners and the whole thing.
That was me.
I'm also going to take care of this before we launch into the budget, so I don't. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ruby McAfee from Putney. I guess I may have missed this at some point, but I thought that there was a point. I'm about to raise issues about childcare. I'm just warning you. I thought that you were going to be considering at some point a timing for the annual meeting that was easier for families that have kids in the school system to attend. Last year, you had childcare, which was awesome, and I really hope you're considering it again this year. But the clock stopped on the childcare before the end of the meeting, and I think that if there's a commitment on the part of this board to encourage engagement by parents, then you have to prioritize either adjusting the time of the meeting for the future, even if it fails and you put it on a weekend and nobody shows, but figuring out a time that's better, or really making it a priority to have adequate childcare and advertise that there's adequate childcare in advance. So I don't know how that factors into your postcards and things like that, but I haven't seen that conversation. That doesn't mean it hasn't happened on the part of this board, but I just don't want that to fall away as something that you're considering.
So we had discussed it as a board, and the process for having the SU hire childcare took about 3+ hours of the superintendent's time, because it becomes a supervisory union employee. And so they have to be fingerprinted. We're not very successful at finding internal candidates, so you have to make sure that people have gone through the process because we're hiring them. So it's not just calling up a babysitter. So we had spoken about when leadership councils are up and running, to have leadership councils be one of their charges for when the meeting is occurring in your district, that the leadership councils find people to do childcare. Leadership councils have taken some time, so it takes it off of the superintendent's plate, which is generally a full plate, and allows it to be a little bit more streamlined for childcare, doesn't put it under the requirements of a school district that we're hiring childcare. I've hit up my daughter to come do it though, and my son is coming as well, and she's CPR certified and everything, so I am working on that, but it will not be, I'm not putting it on Lyle's plate for this meeting. And the date of the meeting is set, and that was set at the last meeting. So that could be reset at this meeting, I guess. But, and maybe St. Patty's Day isn't the best day of the year, but maybe it is, I don't know. But that this meeting date is set, so there's nothing we can do to change that. And I think, according to Ruth Barton, a long-standing member, that weekends were horrendous for getting attendance. They were the absolute worst attendance level. So when they tried that. So I think a lot of permutations have been tried. And I believe the quote was, short of giving out a free bedroom set, increasing attendance from an evening during the week meeting has not been successful. So. Yes, Liz.
When you were looking for childcare last year, did you ask professionals?
I asked all.
Did you?
I sent it out to every school news folder, asking every teacher, paraprofessional, all classmates.
EES and
EES.
At the preschools and
probably not private providers.
I called in personal favor from the early childhood education world to do this. So it was a leaning on my part to find somebody who was certified and a personal favor that I had to call in. So it was not simple. Yes, Jamie.
Hi, I am Jamie from Putney. Lyle and Christina and I think, hustled collectively to try to find people. And I remember going in the hallways and asking every para-educator who was already fingerprinted. I volunteer to help coordinate that now so that we could find somebody, so we could include it on the postcard, so it's not on your plate, Lyle. And I do agree with Ruby that this is something that's so critical for our new district to make a commitment to, and I would make a commitment as a volunteer to hustle and coordinate with my principal to identify people at Putney Central who might be interested, and I'm happy to coordinate with other schools that would have similar folks, that if they had 2 months advance warning, they could put it on their schedules. I think we were struggling because we might have been pretty close to the date, as I recall.
Well, the other issue was it was after summer started for.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was right when summer camp, it was the worst day ever. So this, I feel much more optimistic that someone would like, because I recall that we had a compensation.
Yes,
it was.
Yes, and I assume the board will compensate again. Jane, just so you know, we need to get these postcards to the printer by next Wednesday. Okay. So if you can be
I
in
can
touch with
secure somebody by Wednesday?
Yeah, we can put it on the postcard.
I volunteer to secure someone by Wednesday.
Thank you, Jamie.
Okay.
Contact my daughter for assistance.
Okay.
All right. Moving on to the warning for the upcoming election. I think I will read it because this wasn't distributed beforehand. Warning, special meeting, Wyndham Southeast School District. Legal voters of the Wyndham Southeast School District, including the towns of Brattleboro, Dummerston, Guilford, and Putney, are hereby notified and warned to meet as follows. Brattleboro at the American Legion, 32 Linden Street, Brattleboro, Vermont, 05301, between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. In Dummerston at the Dummerston School, 52 Schoolhouse Road, Dummerston, Vermont, 05346, between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. In Guilford at the Guilford Central School, 374 School Road, Guilford, Vermont, and Putney at the Putney Central School, 182 Westminster Road, Putney, Vermont, between the hours of 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. on Tuesday, March 3rd, to vote by Australian ballot on the following article. Article 1, to elect 6 school directors from the nominees to serve on the school board of the merged Wyndham Southeast School District from the day following the annual district meeting. 1 school director who is a resident of Brattleboro for a 1-year term. 2 school directors, 1 from each town, who are residents of Brattleboro and Dummerston for a 2-year term. 3 school directors, 1 from each town, who are residents of Brattleboro, Dummerston, and Putney for a 3-year term. The legal voters of the Wyndham School District, including the towns of Brattleboro, Dummerston, Guilford, and Putney, are further notified that voter qualification, registration, absentee voting, and voting procedures relative to said special meeting shall be provided in chapters 43, 51, and 55 of Title 17 Vermont statutes annotated, dated this 22nd day of January 2020. I would entertain a motion to approve the warning for the special meeting with Wyndham Southeast School District.
I'll move it.
Thank you, Sean. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ann. Any discussion? Yes,
I
Tim.
may have missed it. When you talked about the people who are running for the 3-year slots, I think, and maybe I spaced out for a half second just before, so maybe I missed this part. I thought you said from all of the towns?
One from each town.
Previously, because there's not one from Guilford this year.
No, one for the 3 school directors who are residents of Brattleboro, Dummerston, and Putney.
That's the part I missed. Thank you. Never mind.
You're freaking me out there for a minute. This has been no small feat wrestling this little devil to the ground, so and it's confused by people taking over seats and everything. But I'm feeling comfortable. It's been run by the attorney, and as of equal importance, it's been run by Barb, and they both agree. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve the warning for the special meeting for the Wyndham Southeast School District, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes appear to have it. I'll pass it down for your signature. Okay. And that brings us to the budget review, and I believe there's extra paper copies of the budget for.
We have some extra copies up there, yeah. And we'll be sure it's on the website tomorrow.
Excellent. So, how would you like to proceed with this, Frank? What do
I
you
can
think
give you
makes
an
sense?
overview of the documents, pretty briefly, and then we can have, our usual discussion, questions, if you like. Is that okay?
Is that one of yours? I think it does. I see head nod. That sounds good.
If you're okay. Okay. So I've emailed you the summary document. It's a one-page summary document. I'm sorry, yes, I emailed that to you this afternoon. And then I had emailed you earlier revised budget document and then the detailed budget. So I can go over that.
That's here, right?
Yes, that's there. And then I thought we should also review the capital plan. It was part of our discussion last board meeting, and so I summarized each district into a single document, and I can give you the overview of that as well. So the summary document with the graph on it, that reflects what's referred to as functional overview of the budget, as opposed to a site-based presentation. And functions meaning direct instruction, vocational programs, as you can see under the expenditures, support services for students, administration, operation of maintenance, and food service, as well as debt. So this is a way of looking at the same information that we've been considering, but as I said, instead of site and then salary, benefits, services, supplies, equipment, this is everybody together, but what are we doing in direct instruction? What are we doing in support services? So as you can see also, we discussed to some extent potential retirements. Our union contracts requires notice by January 15th, and we did receive several notices. And so on the second page of this summary document, I have updated where we were at the last discussion on January 8th at $51,311,000 in total expenses. And then on page 2, the revisions since then, largely associated with those retirements and the projected replacement expenses. You can see we reduced the version we discussed on January 8th by 140,000. And those are reasonably conservative estimates of new hiring scenarios. When we go back to the summary page, with those reductions, now the revised total expenditures are up by 1.8%. So we have a $50,276,000 current plan. I'm looking at total operating expenditures on the first page. And this proposed budget $51,171,000, which is a 1.8% increase over the present budget. I've left the $800,000, as we had discussed, as use of fund balance to reduce taxes. And the graph, maybe the only thing I would point out there is obviously the largest portion of the expenditures, this is a percentage of total, is in direct instruction, but also I argued against the state's classification system of putting the special education assessment in the 2,500 group, which has historically been associated with fiscal services. But that is what they've done. So I just wanted to point out that you see the second largest wedge is the darker blue. That's 16%, and that's almost all special education services. So, you know, as a member of the public, I would be, you know, I would suggest that you consider that graph from the point of view of the two blues are essentially the same investment. It's special education is considered a direct instructional service to students. So there are the overviews, and maybe one other quick comment. As you look at the first page and you see a 1.8% change, clearly there's no real dramatic changes in spending, but maybe the negative 154,000 caught your eye in support services for instruction. And so I just wanted to comment. We're not cutting programs. What that reflects is what we talked about last week, our last meeting. It's approximately $103,000 of really good programming for grant funded in the Career Center. Is not being requested in the fiscal year 21. Those are one-time grants that are getting programs off the ground. But then, you know, I know Nancy's here, and she spoke to this last meeting. Those sort of investments in cybersecurity and there's some automation, manufacturing automation will be integrated into our existing curriculum in the future period. But this helps us get those programs off the ground. So when we go to page 3, taking these adjustments, putting them into an estimated tax calculation. So we have two favorable developments since January 8th. One is, as I've just mentioned, a reduction of another $140,000 out of the budget, so that on the first line there shows the 1.8% change, $51,171,000. The other favorable development is line 15. We've got a revised average daily membership turned into an equalized pupil count by the Agency of Ed, and we've risen by 9 students, which is great. So we were 2241, and now we're 2,250 students. You see that on line 15. And with that change, those two changes, we're now under 19,000 per student. I was hoping that we could get there. So 18,954 you see on line 27. and those calculations result in a lower tax rate from our previous version. We're now at $1.74 is the equalized estimated homestead tax rate, which is a 2% change. And then probably more importantly, the income sensitivity threshold of 2.83% is a little bit lower than our previous version. And it's a change of that 1.8% versus the current year. So no adjustments. I've received no adjustments to the CLA. So those calculations are based on the $1.74. Another quick reference for you on page 4 through the rest of the summary, 4 through 10. We had some feedback from members of the public around just ease of accessing the information. We added a page reference column to the far right, and that was actually just this afternoon, so you haven't seen this version. So for example, Academy School on page 4 is the first site. And you see the references to direct instruction, support services, and so on. And then down on regular education, you see the page references. Well, those are on pages 1 through 11 in your 130-page detailed document. So within any section of this budget, you can hopefully quickly get to a more detailed section if you needed more information. The other thing is just reminding you on page 2, I've put in the account numbers on the far right. So if you really wanted to get into the details, you could look at the version you had on December 18th. You could look at this version, and it's those account numbers that are different. So that's where you would see the differences in the detail.
While you're on page 2, can I just ask a quick question?
Yep.
It says art teacher Dummerston, 75 and .25. Is there a reason that's somehow broken?
Elementary and secondary.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Oh, I been told I would have gotten there. Thank you. Sorry, Frank.
Yeah. So there's the overview. No program changes since our last discussion. Just primarily staffing turnover, and then there was a little bit of a alignment of the 21C grant program with the revenues, so that had a favorable impact. Yes, Sean.
I know you said this before, but maybe if you could reiterate why the increase, the 18,954 is above the threshold, but we do not get penalized for the, and I can't remember exactly how that all comes around.
Projects that were built before 2007 in the state of Vermont, that went through the public school approval process and got state aid, those projects, so the Brattleboro Union High School project and the Putney School project, were approved, and the cost per student associated with the bond payments is exempt from the calculation. And that's about 800. Did I have the number in there? It's 875. So we still have to raise $18,954 per student, but we don't get penalized on the approximately $200 that is over $18,756.
And then I guess my next question is, looking at Guilford, Guilford actually has a 10.8% decrease in the previous budget. If you can speak to that.
Sure. Yeah, this budget process was much more, logical from the point of view that we knew our governance structure, we knew the legal entity that we were developing. The prior year, fiscal year 20, we did not know that until late May, well after budgets had been developed, in January and February. So Guilford has one of those payments that existed in fiscal year 20 under the old assumption, and then in the new, it was dissolved, and that is the payment from Guilford to UHS for the BAM's tuition. So there was $380,000 that's in the kind of the basis for fiscal year 20, and then when you go to fiscal year 21, $380,000 in direct instruction is not in that assumption. So when you pull that out, Guilford, I think the increase is still up about 5%, as I recall.
Yeah.
If you were looking at,
we still pay for the band students, but it's just in a different location budgetary-wise.
well, it's one of those things that because we're now all on the same equalized tax rate, there is no differentiating, a cost per student, and it actually the cash flow is eliminated. The same teachers that educated the Guilford students at BAMS in 2019 and in 2020 and 2021 are all the same, the same expenses. There's no new expenses or any less expensive. It's just that we're one entity, so we're not paying ourselves.
Right.
So the other thing I wanted to mention is that, we have a capital plan, obviously has an impact on a general operating budget. And we have later in the agenda discussion about the Academy project that we talked about, the feasibility study last meeting. So I just wanted to mention again, maybe a reminder that we've got capital reserves this fiscal year that this general operating budget is not increasing reserves for the Wyndham Southeast School District. We are drawing on reserves from the legacy districts. So I don't know if you want to have a discussion about the Academy addition and then vote on the budget. It may have an implication about debt service or not. I could see us separating the two motions and not having them connected by doing a bond anticipation borrowing. If say, hypothetically, the board wanted to move forward with the Academy project and you thought it was going to affect fiscal year 21, we heard last meeting that, well, it's unlikely you're going to finish the project in fiscal year 21 and cut a check for $1.4 million. But even if we did, I'm saying I could borrow in anticipation of a bond and push that expense into fiscal year 22. And that's why I'm saying you could vote on this budget and make it independent of what you do about the Academy project, or you might want to vote on the Academy project to know whether or not you want debt scheduled in this budget.
That's a fascinating question.
Yeah, normally we would have sequenced it differently, but it's just we had so much to do from July to today. Yeah. So normally we would sequence any potential bond before the budget development process even starts. Normally it's in September or prior to May. It actually was, discussed and very well thought of through the Brattleboro Town Board, but obviously we have come from a different place.
Any thoughts from the board about separating the two or trying to schedule in bond payments for next year assuming we approved one or both of the Academy projects, scheduling it bond payment for next year or
I think we got the cart ahead of the horse. We haven't seen the proposals. I mean, we heard a presentation, but we also talked about alternatives. And unless everybody else, other people got it in the mail, and I didn't see it, but I don't know what the proposal is going to be. And we don't have to approve the budget, either one of them tonight, so I would rather see that. I also have questions about the capital plan that I wanted to also address at some point.
Yeah, I did assume you'd want to have, I haven't talked about the capital plan yet, but I assumed you, before you voted on the academy project, you would want to have that discussion. So ready to do that. I just didn't want to jump over to the capital if you wanted to.
No, I didn't have them in a particular order. I had them in the foliage base of things that needed to be taken care of tonight.
So since it's all related, shall I do an overview of the capital plan? And
that
then
sounds
we'll maybe bring it all together?
That sounds good.
Okay. Okay, so the legal size document that I had emailed earlier, it provides a summary of all the capital plans at each of our sites in the Wyndham Southeast School District. And the information on the top block is the same in terms of the total dollar spending as in the lower block. It's just two different formats. So the top block on page 1 of 17 in this capital plan is the type of improvement. So taking all of our buildings and looking at how are we proposing to spend money in fiscal year 18 and 19, or actual what we did. You see heating systems have been a very large part of our capital spending. And this is across all schools. And then the mechanical fire protection and the signal systems, meaning phone and that sort of thing, PAs, that's the next block of spending you see there. Roof systems is going to be a growing expense, and as you look out like FY24, you see that's where we really start to tackle that, and we do have a fair amount in the coming year. And so on. We have exterior wall systems, doors and thermal improvements. We have some grounds improvements, and then sites. And the specialties are lots of different things like playground upgrades and so on. You would see those in the detailed documents. So in total, for fiscal year 21, we have $1,240,000 in projects, and then fiscal year 22, $960,000. If you add up all 5 years, going from 21 to 25, we're at $5.5 million in projects that either a principal, a maintenance director, or someone in one of our consultants has recommended that we have useful life systems with useful lives that should be replaced. The next section of the report is the same information, as I said, the same for FY21, $1,240,000 when you look at that total, but it's by site, high school, Green Street, and so on. The far right-hand side of that, I also have the page numbers for the detailed reports if you wanted to get somewhere quickly. The last thing on the summary page here that's important to keep in mind is the funding sources. So fiscal year 18 is the first column. We just like to have some history on the documents, see where we've been. You see we have $1.68 million in reserves, and then we've gone to $2 million in reserves, and then we start utilizing those reserves in fiscal year 20. See 700,000. We go down to 1.4, and then the intent is in fiscal year 21 and 22 to utilize those legacy reserves, get them down to zero. This is all part of also complying with the state law. Concurrently, though, we do want to be creating the new reserves for the Wyndham Southeast School District. And at this point, we do not have a contribution to a Wyndham Southeast School District Capital Reserve Fund. We created the fund last June. The electorate created the fund. But I've just drawn this to your attention that we're intentionally utilizing legacy reserves that were restricted based on the Articles of Agreement that the State Board developed. So, you know, we have a well-funded capital plan as for the next 2-3 years, but you know, we certainly need to go to work in identifying how we're going to sustain the level of investment that you see we have. The other thing that's very significant is fiscal year 24, we have the high school bond payment of principal, $1.6 million coming off the budget. And we know the assets that paid for are about done. They need to be replaced. So obviously not site work, but air handling units, roofing, transformers, heating plants. So Robert Clark has got that very well identified as we go through this. So there's the overview. I'm happy to go over the detail, but maybe just to show you one report, and then they're all the same in terms of format for detail. So page 2, the upper left of the document tells you what site you're looking at, upper left corner on page 2. So this is the BAMS Career Center high school campus, so all 3 structures. As I say, the format of the document is relatively consistent. It's basically heating systems, and then what goes with that, boilers, control systems, the piping and valves, air handling units, the cooling systems. We don't have many of those, but there's some. Fire protection, mechanical, lighting, and then signal systems. Next page is continuation, roof systems, exterior walls, and then the power distribution. The high school has more than most sites for the athletic and field improvements, so that's there. And then we have some of the specialties. For the high school, it's the elevator and some other flooring projects, and we've done some food service kitchen upgrades. So each site, you'll see that kind of detail. You'll see the year that the major asset was installed, and then you'll see the useful life projected. So, for example, on page 4 of the high school, that top line, just as an example. So we have a maintenance shed. Its install date is this year. It's what you had awarded to Allstate Construction a few meetings ago. And we expect that to be a 50-year life. So then you see that the estimated costs are in this case 2 years. Fiscal year 19 was mainly the design work, and fiscal year 2020 is the construction. If you go all the way across to long-term replacement, it's just the year 2020 plus 50 years is 2070. That's the next time we see this. And the notes are just an update on what was involved. At the bottom of the document on page 4, there's the total of all those other pages, and so it summarizes by fiscal year. For the high school, the fiscal year 21 proposal is $480,000. It's identified in the document. And then for each site, there's this funding source. Eventually, this probably will go away, and it will just be one funding source at the end of the document. But because each district had a restricted reserve that's why you see that in here. Again, it's the very bottom line is what I look at is it's the fund balance in that fund. The high school had 946,000 in FY17, and then 1.4 million in 18, and 1.6 million in 2019. And then you see where we are using those reserves in 20, 21, and we use them all up in fiscal year 22. So fiscal year 23, if we don't do it any earlier, we got to start contributing to the reserve. So that's the format of the report. You'll see the Brattleboro Town is by each school site. Upper left generally tells you what district, or now it's what site, what school building you're looking at. And then page 11 is Dummerston, and Guilford is 13, and Putney is page 15 and 16, and then that first page summarizes all of that.
Thank you for this very usual, thorough, and understandable presentation. So I have a couple of, maybe we'll talk about, we'll do it sort of last in, first out. We can, if there's any questions on the capital plan, we could do that, because that will fold into the general budget and talk about if we want to start socking money away to the capital plan, if that's okay with the board. And I have a couple of questions. One, I know that old Dummerston board did not have a very cogent capital plan, so I'm wondering how, like, is this realistic as we have a new principal trying to really understand the needs of the building, and she was not left with, from her legacy, just a very good capital plan. So I'm wondering if the Dummerston is realistic, and then I'm wondering, are there other issues coming up that might affect this capital plan, because we haven't had a chance to take a deep dive into all the schools that.
Yeah, good question. I think the urgent issues are all addressed there, or they are scheduled. So that answers that question.
So it's pretty realistic.
But Dummerston is the one that we do need the most, I would say, review. We did have a very good energy audit in 2000, I think it was 2017. It was part of that Clean Energy Development Fund with the wind and wood heat. So we do have good guidance. I know Dummerston has an energy committee, and they've given us some feedback. And then the other very positive thing for Dummerston, but it's also for all, is that the electrical purchasing is through a solar array. That doesn't affect our capital because we're not going to buy that field, but it's related to energy use and the investments. I think I do want to review the timeline of the boilers. I haven't had a chance to really get into that with Julianne, but 2024 is out there a ways, and I know they had frozen pipes and some unpleasant surprises over the last week. So
no frozen pipes and no heat.
okay. We did do quite an investment in the control systems. You see it, Dummerston, page 11, control systems, 2017, 38,000 for an upgrade. I do remember working through that. But it's amazing how quickly those things go obsolete and how technical they are to keep running. So, yeah, I do need to revisit that.
And would we consider alternatives to oil heat for those replacements?
I would hope so. Every site we have gone away from oil, and it's only those sites. Oak Grove, I think, was the most recent oil boiler replacement, and Dummerston had just done the control system upgrade once that energy audit came through. But yes, that's our first choice, is a biofuel. Yeah.
Any other capital plan questions? Oh, I know I have one. It's kind of a nudgy numbers question, but when we talked last meeting about when the high school debt payment is done. Obviously, the needs for keeping the high school facility in good stead will increase, but I don't think will it be at the current $1.4 million debt amount, or can we expect that there would be more money available for district-wide capital needs?
Well, I do think that there will be more money available for district-wide. To get a gauge of that, if you look at that page 4 and just the total for the high school, the FAMs, you can see how fiscal year 25, we plunked in on that first line there, operating budget annual appropriation. You know, that's the convention we've been using to be in this very good shape. And you can see that we've ramped that up to 1.5 million in fiscal 25. But even in doing that, we only have 600,000 in left over after those investments. There's another 200,000 in interest expense that goes away. The total is 1.8 million right now, and so that 1.5 million, I think it's definitely a very rough number, but it leaves a substantial amount of resources in the $51 million budget for the other sites.
So we have a couple of years in there that are a little tricky.
Yes.
To get to the other side of that high school bond.
Yeah.
And so I'd be curious to hear what your recommendation would be to make sure we are able to meet the needs in 22, 23 until we've got that bond paid down.
The main source of funds, in addition to, let's say, about $100,000 per site, has been historically in the operating budgets. In addition to that, it's been the budget surpluses that the boards have approved to be transferred into the reserve fund. I would guess, off the top of my head, it might be half and half. Half the funding we have is a planned appropriation on the tax rate out of the general fund that goes into the reserve fund, and maybe as much as half is like at the high school, it's more tuition students coming in than we foresaw, and that creating revenues that could be transferred in. These kinds of variances have happened at the other districts as well. These surpluses. 2 years ago was actually a special ed surplus. So I would never count on a surplus for the future, but if history is any indication, we may have a source of funding that emerges through surpluses. So that's part of the tricky place we're in. It's a contingency we can't predict at this point. And then the other is, we know that we're at 19,000 almost in cost per student, 18,954. This budget doesn't lend itself to adding for a future reserve where we already have sufficient capital reserves. So I think it'll be an interesting conversation after this fiscal year ends, and we're looking toward the fiscal year 22 budget that we'll have a much better plan on what FY22, what it needs from the general operating fund to get back on a firm footing.
And what we might have.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that answer.
So one last thing, if I could, is just because if we do want to talk specifically about the Academy project later on in the agenda, just so you see it, it's on page 7. Oak Grove starts on page 6 and ends on page 7, and then Academy starts on page 7 and ends on page 8. And the project that you heard from the Stevens and Associates and from Kelly and John last meeting is on page 8 in the renovation modular. And you can see what I've done is just put a series of $100,000 assumptions, and that would be a debt payment. And I do have one in FY21, and I've got $50,000 this year. So both of those fit within the reserve. So we do have an appropriation in the general fund budget in the Brattleboro town sites, the schools, of about $300,000. So there is new money in the tax rate coming in to fund these projects. But you can see the proposal is to spend more than that. So you kind of get the summary of that on page 10. When you add Oak Grove, Green Street, Academy, Canal Street School, Estiville School, you get to page 10, and that's showing us that the operating budget for fiscal year 21, the budget you have in front of you, has $284,000 in new money in it, and then an assumption of 103 more that will be basically drawn from the reserve. And this is assuming you approve the project. If you don't approve the project, then I would adjust this schedule.
And by project, you mean both projects?
Yes.
Okay.
And then maybe one other point, David, you mentioned, you wanted to see an alternative to maybe the feasibility study design, and I would suggest that that is really important that we look at alternatives, but it's generally something that you get from a bid process. You ask for a base bid with what will meet a permitting requirement, and the state education quality standards. And then in that bid process, you ask for whatever the board and the educators feel meet the learning environment needs. So it seems to me it would be unusual to make that, that future analysis the determining factor as to whether you move ahead to meet the needs of the students at the academy school based on a future sort of alternative plan. And I say that from the point of view that Kelly and John have worked very carefully with a professional consultant, and they've come up with that feasibility study that you saw that meets the urgent need for learning in that site. A bid process will tell us whether there may be another alternative design, but I'm suggesting that we don't want to defer the solution for those students to some future study.
Any other capital plan questions?
I have a couple little ones. I think I don't have an old capital plan here, but I thought that the high school roof was sooner than 2024, and I thought it was more than 474. Am I just remembering that wrong?
No, you're remembering correctly, yes. I asked Robert Clark to update this, and he has looked at it very thoroughly. He had to do some seam repair and some other sectional repair. He doesn't like to do that because that's if it's only going to get you another 3 years, he'd rather replace the whole thing. But he couldn't wait. In the section that required that 400,000, you're remembering correctly, it's not done, but the useful life has been extended. And there was another couple of projects that he's added just in the last couple of weeks that you haven't seen yet, that he's saying is a much more urgent issue, and it's on page 2, and it's in the middle, control systems. He says there are literally hundreds of these control system. They're devices that tell each unit ventilator in each room to open a valve and to turn on the damper motor to bring in fresh air or to circulate. There's hundreds of those throughout the building, and they're becoming obsolete. They are obsolete, and the problem is that he can't reorder them, and they're failing. So you see 150,000 in a series of FY21 125, and then FY22 150, and FY23 150. You see that's the replacement for the roof.
Oh, that was part of what was in that bid?
Yeah.
Or in
Well,
that estimate?
In the estimate.
Yeah, that's the one now.
He's feeling that that's urgent.
Yeah, and the only other comment is that we have, what's the total that we have right now in capital reserve?
For the, which,
right now, the whole SD.
For the whole SD, that's on that page 2019, 2,117,000.
So so the 1.4 is not.
That's projected if we
use
implement
it
the
this
plan,
year.
then it would be 1.4.
Right. So you have 1.4, and we're going to spend about half of that.
Yes.
Per your suggestion, we did.
Yeah.
And would that still mean that we have to borrow? I mean, my point is that I would much rather use the capital funds to avoid debt service, especially if we expected this.
Yeah,
we need
yeah.
to spend them. That would be the way.
I subscribe to that theory.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I've been always concerned that Brattleboro has too much debt, and I've been reminded of that by the Vermont Bond Bank. Brattleboro, the town of Brattleboro, and the high school at one time were one of the highest debtors in the state.
Town's nice and low now.
And the high school's got to get there real fast too. But the answer is no, in that you can see if the project you heard last week was 1.4 million, and if we built that in FY21, we've only got 600,000 there. And the problem there is that's not all. We got these restricted balances. I wish we didn't have them because we're all one, and why do we have restricted balances? But we do. So Academy can't spend the high school's reserve, is what that comes down to.
Oh.
Right? Oh. So, I mean, that's what that article in the Articles of Agreement said. If you have a restricted asset, you gotta implement it as it was restricted. So it will be, as you can see, no problem for us to do that for each site. The high school and Brattleboro Town are the two sites that have a couple of years to go before you totally consume those resources. And so Guilford has a reserve as well. But
I didn't realize that restricted. I thought restricted meant that it was committed to a specific project, not that it was in a capital fund for those schools.
Yeah, I'd love to get a broader clarification on that, but that's what I've been informed. And I'm not concerned about it just because all of the projects here they're well understood. They've been considered over 4 or 5 years by each board, and there's just no question that we need these improvements. So we will spend those monies at those sites. So the answer is we can defer the debt a little bit, David, if we approve the Academy project, got it going. Or another way to say it, we could accelerate the spending of the Brattleboro Town capital reserve pretty fast. We could take whatever reserves are left minus the project cost and then borrow that amount, right? And I always recommend not borrowing if we can.
Thanks.
Yep.
So I just want to clarify what you just said. You would recommend us accelerating the Brattleboro Town District spending, if we go forward with the Academy project on that, so then taking out less debt for that project?
Yeah.
Okay.
There also are and I was pleased to see, although I feel bad about everybody else, but I was pleased to see the Oak Grove roof and windows are in there as well as the Academy windows.
Yeah.
Where's all the money coming from? I get it.
Well, yeah, no, it's a good concern. We will need to, if we don't borrow for that full project, 1.4 million, then we'll have to start coming in fiscal year 22 with general fund appropriation to fund, Oak Grove and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to fund any debt that we take on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure Franz noticed that we're looking at 7-cent tax increase right now, and that's with a 1.8% budget increase, so that's kind of scary.
I have to say, I really appreciate your saying that we should be spending down those funds, because don't we get penalized if we don't use them within a certain amount of time?
Within 5 years, yeah.
So we should be spending them down,
Mhm.
so that even if we kind of offset it with
Mhm.
putting some more in the other account.
Right.
So we should be mindful of that, I think.
Yeah, but at the same time, we want to, recognizing that in 5 years, we've got a cumulative $5 million improvement. So we want to have $1 million going into a plan to just stay break even. And we don't want to be running where 1 year you have no capital investment and your tax rate is artificially low, and then the next year you add $1 million or $2 million, and your tax rate is very high. We want that nice steady trend. The only way you get there is by having a good reserve that it should be between 5 and 10% of the total operating budget.
But I'd hate for us to be really careful on those funds, and then at the end of the time be, trying to rush to figure out what to do with them.
Yeah. We won't have a problem with spending it.
I think one of the reasons that we've got the $1.2 million payment every year is that there was a lot of maintenance that was put off, particularly in the high school, and a lot of upgrading that needed to be done that didn't happen, so it wound up costing $50-some million. And the idea is to spend $1 million every year for 50 years instead of all of that at once. So that's not very realistic, but to try and keep up with things rather than have to do it all at once.
Yeah.
So anything else from the board on the capital plan? Yes, Sean.
Well, I guess as it really, would this be a bond issue? Would it be a bond vote?
I would recommend that the Academy project be a bond vote, and then the question is, how much do we borrow, of the 1.4 million? And we've got a fair amount of time between now and if you approve the project for us to figure out what are we going to spend, and then what do we have available to pay directly out of reserves versus what do we need to borrow.
Anything else from the board? Jamie?
Jamie Colwell, Putney. I wondered what considerations have to be taken into account with the discussions about potential special ed cuts and how that intersects with the reserve funds for capital improvements and other budgetary considerations, so we don't get into a crisis in the next couple of years.
Yeah. So special education is through the supervisory union, as you know. So that's a different entity. And the supervisory union has a fund balance as well. It's been substantially reduced, but it still has a good fund balance. So if there is a deficit, we do anticipate one this fiscal year 20. It doesn't affect the school district, the Wyndham Southeast School District doesn't affect this budget. It affects the supervisory union budget. And the only time that there would be an adjustment in advance of the future budget plan that has to fund a deficit, if there is one, is if the supervisory union is facing an insolvent situation, meaning they've got to hire somebody or they've got a contract for services more than their resources, meaning the annual budget that was approved plus those reserves. Because it's a different entity, this budget is unlikely to be affected until fiscal year 22, if at all. The hope would be that the fund balance covers the deficit at the SU, and there is no sort of, settling up. It just means if there is a fund balance, it's because there was a surplus at one point. And over time, the surpluses are used for the deficits.
Ruby McAdoo Putney. I guess I just had a question that was related to the field resurfacing project that we've talked so much and you've talked so much about over this year. I guess my recollection, I want to understand where that lives in this capital plan, because my recollection of last annual meeting was that the main expense lived in that legacy capital reserve fund, and it sounds to me like the academy project is also living in that, and it just feels like it's a finite pocket of money, and I just don't see how anything's been earmarked, if something has been earmarked or thought about as kind of a placeholder of this much money for field resurfacing. How are you tracking that?
Yeah, so that was part of the capital plan for the high school, and there still is a resource in the capital plan for field maintenance. I don't know, do you have the document?
I do. I thought of that field maintenance as separate and apart from the resurfacing project expense.
Yeah. So that page 3 where we have Natovich Field and we have that series of $125,000. That's similar to the Academy project in that it would have been an assumed debt payment, and that's what the article had approved at the June 25th meeting, I think it was. Borrow up to, I think it was $750,000, and so that those cash flows would carry the debt. So it's still a plan to address the issues that were discussed. It's the particular solution is still to be determined.
Yeah, I wonder if we should change the name on that and the description to change it to field improvements, and either leave that or leave a smaller amount of money. We don't know what that's going to cost or what the proposals are going to be, but there was a lot of misunderstanding about whether that represented a commitment to spend that money on the things that were in the capital plan. I think it would be better if it didn't say that. You just change that to field improvements or field upgrades.
So there's you see the different locations there in Tenney, Natowich, and then the track, and then the practice field. So what's helpful about identifying the location is that it helps define the project. But I agree with you, at this point that project's not been defined, but the reality is, based on what we heard from Steve and from Chris, is that field is overdue. And so whether it's grass or turf, or I'm not sure, but I think the reference was to 1965, was it? So they've done a great job maintaining it, but it does need an investment. So by identifying it as a potential, none of these are like, oh, we've made a commitment to anybody. None of these things into the future are.
You know what, that might be a really great disclaimer to put on the document, that none of this indicates, because especially as we become a larger district, you might say, well, we were going to get our roof done and this was promised, but actually they looked at the roof and it wasn't. So to say this is a projected, just as an explanation that none of this indicates for sure it's been funded, because when you see something in writing, you tend to believe it's true, and that might be a nice way to clarify all those. It does not mean that we've committed to these things. These are just projected possible expenditures.
Yeah, that all these, just say all these things depend on board approval. Sure.
Yeah.
Expenditures.
Yeah.
Thank you, Frank. Yes, Franz.
Hi, I'm Franz Reitzman, Brattleboro. So the overall fund balance situation, we talked about it a couple of weeks ago, and that there was going to be a decrease in the general fund balance over the next few years, and now also a considerable decrease in the capital fund balance. So how does that leave us? What do the numbers look like, and how satisfied are you with the overall fund balance over the next few years?
We did visit the general fund. I don't know if you were with us that January 8th meeting, but just as a reminder, we talked about fiscal year 19, all the districts ending up with 4.2 million in fund balance for the general operating fund. And then we're going to use 1,017,000 this year according to the plan. We'll see if that happens. So 3.2 million, and then 800,000 is scheduled, as you know, in FY21. So 2.4 million for the system, and that's still a fund balance of just under 5% of the operating budget. And so that's a little on the low side of the range in terms of what I would consider prudent. But given this is the first first round of the merged districts planning process, and I thought it was a reasonable position. It is also another reason why I recommended not taking more than 800,000 from fund balance for fiscal year 21. So keep in mind, 2.4 million, just a little under 5% in the general operating, and then we have the 2 million that we just discussed of capital resources. That's a good financial position for the school district for fiscal year 21 and 22. We need to go to work for fiscal year 23, 24, 25. We need to focus on restoring reserves, no longer restricted to a site, but a reserve for the merged district.
So you would anticipate taking money out of the general funds and moving it into the capital budget at that time, or perhaps the capital reserves at that time?
If there's a surplus, I would recommend that, and if there's not, I would certainly be recommending these $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 line item appropriations in the general fund that will be transferred to the capital reserve fund to fund those projects, so that we need about $1 million a year in improvements. So we need to get to that level of annual appropriation, and we've got a pass for 2 years, and it's mainly because of the way the articles of agreement were written.
I'm smiling here just because it's amazing to me how much you sound like Peter Elwell talking about the need for infrastructure investment. And not only is the approach and the fund balance thinking the same, but even the amounts of money that are needed every year turn out to be very similar.
Okay. It sounds like I'm in good company.
I think so.
Of the $1 million club.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and to just underscore, I think 23 is going to be a very tricky year when we still have the high school debt. That's going to be the really tricky year, because I think the problems get lessened once the debt is
Yeah.
23 and 24 then, I
Right,
guess.
yeah, it's actually fiscal year 24.
Oh, so
We've
it's
got-
20, so we got 2 tough years there.
Yeah.
Cut out.
And that's why if we approve the academy project, we want to be thinking about how much do we borrow? Because it will compromise fiscal year 23 and 24 if we don't borrow any, enough. So I'll have some analysis for you.
Okay. Would you all like to take a look again at the full-on budget? The buildings are nice, but the teachers and the programs, we do that too here. So, and the advantage of going first tends to get more of our attention. Let me gather my correct papers. My multicolored sheet. Oh, that's why it is. It's open to the wrong page. Okay. So, thank you, Frank, for wrestling 9 students out of the Agency of Education. Those will use the money well.
Yeah, and I do want to thank Steve and Paul and Gary Parzich. We send our data, we got it back, and I pushed it out to everyone that was part of the oversight of that, and they said, hey, I think we're missing a couple of kids, and they really worked hard with the Agency of Ed's back office, whatever they call that team, and we got our added students because of their efforts, so I really appreciate that.
Because that's like $150,000,
Yes.
basically. Like, in order to get that same bump,
Yeah.
we would have had to cut our budget by $150,000, so.
Bob Whitford was another key person.
Thank you all. That's really important. And also thank you for going through that process of looking at positions and figuring out where we can get the savings there, because when I consider a 0.7 increase in equalized pupils and a 1.8% increase in budget, which is due to things really beyond our control, like health insurance, it's way beyond our control now because the state's managing that for us, and special education, that seems much more, and being under $19,000, which was I don't like to be over the threshold, but to be over $19,000 did not feel good. I feel much more comfortable personally with this budget. I'm only speaking for myself, but we were kind of talked last meeting about how we felt about the tax rate going forward, and our concern that we didn't want to spend any more of our fund balances because who knows what's coming down the pike next year. And I think, Frank, you've echoed that quite well in response to Franz, that we were comfortable at the $800,000 mark. But I just wanted to check in with the board about their overall feelings about how this budget looks for the other $50 million that we're spending this year. And if they had any concerns or questions, they wanted to have Frank answer. Yes, Sean.
Well, I spent quite a bit of time going over the budget as proposed on the 8th. And I get a little uncomfortable. I talked with a lot of Guilford people and just looking at the increase and so forth. So I think that what has been done is real needed relief. And I feel very, I know I said this on the 8th, but now I really do feel comfortable with this budget. So, and as a further thought, it would be really nice to have the annual report available on the 3rd of March, so that there, it'll be a build-up to the 17th of March, which will be the annual meeting. So I think the more viewing people have, I think it's better.
Any other questions, thoughts, concerns? $178 pages and that that's not that many, 128, sorry. 129 pages. Anybody out in the public? Yes, Ruby McAdoo.
So I'm hoping that Frank could speak to on the budget summary. To me, what jumps out is the food service operations differential. Seems that's the largest jump percentage-wise, and once you dive into as much as possible the line items of where that increase, what happened, I don't feel like there's gotta be a story, because it doesn't make sense. It feels like there's like one school jumped astronomically and another is flat. And so I just wonder if you could speak to that, because if I was sitting in an annual meeting, that's what my hand would go up and ask.
Yeah, the major change is the high school going to Provision 2. And unlike Brattleboro Town Schools, they didn't qualify for the community eligibility provision, which is a very high subsidy based on poverty. So the high school has the same effect for the student, in that all students have access to the child nutrition program meal, both breakfast and lunch, without paying. But of course, there's a cost to provide the food service, and the Provision 2 requires that the difference between what you do qualify for reimbursement and the cost has to be made up by the district. So that explains the major change. In prior years, students paid if they were not qualified for the free and reduced lunch subsidy. And now they don't, so the loss of that revenue was not made up by the USDA child nutrition subsidy. And that's what's caused the increase. The other general background on food service is that the state required Vermont districts to go to a cost per meal bid contract. I wasn't very excited about that. I was pretty concerned about the quality, because when you're cost per meal oriented as opposed to menu oriented, the incentive for the provider is to just cut costs, which generally means cut quality. Cafe services have been very good to work with, and I rely on the feedback from our principals and our teachers and families, and the feedback has been very good. And then, as you know, the Putney model is working very well also. So we have community eligibility provision for the Brattleboro 3 sites, and we have a individual self-employed, self-run model in Putney. We have Provision 2 at the high school, and Guilford and Guilford and Dummerston are in what was the same format prior to all of these changes.
Can I ask one follow-up question that's really specifically for the equity committee? That's really an interesting explanation, and it's helpful in seeing that, substantial bump in the budget. But as someone who I don't have a kid in BUHS, I don't understand the food system there, and so that's interesting. But I'm just wondering, to what extent, at the higher school board level, thinking about equity as far as the substantial investment in the cost of providing the breakfast and the lunch to the high school students at no cost to them, whether or not that was something that's considered in a more holistic way in terms of all of our schools. And I know that this is like a super can of worms, and the whole, you know, are we ever going to get universal meals question is one that has been discussed and put aside and comes up every now and again. But it's hard for a school like with Putney, where we live just right underneath that, you know, universal meal kind of cutoff, and we as a community, we do pay for our meals. And I'd just like to understand to what extent the board considers this issue of equity, particularly when it comes to budget time and this type of an expense related to one of the schools affected. Just a question.
So my question would be, would you like to cut the Putney food program and bring it in line with the rest of the district? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking the equity committee if they...
That would be programmatic equity, not my equity.
Right.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
So I'm asking that committee if it's been considered.
So
I'm not proposing a solution. I'm asking if it's been something that was considered holistically.
So the equity committee has not. They've actually chosen to work on after-school programs. Actually, and there's only so much they can work on at a time, so they've really been focusing on programmatic outcomes for all students, which is really the forefront of the work we're doing, and then has taken a focus on after-school program. Is that correct? Is that correct? After-school programming and...
We're focused on a lot more than after-school program. I wish that was all.
But those are the first things you've been working on. You haven't taken...
No, that hasn't come up. And it's interesting that you mentioned it, because recently, I can't remember where, and I don't think it was something was introduced as legislation, but it might have been, but the state legislators, and I can't be more specific than that, have been talking about a bill for this year to just say, that's it, we're just going to pay for meals, universal meals for all students. We're not going to do this collecting and all of these other things that we're doing, and including and excluding people. And I think if that doesn't happen, well, first thing, if everybody in this room went home and sent an email to our legislator, to your House rep and to the two senators, and said this would really be valuable, it would go a lot further. It would be a lot more likely to happen. But if it doesn't happen, and I'm not sanguine about that happening, it would make sense for us to take that up next year and talk about whether we just want to do it instead of them. But again, we haven't talked about it. It hasn't come up.
If I could comment also. So the food services also come from a place where the relationship between the chef, the menu, the students, the faculty, families at each site has been relatively autonomous. That they have to follow the bid specification, and the US, in order to qualify for a free and reduced lunch or breakfast, you have to provide a certain nutritional content, and there's a great deal of oversight. But my point is that from an equity point of view, the programs have evolved primarily through the sort of standards set by it starts with the individual administrators, and generally there's a committee that they meet with and get feedback, and that's really the origins of the Putney independent system. But each system has had that flexibility in developing a program and emphasizing no one can deviate from that core USDA requirement that it makes a meal eligible. But I would say in terms of choices and quality, that equitability is probably not an issue, but in terms of which students have to pay for a meal and which students don't, yeah, that's an issue that I've been concerned about and do hope to see some more attention paid. And it would be so nice if the state would step up, knowing how important it has been for those families.
And I think I'll follow along with, we did speak to administration about this at a previous meeting because we were concerned about this, and they spoke to the importance of children being fed when they come to school. And I have a 15-year-old boy at the high school, and you would not want to have him in your presence if he hasn't been fed. So, so I think that they really spoke to the importance of making sure they all get fed. And I think while it was a big jump last year, when you look at how many students were feeding for that, assuring $176,000 per student to make sure they're all getting fed is how that money has been extended. And I think we're investing about $80,000 in Putney for 170 students, so I don't think our investment is inequitable, particularly. But how that investment looks in terms of people paying and not paying may be inequitable. And so maybe that's something to consider, that we consider how we can allocate a per student amount and try to get all students fed throughout the district. But if we're going to do that and create that equity, it's going to be difficult within this budget if we were going to provide that without help from the state. So, write your legislator. That would be great.
I just want to point out that the proposal that David mentioned, they want to take that money out of the ed fund, where all the, except for the pre-Ks that are actually located in a school, all the meal stuff goes through the Agency of Human Services. So to me, it's like they already dumped so much on the ed fund that taking $5 million away from it is $5 million less for education. And if you want to write, I would urge them to push it over to the Agency of Human Services, where it probably belongs.
I'll take that friendly amendment to my previous suggestion. Thank you, Liz. And if you can keep track of what's going into and out of the ed fund these days, more power to you, because that changes faster than what they put, how they make us format these reports every week. I feel like I'm not doing my duty if I don't have one really super nudgy question. Because this has been under the spotlight a bit. I'm just interested in why, and I apologize, Steve, I should have asked you this. You know what? I'm just going to ask this offline because it's not a big dollar value. So, and not delay this any further. So now we can talk about whether we want to include the Academy project or consciously uncouple it from this budget vote. And we can get
I
this.
would recommend you do have them two separate votes. I just want to make sure you realize that one could have an impact on the other.
So I'm interested if there's an motion to approve this budget.
I would make that motion. I move that the WSESD board approve the budget for 2021, $51,171,300, which represents a 1.8% increase from the previous year.
Sounds like you've done this before. Well played, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Tim. Any further discussion?
Budget, Dave.
Sorry?
I was telling Dave we were voting on the budget now.
Oh, there's a motion on the floor to approve the budget. Any further discussion? All?
One other further discussion. Didn't we just ask the administrators to try to put together a ballpark number for progress on restorative justice, or was that going to come out of, did we say?
That was going to come out of restorative justice.
Thank you.
That's included in here.
That wasn't paying attention.
All those in favor of the motion to approve the FY21 budget in the amount of $51,171,300, which will result in a 1.8% increase in our spending over FY 2020, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have.
Abstain.
Abstain, oh,
I
sorry.
want to see the academy numbers first.
Okay, well, while you were out,
Oh,
we
you
took
did that
academy
already?
out, we took academy out of this
Oh, okay.
discussion while you were out of the room,
But
sorry.
you didn't take it out of the budget.
No, but
There's
it's just like
300,000, well,
capital
not
plan.
300,000, but there's quite a bit of money in there. So anyway,
But we took it out of the budget vote.
okay.
So are you still abstaining or are you voting for it?
Yeah, I'll still abstain, because I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm not gonna.
I like your style tonight. Okay. So the ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We have passed our first unified budget. Thank you, Frank. Thank you all. Thank you, administrators, for all your input. The public as well. So, getting back to my laundry list. We have our budget review meeting schedules. So while we're on budget, I'd like to understand, to get the board thinking a little bit about the process of budget review. Last year, I walked through a general review of the budget and answered questions, and Frank was there to back me up. Last year, I also had the backup of all the previous chairs of the boards, so now you guys are my backup singers if I do it, but if somebody else wants to do it, I am more than happy to pass that along, and I'm more than happy to think of a whole new format. But we don't have to decide that tonight. But if we want to reimagine things, I'd like to have some time between now and March 17th to sort of work on that presentation.
Christina, I have a question.
Yes, Jamie.
As somebody new to this process from the public and as a parent and as a former school board member, I have found it very challenging to understand budgets, particularly now that it's 129 pages. And so what I would really appreciate is the Dummies Guide to Budgets intro at the beginning of the info session, and however that works on the 17th potentially. Just to say, here are the general way of understanding budgets. These are the patterns to look for. This is something unique to this budget cycle because we're in a new merged situation. We've moved from individual $3 million budgets to one large $50 million budget, just like the intro level stuff. And so I would just ask that, whether it's that simple pie chart that you had with the summary or however that is, that somebody, I could pose a bunch of dumb questions to you and you could use me as your test subject, and then you could be prepared to start the presentation off with really entry-level stuff. So I just offer myself as a test case for that request.
Thank you for this, and I mean no disrespect, Jamie, but I don't think you're a good example of a dummy subject. I think you're pretty well educated in budgets, but
I appreciate the vote of confidence.
I will, whoever does this presentation will take that into account and try and think about how we can walk everybody through this and try and merge styles that people are more accustomed to as well. So, any thoughts on, wow. I'm going to nominate one of you to do it if nobody speaks up.
I think Christina did a very good job last year.
That's your way of getting at it.
No, you did. You have your teacher presentation, you have your humor, you have your understanding, so.
All of the money.
Yeah.
I go through everything with a fine-tooth comb so I can surely spit it back out later. So I'm happy to do that if that sounds like kind of a modified process of what we did last year. Sounds good. I'll plan on that. And kind of give it a trial run at the budget information session, so that if some of you could plan on attending that, so that you can correct me when I'm wrong and I can make any changes before the annual meeting. That would be very helpful. Also, the reports to be included.
So currently, we have child find notice, the annual meeting minutes from last year, the warning articles for this year, all Frank's budget documents. Other things that in the past, and this is a suggestion, obviously, you can choose whatever you'd like. We have included things such as all of you, your names, as well as when your terms are up. We have included district administration. So all the program directors, the principals, their schools. We have Christina's report, my report, and this would be a little bit different, but our thought is that we would include reports from each of the principals that would go to the town, their town report, but also include them here as well. So that is what we were considering. Just wondering if there's anything else that you want us to include in this annual report.
Yeah, every year the Bratt Town report always had a chart of the actual student number enrollments over the years, and I don't know if all the other schools have those numbers or not, but I think it would be useful to continue to include that.
Yeah. I love the idea of the principal reports being in that. I think it sort of is a good way to outreach. And I am not excited to do one more thing, and before I commit to doing this, but my report that I wrote to go in the town reports, we had not finished the budget review, so I didn't have any, we weren't even close on the budget review when I needed to get that letter in, so.
You might update,
add some,
changing, maybe
add a paragraph or two, and when does this have to be?
Sooner rather than later, and we're assuming it would be that newsprint type thing that we do. I can get you a specific date from Barb. I have a couple of principals still. I think they're done because they had to get to town reports, but we haven't included them here yet. So
I'm just wondering if maybe I could get approval from the board that I would add a paragraph and I would have it reviewed by the vice chair to include, so that I assume it's going to be before our next meeting. So yes. we won't have a public meeting for the board to approve me adding a paragraph or one very lengthy run-on James Joyce style paragraph, or two more concise paragraphs discussing the overall changes in the budget. Wow, $51 million in 2 paragraphs or less. Okay, but I'm wondering if I should get approval from the board so that we don't have to have another meeting. That seemed like a reasonable thing. I would entertain a motion to authorize Christina Naylor to add to the previous letter information regarding the budget to be approved by the vice chair.
Moved.
Thank you, Tim.
Second.
Thank you, Thomas. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. If there's one or two of you that would like to have a copy to look at before it goes out, that would not be a violation of open meeting law, so just contact me if you'd like to, and I'll take the first 2 people that ask for it.
Christina?
Yes. Oh, sorry, Jamie.
I just wondered, do we make reference at all, will there be introductions or sentences on the committees, the subcommittees of the school board? I just wondered if we could, the public could have information in the existence of the subcommittees, and either just the naming of them, or if they have already completed their mission statements, the name of the committee and its mission statement. just so that people know that they exist and that they're doing the work of the board.
I think I put that in my letter. I think it exists in my letter. And I'm 99% sure that it exists in my letter. And I'm 99% sure that I said the agendas are posted if you're interested in any of this work on the SU website.
Okay, good.
So,
And then also, is this how it's going to look when it's printed? Is this how the budget's going to look when it's printed?
You know, I wanted to confirm that last meeting we talked about just publishing the summary document. So it'd be like the 10 pages, and then we definitely would want to add the enrollments and any other analysis that we generally included, and then refer in the report to the website for the detailed document. We did this several years ago for the high school, where they used to publish all of that detail in the book, and the feedback was not very good about meaningful information that you could understand. And the board approved basically that same summary format, you know, you're able to absorb the information a lot better. So obviously that would reduce the cost of the printing as well by, you know, substantially. So that was our intent, but if there's concern about that, then we need to redirect.
so when you're trying to explain something to somebody, it's like, I'd like to be able to go to a line item, that maybe I can employ a growth mindset to this and find a way to.
I can help. You know, the key that we've shared in the finance committee of the basic chart of accounts design. Once you have that, you know, readily available, and with those page references that I've given you, you know, we wouldn't publish those if we didn't have the detail. But I think you'll find it's relatively easy to explain.
I have a follow-up question to that. Yeah.
I just think it's, so I have enjoyed in the past the ability to say, look, see, it's right here. So you got this plus and this minus, and so this is what was happening there. And like, oh, we cut a person, we eliminated a position, but the price went up, but the cost went up. And like, well, that's because healthcare costs went up. And so I do like being able to have that. And so, because I think you're really showing people line by line, no, this is where it all came from. If people at the BUHS level, of course, that has not historically been one of our best attended budget meetings, so that might not be the best example. I like to save trees, I like to save costs. So, I don't know, does the board have any feeling one way or the other? So Jamie, you have to follow.
I feel like because this is our first year of being an emerged situation, transparency will be really critical. And so what I was requesting as a part of my earlier statement on how hard it is to navigate this document is maybe something you're referring to, which is Putney, page 1 of 14. Putney, page 2 of 14, that there is a key that people can navigate, because I couldn't figure out how to navigate this document.
So that is kind of what Frank was proposing, which is on this multicolor. On this document here, there's a summary for Putney. So you can kind of look at Putney's expenditures overall. And you can see how direct instruction, how the various items have gone up and down. So this is what Frank was proposing. So it is more navigable from a...
Meaning as the only document that public would be presented with in the report?
As the major budget document, yeah.
With a reference to the website for the 120-pager. This will be a heck of a print job, and now that we're...
Have you calculated it? Have you looked what it would cost?
I haven't yet, but David, do you have any idea what the Brattleboro Town report is?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I can find out, because Brattleboro Town does, the municipal office does a very big report like this. I just know that the feedback was very positive, and if there were issues, I'm pretty sure superintendent's office and the business office would have gotten a lot of calls about, hey, where's this and where's that? Now that things have been, the website's been upgraded, and you know, there does seem to be absolute standard that folks more and more are bringing devices to the town meetings, but they have access.
I don't mean to keep saying stuff, but I just would recommend that there be, I think on average, there's been about, how many, we had 130 people at June 25th. I would suggest that we print copies for minimally half of that population, because half that population isn't going to want to look at this, and the other half is. And if I get there and this line item isn't there, I'm going to be like, my iPhone's dead and I'm mad.
Well, the other challenge is I don't have cell phone reception at the UHS most of the time, so will there be some way that people who have their devices would be able to, could we do a temporary access for people that day so that
Steve is nodding.
He controls all passwords.
No, what we'll do is we'll just publish, we'll let you announce the password.
That day, and then...
Yeah, and then we'll just change it the next day. Do it all the time.
Okay. So maybe if we could, so that seems like a reasonable path to me, that we could have 60 copies, 50 or 60 copies like this, that are just backup for people that are living in an analog world or don't have access or whatever, and we don't have to invest in that kind of printing cost for the rest of it. That seems like a reasonable compromise. I'm getting a lot of nods from the board. A couple for a browse. Yes, Kelly?
Well, I think sometimes, I'll speak for myself, that sometimes seeing it on paper is helpful. But I think if you're having a big discussion of people, and some are looking at paper form, and some are looking at, electronic form, I think that it will work, because I think people will be helping each other. And I think that will.
And the numbering would be the same, because it would just be so you could, assuming we only have one set of numbers for the documents, I think I could see that working, and I could see that saving us some money and some paper. So, does that sound good to the board? All right. Oh, Tim. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. How much did it cost last year for the June meeting? I know you had the full budget available for people, so you should have numbers on how much that costed.
I don't recall from the top of my head. I'm guessing it is close to 5,000, but it's a rough estimate.
I just had the thought that it's you could potentially have a fleet of Chromebooks up to the website, and then you could reduce your printing so that you have a station where people can go and access it.
That sounds like an interesting project for someone. I don't see Steve nodding like he did.
We'll have a password ready to go.
I think if we have 60 copies, and board members bring their copies so that we're not taking the copies, I think that we'll probably muddle through. Make it 70 copies. That's way less than $5,000 with the printing, so we're still coming out fiscally ahead, and I think it'll be okay. Okay. Whew. So are we done with the whole budget thing? We've got the reports? All right. So it is 9 o'clock. We have a fair amount of business left to go. I'm wondering about the Academy addition project as well as the Academy Windows project, and if we want to go over that tonight or discuss it, or if we want to table that, since we have uncoupled it from the budget. Because I'm looking at this and thinking we have another half hour And I could easily imagine this taking up a good hour. And the two of us flanking the end are not feeling great, so you might not have your best work after 9 o'clock from us especially. So would that be acceptable to the board that we table that conversation since it's not required to move forward with this budget? So we'll put it on for next meeting where we have a lot more space. Oh, he left? Okay. All right. So, thank you for that. So the mission statement, I am very pleased to be able to put this one to bed. So Kelly, can you review that mission statement?
Manage and review personnel matters, review and approve 1% requests, oversee supervisory union negotiations.
So that last line is a wee bit tricky. It's with the SD. So I think it should be participate in supervisory union negotiations, because it really follows under, I get so confused by this. I have to look around and figure out which meeting I'm in half the time, but we're just participating. So that would be the logical group that you tap to be on the, work with the, on the SU board. And I'm wondering if you'd want to add a catch-all, like in other personnel matters as requested or something, just to give you a kind of fallback or...
Clarification?
Yes.
I'm sorry, whose mission statement is this?
For personnel.
Personnel, thank you.
Sorry, that was the very beginning. That was, no, it was the very beginning of the meeting, and I said, oh, I've got this on for later. So if you weren't here in the first like 20 seconds, it's...
I was taking notes, maybe I must have missed it, I'm sorry, thank you.
No worries. Maybe I was partying too loud. I think I was doing this, and so I might have been distracted. So. So do you want to tweak that, and we could want to try to approve that tonight and just tweak that for participate in supervisory union negotiations and other personnel matters as required, if that seems like a good fit?
Should I send it to you? Sure.
That would be great. And could you CC Barb? Because we could get all the mission statements up on the website under the various committees.
Can I have that Tuesday in the minutes? Is that okay?
And can you also CC Wendy as well? So I've passed out the mission statements from the rest of the crew on the many occasions that I thought we were going to approve our mission statements. So I would entertain a motion to approve the mission statements as presented by the committees.
So moved.
Thank you, Ann. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. All those in favor of approving the mission statements of the committees, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And this is off our agenda. Unfortunately, this is not. I have not managed to talk Lyle into staying. So the superintendent search update is still ongoing. I did touch upon it as part of the SU update. While Carrie's here, do you have anything to add?
I don't think so. Covers it.
I would like to extend my thanks and eternal gratitude for Carrie Amadon for taking on this tremendous task and for being so thoughtful to a transparent process. And we're lucky to have her in Vernon as a partner district, especially right now we definitely need her. Paul, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, just a question. Is there a date for when Thrive is going to present the results of the survey?
Oh, yeah, I said that earlier. Next Wednesday, we have an SU meeting, and we are hopefully going to approve language for an advertisement and see the results of the survey, because we were kind of condensing timelines and trying to get to a finished product by next Wednesday so we could get it out by the end of January, get things out by the end of January and keep things moving. So it's maybe not ideal, again, but ideal, is getting the position filled. So.
And that means at 5, right?
6. No, were we? I can't
We're at
remember.
5.
We were 5, you were 6?
Not reality.
But, okay, so we're 5. We're 5.
Yeah.
Did we have a where yet? Did we get?
Right now, we're central office.
Okay. This could be tight. Could be tight.
Yeah, we were going there because you were at
Green
the
Street.
library, and we were trying to stay
We were going to try
close.
to do Green Street, but they couldn't.
But yeah, we can't do Green Street, so the closest to the library was,
The library wasn't available.
and the library is not available for
Green
us.
Street doesn't have where the custodians are not sure.
Right. So we're sort of in a little bit of a bind. But if we're packed in, we will all talk quickly.
All right, excellent. I wanted to, I think, Lyle, you had put together, so moving on, there's no other unfinished business that I'm aware of, correct? We had spoken about reviewing our meeting schedule. I think Lyle had put together something. I could go on to the next item and actually come back to that if that works for you, Lyle. I was thinking we should have a candidates night because we have a lot of open positions, and I think that was pretty helpful to get that up on BCTV. So I wanted to get to see if the board was interested in doing that again, and if the board was interested also in having BCTV film that. So when we would do that, because we'd have to do it coming up pretty soon. Are there any contested seats that we know of?
I think we'll have one.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bradford doesn't.
Yeah, the 3-year seniors contestant so far.
Oh, okay. Okay, so there are contested seats, so we really definitely should do this. So I was wondering if there was any.
Well,
Steve,
it's
do you-
also,
Sorry.
it's also people in the surrounding, in the town next door don't know the people that are running from the town next
Right.
door, so it really, having a profile and having a number of ways to look at it would be.
No, I really.
And I'm not coming up with this is all coming from Jamie, so to
I
give
know.
credit where it's due.
I put this on here by my very lonesome, but people said, no, I don't want to do a candidates night. What am I going to do? So Steve, did you have a thought, or were you just trying to stay awake? Okay, I thought you were raising your hand.
I'm wide awake.
Call it like it is. So sometime, so we've
What
got
about
February.
March 2nd, Monday night, March 2nd?
It hasn't.
They can't get up on
They have to put it up on BCTV.
They won't be up on BCTV.
You need a couple days for it to be available on BCTV.
I mean, oh, the vote's on the 3rd.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. In my head, it was on the 17th, I'm sorry.
So, no, that's our annual meeting. So what seems like a good week to me would be somewhere between the 25th and 29th, because the previous week is school vacation. So that's not a good week. And I think if we go too far before that, you're not going to have, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I tend to do things that are in my 1 week frame. Yes, David?
I'm not sure how it works in the other towns, but I think the early voting, I believe, begins on the 11th, or maybe even earlier. And a lot of people, Brattleboro gets 30 or 40% of the people voting early.
Oh.
So I would say, do it in the second or the latest, the third week of February. But is the second week, or is this week of the 17th?
That's vacation.
That's vacation. Oh, that'd be a good time to do it.
So maybe the 11th, the 12th, or the 13th, because Valentine's Day would also probably not be a popular night to do it.
Well, 14th is Valentine's Day.
I mean, the 10th, 11th, and 12th, I'm sorry. Oh, the 10th through the, I'm sorry, I'm working on a weird calendar that has the weekends at the end. So the 10th through the 13th, because of early voting, might be the best time to do it then.
The Monday night, I was thinking the 10th, potentially the 11th, February 11th, it's a Tuesday night.
I guess administration doesn't need to be, that's when you all can miss. You can catch that in reruns when you have insomnia.
Can I ask for clarification? So is the intention that there'll be an actual candidate night, but there will also be like candidate statements or some written material in case they're, what happens if not all the candidates can show?
That typically hasn't been a board. Usually the newspapers have managed that. If Communications Council wants to reach out to the newspapers maybe and see if they want to do that, but that has not been a board-driven procedure.
I wanted to offer to do a draft. I had done one back earlier in the spring and do an updated draft of a candidate questionnaire that would go to all the candidates and then see if somebody wanted to help do editing and then suggest that that be a candidate questionnaire for all the candidates.
That's how we used to do it. We did it in Putney in the last legacy cycle.
Hello, Tim, Communications Council. What do you think about that concept?
No problem to do that.
All right. Does that sound good to the board? Yes?
I'm curious why it wouldn't be something that would be in the board's interest to facilitate, to formally ask candidates, once they're nominated, we have the petitions are approved to contact them directly and ask them to, maybe even a format, a group of questions so that they're responding to similar questions or similar prompts.
That's what Jamie was just proposing.
Yeah, but I was thinking.
As a function of the Communications Council or something.
Oh, I see. So the committee would.
Well, I was offering it as a volunteer, but I'm also a volunteer at the Communications Council. So if we wanted to house it within the board, we could in the Communications Council with the clerk's permission.
Sorry, I didn't try right now.
But is there any reason not? I mean, I can't think of a reason that we wouldn't want to do that, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. Too late for anybody.
I don't know, I don't know, it's never been done, so I'm just kind of thinking about it because...
We've never had this multi-town elections before.
And it was always handled in Dummerston by an external source, so the questions were not loaded by a board maybe. So I could imagine you could, if you had a board that was contentious, which ours is not, but you could phrase things in such a way that you could, whatever, so maybe that's why that you are just an existing board that is impartial as to who serves and it's for outside resources. That I do feel a certain separation. I'm okay with a non-judgmental questionnaire going out that people can answer.
Just ask for a statement, yeah.
But I kind of feel like if we muddy our hands in it too much, it just opens the door for a certain level of...
Yeah, as I said, I just never even thought of it before. Just say your name and candidate statement, please, and that's the end of it. They can say what they want.
But I think some suggested questions that people can avoid or not, is a great...
And then would you want to put them up on our website so people can see them? Because where would they go?
I think that's what we did last time is I asked that we feed them back to central office, all the candidate statements, and I think Barb posted them if I remember correctly. I think there was one major document of everybody's put together.
Would that seem reasonable to Barb? So that seems reasonable.
If it comes in a Word document, that you can cut it and paste it in there so that we can put it all in one.
But I think we should reach out to the reformer and the Commons as well. So that... Thank you, Tim, thank you, Jamie, again, for your tireless volunteerism. So back to the date.
Oh, right.
So somewhere between the 10th and the 13th, Monday or Tuesday may be better. Unfortunately, I can't contact all the candidates now to find out what works for them. But we kind of have to get it on the schedule, so
Monday.
Monday the 10th, okay. What are you looking at me like that? No, not good? Not good for you? The 11th better?
Okay.
The good thing about the 11th is actually I do have 2 meetings with Brattleboro groups on the 10th, so I don't know if any on the 11th.
Okay, so let's go with the 11th. February 11th for the candidates night. And he's walking out before we can ask for his building use again. For candidates night.
No, it's just stretching.
You were raising your hand to offer.
That week is the week of the musical. The art form will be out of service.
We did it last, oh no, we did it for bands. We did it bands. We did it.
It's a nicer room.
Yeah.
The bands is?
Well, not nicer, it's quieter.
All right, so
Okay, so we'll hit up bands.
We'll sit, yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
He's not here, so
Yeah, he left, so let's have.
don't teach him, that'll learn him.
And a time, just so that.
6, so you can hold.
6 is a good time usually for working
And then
folks
we
to
meet
make
the next
meetings.
I just remembered that February 11th is the New Hampshire primary. I don't think that matters, but it's just, for some of us nerds, it matters.
You'll be home in time to get the
Results?
results. It's only a candidate tonight, it's not controversial. So how will I get emails of everybody who has put in? Heck,
I'm happy to call all of the town clerks and request all the data if you want.
oh, that'd be great.
And feed
Okay.
it back to you.
That would be great.
But that would have to happen on the 28th of January.
Right, once we get everything back. Yeah, that's not, yeah.
Yeah.
Whew, that's a
I
good
can,
turnaround.
I've called them before and requested, I can ask them if they want.
Well, also, we can find out who's pulled petitions, because maybe, yeah. At least we could contact the people who pulled petitions.
I've been told by Putney Town Clerk, you don't actually have to pull a petition, you print it off.
Oh,
So you wouldn't
there
even
may
know
be-
who's pulled a petition until they delivered signatures on the 27th.
Okay,
That's Monday, it's not that far away.
that's true. It's just so tight into the next week that whatever. But it is what it is. We've scheduled, we put the date in stone. It is written and it shall be. So
Did you choose a time?
we did 6 o'clock. So the board retirements were any teacher retirements that we needed to accept, not board retirements, but we already did that.
We did that, yeah.
So we're ahead of the game.
So Frank and I sitting here realized that we're going to need you, seeing you passed the budget, to also approve the warning articles. So I have copies of last year's. They're cross-outs because we wouldn't use the same. Frank will put in the actual figures.
Yeah, we're on unfinished business, other business. Okay. I didn't realize this needed to be done. Yeah. So we don't have to put the increase on this anymore?
Yeah, we would, we'll fill in the, oh, you know what, because this was the first year,
Oh, so
there was no
no
prior.
increase.
But I will add that. It is a standard article, but it's still in the statute.
I was like, they got rid of something?
Yeah,
There's like
no.
chances.
Yeah. So it's, you know, it's right on that yellow, I mean, the tax sheet in the summary document that we looked at.
So shall I read through Article 3 as it will be amended to approve this?
Sure.
If that makes sense. So everything else is as written here on the warning, with the exception of Article 3, which will read, shall the voters of the school district authorize the school board to expend, dang it, $51,171,301.
300. That's a spreadsheet, Abby.
Oh, okay. So $300, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. Where does the percent increase go in that?
It's the equalized student. The cost per equalized student, that's where it goes.
It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $18,954 per equalized pupil, which is it the 4.2 or the 1.8?
4.2.
Which is a 4.2% increase over the previous fiscal year.
Yeah.
So I would entertain a motion to approve the warning as amended.
And we don't need Article 4 just because that was, once it's created, you're done with that.
Right. Lyle has scratched it out, so.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We had removed the date of May 22nd and Article 4. So I would entertain a motion to approve the warning as amended.
So moved.
I think Tim moved it. Who was the second?
Second.
Thank you, David. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the warning for the annual meeting, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and it is warned. The meeting schedule, we're going back to that, right?
So we have February 5 as the next meeting, back at Cusick. February 26th, so that we've missed vacation week in Putney. March 4 at Cusick. March 17 is the annual meeting. And then the next night is a scheduled meeting at Academy, so March 18. And that would be the reorganization.
The reorg meeting would be that next day?
Yeah.
Okay.
At Academy School. April 1st at Cusick. April 15th at Dummerston. May 6 at Cusick. May 20 at Green Street. June 3 at Cusick. June 17 is a scheduled meeting. That is graduation week. So when we get to June 3, we may want to, or we can do it now, look to see if we want to go the week before, the week after. June 17 is generally BAM's move-up day. I don't think it's any of the outlying towns. So that would either be June 10 or June 24, whichever your pleasure.
So probably wait until the new board has reorganized because there'll be a lot of new people. So that would be a better time to determine that last meeting schedule, and some other late entrants may have come into the June schedule, which sometimes happens. Okay, any other business before us that I have dropped off somewhere?
I just wanted to make my request again. The email I referenced or sent you some months ago, Lyle and Christina, requesting that instead of the cycle that we are on for the towns and where the meetings are happening, that we look at having every fourth meeting in a different town. Because the way it's going right now is the folks from Putney and other towns are driving to, I can't even figure out the percentage of the board meetings are in Brattleboro. And so I'm just requesting, I remember you all saying, this isn't the time, we need to just rest. We've got to get things, not rest, there was no rest in that. I think you said, let's get things settled. Let's get things settled. We just need to do the work. And so I want to keep requesting that we have a cycle that allows Putney and Dummerston and Guilford and Brattleboro to each be the site of a meeting every 4th meeting, if that makes sense. And then I sent you a schedule of that in an email, and I can resend that. Just so that people don't have to travel as far all the time. And it makes it more accessible to communities, and it sends a message of equity.
So there's like multiple ways, as I've discovered. There's so many ways to consider equity, and part of it is that Brattleboro is the largest district. So in theory, it's the largest, and it has the largest number of school sites. And to be sure, us meeting at Cusick is heavily invested there, but that is where half of our students are in that BUHS complex. So it's hard exactly to figure out what is exactly equitable when you consider the number of people from Brattleboro that would have to, like, there are multiple ways we could argue this well into the night.
And I don't intend to argue it well into the night. I just wanted to reiterate a desire.
Yeah. So is there any interest on the board's part to amend this schedule in any way for the upcoming, I guess?
Or to consider it at a future meeting.
Oh, well yeah, I think that.
Pass it on to the new board.
Yeah, I think that might be an interesting question at reorganization. Well, it's going to be different people, so for us to make a decision now when there's seats are changing and new people are coming on.
And we could revisit the decision to be at Cusick every other meeting.
Yeah.
To maybe do that once a month.
Wasn't that satisfying a state requirement that we have a regular time and meeting place? That's why we picked it.
You have to warn it. You have to warn every single meeting if you don't have a regular.
Right. And that's
so
what paid
it
for
probably
that.
was, yeah. But we warn them anyway. What's the difference?
But it doesn't show, if it doesn't show up in the newspaper, if the Reformer or one of the newspapers fails to print it, we can't have the meeting.
We don't warn, we warn the radio station, right? Isn't that our formal?
No, it's the Reformer.
It has to be a paper of record.
And then it goes to all the town clerks, it goes to all the schools, and of course our website.
And this happened actually in the course of the study committee, that because there was not a regular time and meeting place for those meetings, and it didn't land in the Reformer, so it was not warned appropriately, so we couldn't have a meeting. So
do we have to pay the Reformer to make sure it gets in there every time? Is that how that's?
I don't know if it's.
Yeah, if it just goes in the counter, they can do it or not.
Yeah.
They don't have a commitment to serve us, so we have to. Oh, that stinks. That's really stupid.
contact your legislator. Open meeting law is meant to make things better, but can make things problematic sometimes in terms of transparency and accessibility.
Well, it makes it hard to make Jamie happy.
A lot of people feel that way.
It's late now, I can tell.
Okay, moving right along. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? That was accepting retirements by the board, and Lyle had done that in her administrative update, so that was done.
Christina, we need to understand how to calculate quorum for our leadership council, because we didn't call the last meeting to order because we had, I don't know, what was it, 6 people? But we have such a large group of people who said they were interested.
If they have not been appointed by the board, I would not consider them to be part of the leadership council.
They
That would not
were
trust-
appointed by the board, the teachers did.
The staff and teachers were not.